I'm here, family. I'm here. I'm trying to get it all together. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Yes. Let me do. I'm doing one more thing real quick, fast. Trying to get this all together. And hey, how everybody doing? And I gotta get back over to the chat, y'all. I'm sorry, I can't even see what's going on right now. I'm coming though, baby. I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm a coming. I'm a coming. Y'all just bear with me. You got my volume. Let me turn that echo down a little bit. That was probably horrible. Okay. And then let me get Buddy right here. And bring you up right there. I'm gonna grab you and pick you. And then I'm gonna she was sitting one thing. Okay. Ain't nobody tell you do all that. Here up.
She was literally
Nope. Get down. Get down. Ain't nobody tell you do all that shit. My goodness. Jesus Lord. Hey y'all, it's me. I'm here. I just need y'all to bear with me for a minute. For just a second. But how y'all doing? Let me get over to this chat. I'm ready now to have this conversation. I said, look here, man. Y'all folks serious about this. Cause we talk about a lot of different stuff. But, I believe in being fair, being honest. My opinions ain't always gonna line up and mesh with everybody. And that's cool, cause we all grown folks, so we ain't gotta agree 1,000% of the time. Mm-mm. As long as we respectful in our discord, at the end of the day, that's all that matter. Vision, ain't nobody ask you nothing. I see you in here, bro. What's up? Unbiased LLC, Miss Cheryl Faulkner. How y'all young lady doing? Y'all better get in here and enjoy yourself. Miss Grace Guy, uh, K. Renee Garden. What's going on, family? Hey, Cherry, hey. Hey, Cherry, hey. Y'all, we've been dropping the ball. We've been dragging our feet. We really got to do something special for Cherry. If y'all don't know, man, that was the absolute first sister that picked up some of our swag. That was the first sister to grab some of our merch. Been showing love, been an amazing supporter. If y'all don't know, hey Cherry, hey, connect with this sister. She is all over the community. You see her here, you see her there. Usually, I don't know. I used to see she was with Tay East for a minute. They were doing that thing. I don't. I be up. What was it? It was that 3 or 4 in the morning for us over here. So it get hard to catch everybody. But baby, y'all already know what it is. Drop that hashtag BCIAC into the chat so everybody can find y'all. Sorry about the city noise, y'all. I'm outdoors yet again. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. My whole microphone to try to fall over. My goodness. But yeah, man, folk wanted that doggone part two from the conversation the other day. Shout out to my sister Unbiased LLC. Uh, went like what Tuesday? Yeah. So I behaved myself. I wasn't on here too long, but we're gonna pick it up tonight. We're gonna talk about it. And again, long as everybody chill, respectful, cool, whatever. I don't give a damn if you agree with each other. Grown folk don't agree. Hell, husband and wife don't agree 100% of the time. As long as you do it respectfully. Hey, Sonya on Tiny, how you doing? Welcome in. Miss Grace Gines in here. Cynthia living with MS. What's going on, my sister? How you doing? How you doing? Uh, I hope I ain't missing nobody. I ain't got Sweet Pea here with me. I'm doing it by myself. Hey, the winning walk with Christina. What's going on, my sister? How you doing? How you doing? Vision preparedness. My brother Vision is in the building, lady. He up in here. He up in here. That broke farmer in the building. That's broke farmer. You up in here at African Dreaming, baby. LP, what's going on, family? She's who said? She said, what's going on, family? Tori. Is that no, that ain't Tori. Child, gotta get both my eyes checked. Uh Happy Mac. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Thank you for being here, and thank you for reminding me, as well as Brother Vision and a couple more people. Y'all, please hit that like button, and if you want to, please share this live out, cause we gonna get into it tonight, baby. Cause I got time. I got time tonight a little bit. DJ Ron, what's going on, brother? Congratulations on the milestone. I think DJ Ron done hit 1K. He been posting all the view. You getting a lot of watch time. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. Shannon 2003, how you doing? Welcome in, family. Uh, Shannon put its hashtag BCIAC. BCIAC. There you go. Like how K Renee did it. Sweet Thumb, what's going on, family? How you doing? Oh man, look here. Hey Cherry, hey, thank you, my sister. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get Cherry right real quick. Turn my camera on real quick because I'm gonna have to get up and go grab something in a minute. And yeah, they out here biting me. They sure will, but I asked for it. I did. I asked for it. Uh, get my sister right. She gonna get two of them. Two of them. We gonna set it off with you, with George. We gonna set it off with George, and then we gonna get that. Fred got him. Got him counting it. Come on, Fred. Yeah, 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 yeah. Thank you so much for that. Hey, Cherry. Hey, we appreciate you, my sister. As a young folks say, for shizzle. Yeah. Oh, hey, pieces of vapor. How you doing, young lady? Uh, who else we got in here? There go my peoples, the Bud Files. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Now, when he was out there looking around that pole, Sue, you got to help your boy Mo now, because they hard over on TikTok, and they be out doing these scavenger hunt type things, and it's like, what do you? Did he find it or did y'all not find it? I guess the suspense make you, it will keep you coming back. So I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him. G Mama Grows, how you doing? Grows hard in the garden. That's what I'm talking about. G Mama, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. So we're gonna get into this conversation. I'm gonna try to catch everybody up a little bit. So if y'all wasn't in the other, and yeah, I got time tonight, so the link will be dropped. My only request is the same request I always have. Everybody in here, for the most part, especially the people that I know, y'all grown, we grown, everybody grown. All I'm asking for is respect, consideration. This is gonna be one. First off, this is another. It's grown folk conversation right here. Everybody probably not gonna agree 100%, and that's okay. That's what grown folk do. They share thoughts and opinions, and they gotta agree with each other or kiss each other ass ever. So, hey, M&T living and cooking, how you doing? Uncle G, how you doing, man? Happy anniversary again to y'all, family. Okay, you good, sis? I got you, fam. I see you. I see you. Uh, yeah. So this gonna be some grown folk conversation, some grown folk topic. It might be a mild obscenity or three here or there spread about, but never a cluster. And if that's too much for you, this is your heads up and your warning. Put your earbuds in or catch us on Friday faves. It ain't no harm, no foul. It ain't nothing personal, but we gonna keep it respectful and we gonna keep it mild. But we all gonna talk about it. The flow gonna be open for people to share their thoughts and opinions. Cause baby, we got the hell. Like if I got a platform and my heart really in the right place, and I'm really trying to have open dialogue and discussion with the mature people that I surround myself with, I'm gonna have to go in here and get my glasses, y'all. Uh, it's gonna be one of them nights. It's gonna be one of them conversations. I know it's daytime over there for y'all. So if you at work, don't let your supervisor. You might want to, you might want to put them earbuds and the headphones, something in, cause baby, it may jump in shit. It might get real. So the other night conversation, if y'all haven't heard about uh the young lady down there in Houston, apparently, who was assaulted by a gentleman, not a gentleman. She was assaulted by a man, a male, or whatever you want to call it. That I'm not gonna call that individual a gentleman. If he put his hand, he hit the woman in the head with a brick on the side of the face. I don't give a damn what she did unless she was swinging on him, and then that's a whole nother conversation. We can have that tonight too, because that's a touchy subject. But my thought philosophy is, don't nobody need to be putting no hands on nobody unless you want to get that work back. Now, I'm not saying that's what this young lady did. I'm just saying everybody don't feel like me, and we all raised in different ways with different values and different this and different that, and it is what it is. We're gonna talk about it tonight, though. And again, family, I love each and every one of y'all. I respect each and every one of y'all. If you think this conversation gonna be too real or too much, please go ahead. Please go ahead. I overstand, baby. It ain't personal at all. Uh, but we gonna talk about it. Y'all, some of the hate that I've seen from both sides, from some men and some women out of this virtual space. I've said this before and I'm saying this again. This is why I take this seriously. Baby, this ain't 2010. Hell, this ain't 2013 or 2015 no more. We almost at a point where our everyday realistic, everything from your paycheck and your direct deposit to the way you watching me sit here right now and have this conversation, what is just on the internet still? Think about that. Look at it from that point of view. What is just on the internet? It depends on, everything is circumstantial, and it's a matter of how people perceive it. True, but for me, for my lived experience, baby, in 2023, I damn near can't call nobody without you still using some form of media. There is an electronic medium unless you one of the few rare people who still sitting down writing your big mama and your pawpaw in cursive handwritten letters. Your ass use the internet. You are a part of this social dynamic, this and that. And I know I'm gonna say something else. Why it ain't just the internet. Vision preparedness in here. He done did a doggone meet up with people who just started as folks who was online. It's potentially some lifelong friendships or relationships in whatever capacity coming out of that. It's somebody in this chat right, cousins that you met turn into real food, that turn into real turds, that's real sustenance for your body. We're gonna talk about it tonight, but I gotta get my girl right first real quick. This young lady right here. Thank you, Toya. Toya coming through for it. Toya's Pantry Farm 72. We thank you, family. We thank you. Thank you. Let me get Toya's right. Let me get Toya's right. You. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. And she get two of them too, because I love them. Yeah. Count it out. Count it out. Count it out. Thank you, Toya. We appreciate you, my sister. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And yes, everybody will have an opportunity to speak tonight as I dropped it. Now I'm gonna say this, man. I'm not as much hope and faith as I done lost in humanity, which I have in a whole lot of ways, baby. Cause I'm gonna keep it a buck, which I ain't got a whole heap left. I'd be lying to you if I said oh yeah, everything gonna be all right. It might be in some ways, and in other ways, it's looking horrible as hell. If that ain't your position, then that to each their own. I'm just telling you how things looking for me, and from what I see going on in the world. The one thing to give me a little bit of hope and a little bit of faith is that there's some folks in the middle who still got some damn sense. It's some folks in the middle who just don't get blowed all the way over this way every time something happens. And it ain't folk who just get blowed all the way over that way every time somebody fought. It's some grown ass people still left in this world. Most of them quiet at the house, minding their business, or out in their garden, or out checking on their animals, or running around with their new puppy, or just doing some real player, laid back. I'm keeping my own to myself, minding my own business type activity, which is why you don't really see or hear from them that much. But baby, the squeaky wheel always get the oil, cause they louder. Boy, these damn mosquitoes, boy. Family, I know he is Vision. I know he is. Uh oh. She said, "You said my internet acting up. Can y'all see and hear me now? Am I clear?" Happy Max said, "Being here keep him from keep him from grinching out every day." I feel I gotta. I'm gonna step away in a minute. Y'all. I gotta go charge my phone up. Okay, good. Thank you, Vision. Hey, PIA, Passionately Intrigued Art. If y'all didn't see Passionately Intrigued Arts and Unbiased LLC project yesterday, y'all really should check them out. You can go to either channel, check them both out. It was amazing. Really good. It's a beautiful thing when you got a community. Which before we get into some of the things that's been said in this topic about this woman being assaulted, it ain't no other word for it. It ain't nothing else you can call it. Assault is assault, and whenever somebody, man, woman, child, puppy, kitten, squirrel, get hit in the face or assaulted with a, oh, thank you, sweet pea, baby, you love me. Yeah, I love you. Hey, everybody. You do stuff for me all the time, like you love me. I think you got feelings for me. Yeah, yeah. I ain't got nowhere to plug it. I got you at the other night. Unless you can, nah, both. I'm using both of them. Here you go, sweet pea. Do you need this? I'll use my iPad. Yeah, you probably want to feel on me now, don't you? Nope. Okay. Yeah, man. Like, so, uh, what was I talking about before my wife came trying to tempt me? Oh yeah. Anyway, I just started from where I'm thinking right now. No one should be assaulted. No one should be hit with fists or any other objects unless they defending themselves. Nothing that anybody says should piss you off to the point. We know it happens. I'm just saying that's not the best course of action. Words do hurt. Words can sting. And that's another thing, man. We're gonna have this conversation. Let's be real about it, man. Because I know words have and may again in the future hurt me. I may not act on that hurt. I may not act on that pain. I might not let it get the best of me, but damn it, that don't mean it didn't still hurt. I'm just not gonna flip out and wig out and start punching people and throwing bows just because you said this, that, or the third. I'm a big boy. I'm a grown man. But words do have impact. And just to prove that, I'm gonna use this example. So you saying if somebody tell you they love you and you know they mean it, it don't mean nothing. Well, that same effect happen if somebody walk up to you, uh, uh, an N word at your job. It invokes an emotion. It invokes an emotion. Period. Now, how you respond to it, that's on you. But it invokes an emotion nonetheless. With all that being said, let's get to this part of the conversation. Some of the hate that I have seen make me wonder how many folks is just good old fashioned that. Y'all, I'm gonna tell you, some of you word ain't even in my vocabulary. Ops and shit. Like, I'm a grown man. That's not so. There's nothing wrong with that terminology. It just doesn't really exist in my particular vernacular. I'm 40 some years old. I don't go around talking about ops all day or the hell ever. You might hear me talk about squirrels and chickens and what's going on with the GDP and uh, you know this and that and geopolitical conversations, all that. But I'm talking about no hood shit. I don't live in the hood. I grew up in one, and the point was to never live in that bitch again. Honestly, feel how you want to feel about me, baby, but it's real. I go visit. I go visit. I got plenty of files. I swing by, fix me a plate, play dominoes and all that, and then with that being said, that's the end of my little rant about words having meaning. I brought some content tonight. Again, we're going to revisit some of the stuff that we watched the other night so we can bring it full circle and we're going to get this link dropped. Y'all, now I'm going to say this. I'm going to get to the biggest part of this conversation, which is community. What does it mean to have one? What is it, and who is in yours? Any of y'all who done followed us for any amount of time, y'all done heard me say before, community don't look like what it looked like in 1965 or 75 or 95 or 2005. And I don't think it'll ever be the same again. I just don't think it will. It might. I got a limited shelf life. I'm not going to be around here for forever. So only time will tell, but who knows? Vision, stop, bruh. Get your own community. Get your own damn community if you want to survive in this world that we living in and the way that it's constantly changing. And I don't, if you want to go out and build you an all black community, fine, go build that. If you want a diverse community, build that. If you want to be the only Negro and you want to build a whole community with nothing but essays, brush up on your Spanish and get your ass out there and do your best, because the only people who playing games is the people who not building your community. Everybody who look like me do not have my best interest in mind. And I'm not just saying that from the black perspective. I'm saying that from the human perspective. It's white folks out there with white folks who can't stand their ass either. It's Mexicans out there with Mexicans who can't stand their ass either. You better start. You know what? I retract. Let me clutch my pearl. I said you better. That's something I refrain from, is getting in grown folk business, telling grown folk what they better, should, or shouldn't do. Honestly, I don't give a damn. You grown. Take your chances. Live your life. I know what I'm going to do. I want to build a community full of people who truly give a damn about me, whether you've met me in person or not. And even if you ain't met me in person, we've built an online relationship, hoping to someday soon meet one another. And if that ain't the case, well, maybe you just a well wisher and wish me well. Hell, in 2023, that's a blessing just to have somebody out here not wishing your ass no harm, ain't it? Let me stick to this topic. But this is a part of the topic. This is a part of the conversation. This is a part of the conversation. We have to grow beyond. I choose to grow beyond. I ain't never sit up here and said I don't remember or know. I'm a student of history. I ain't never said I'm finna fall in love and just forgive all white folk knowing what the hell history has really depicted. But I'm not gonna let that dictate my life to the point where I'm gonna put it like that. I love my people. I love my people. When I say my people, this time I'm talking about black folk. I love y'all. I want to see us win. But at the same time, I wonder when I look around, not just online, but in real life, in real situations, real circumstances, the vitriol and hate that we individually as a community have for one another. It may feel like it's only us, other folk going through it too. Just don't get it twisted. I'm gonna tell y'all why in a minute. But damn, boy, it's some fellas out here who really, really, really hate women. And it's some women out here who really, really, really hate men. Deep down in their soul. Both ways, both sides, both genders towards one another. I'm just talking about black folk right now. How the hell we gonna win collective? I keep hearing this talk about collectively and what we need to do and what we need. Baby, folk don't fool with each other like that no more. Is it okay? Can are we at a point now where we can start accepting that? And the people that you do have good, solid relationships with, guess what? Those are people of the community that you have selected and chosen for yourself, not the one dictated to you strictly based on your skin color. Now that part go for everybody. White folk, Korean, Tejano, American Indian, or Native, whatever folk calling themselves these days, I don't give a damn. Somebody in your predetermined group could give a damn less about your ass and probably hope to see you fail. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna shit. Keep little bastard. Uh-oh. Sorry about that, y'all. My heart broken, but I'm a huge advocate of belief of when folks show me who they are, I believe them. And the reason I brought some content over into this conversation tonight is because Rambo, what's good, bruv? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here, fam. Uh, I hope I ain't missed nobody else. Good Eats, our sister Good Eats, she been up in here. I know, Cherry, it did. It about three of them. Sure is. I had to spray at him real quick. Hi, 10, what's up? The Educated Natural. How you doing, my sister? Welcome in, welcome in. Now, as we delve into this conversation, I'm going to give my true thoughts and opinions. I want to hear y'all true thoughts and opinions. We probably at some points not going to agree about everything we talking about tonight, but damn it, that's what grown folks do. And we're going to push on and press on, and I'm going to love you tomorrow. So let's just get into this because I'm going to drop this link here in a minute. I'm going to play a little bit of content. Y'all, I feel like Benny Siegel. I can feel it in the air. Something is it almost seemed damn near like a setup. Do I think everything that really happened to this woman was real? Absolutely. People get assaulted all damn the hell. If you took a blotter report from global whatever from last month and calculate the assaults that happened in the US, it was probably tens of thousands just last month alone. It's also natural for some circumstances to just kind of blow up bigger than others. I get that too. But here's the part that make me look at everything with a second with a side eye. It's a few too many folks, a little too eager to use whatever happens anytime something happen bad to a man or a woman to completely 100% shit on another black man or another black woman. And I'm exhausted with it and tired of it from both sides. How the heck? And then last month, I forget who it was. Somebody asked me about if we was gonna talk about that the Alabama. brawl. Wasn't that in that? Yeah, that was Alabama. The brawl that happened down there with the riverboat, and all the folk came to jump in and do this and that. And oh God, and I thought it was good to see, people protecting one another in that regard, standing up against racism and come. But back then, babe, I done lived long enough to know when something done been short, when something gonna be short lived. This ain't my first rodeo. I ain't saying don't live in the moment and be happy about it. I'm just saying I didn't let myself get to the point where I thought it equaled revolution. That's what I am saying. I never took the shit that far. Call me an old man, baby. As Vision Preparedness would say, I'm old for a reason. I don't get as high as I used to get when I'm happy, and I don't get as low as I used to get when I'm sad. Balance. But back to this system. Man, it's too many people that seem to just be laying in wait, almost like they happy, like the Grinch when he was getting ready to steal shit, he was rubbing his hands together and that little crooked ass smile. You just happy as hell that something that went wrong, and now you got something. And then this is another part we finna get into. Some of the people who y'all, this whole set of events, it ain't even a few days old yet. We damn near still in the hour. If I'm not mistaken, and I'm I mean, hell, I fall short of glory sometimes. My mama was in birth with me longer than the time frame from the time this shit didn't happen. And you got folks out here declaring, just saying, "Oh, well, men were standing there and they chose to do nothing. They never said this." They said, and I'm sitting back here wondering, how the hell you know? In real life, how the hell you know? You done made a whole stitch. You done made a whole YouTube thing. You done did 5 lives and over a circumstance that's 37, 38 hours old. My mama was in labor with me for over 70. That's what they tell me. I don't know. Everybody co-signed for it, so I'm gonna believe it. Damn near 3 days. I'm pretty stopped. I got big shoulders. That's what they say. They say I got, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, shout out mom. Thanks, mom. All that pushing, getting me here. But I digress. The point of the story is, how the hell y'all got all of this extra commentary and extra this and that, and took it as an opportunity to just, I mean, some of the hateful stuff that's being said out here is like, bruh. And then the stuff I'm hearing to compare it to is like, for real? Oh, hold on. Christina said something. Damn it, you jumped on me. That ain't what I want. Hey, Cherry, that ain't what I want to put up there. It was this right here. The winning walk with Christina is driving home the point of what I'm getting to. Everything is so reactionary, and 90% of the time it's unjustified. Folk don't even, I don't, baby, we got a YouTube channel. Y'all don't watch this for a year and a half, down to 2 years. I sit back and shut my mouth before I start talking about a whole bunch of shit. Before I talk about a whole bunch, if I ever talk about it at all, well, let me, okay. Well, I know it's uh pieces of April, ain't nobody ask you nothing. Everybody ask you nothing. Ain't nobody ask you nothing. But yeah, man, it's too many folks that be laying in wait, and most of the loudest voices, the one thing I don't hear them asking for or talking about is the dude. The dude that did this shit went from a woman who should have never been touched, never been hit with a fist, a brick, an elbow, or nothing else. That was wrong. And when they find his ass, I hope he gets the day that he deserves. I hope that he get his. She deserves justice for being assaulted. I got no qualms about that. No issues whatsoever. But I see all kinds of videos and commentary and lives and folks talking about all this stuff and never hear them even mention, well, is there an APB out on, bruh? Like, do anybody know him? Are they looking for him? No, this shit went from a woman being assaulted to all black men ain't shit. We ain't protectors. We ain't this. And baby, we gonna talk about that tonight too. And it might piss some people off. I hope it don't. I told you if this touchy for you, go on it. We'll see you on Friday. I understand, no hard feeling. But as a man, as a husband, as an uncle, I'm not a father. I play a role in different children's lives as far as trying to be something positive that they can maybe see something good in. That's where it started and that's where it stopped for me. And some of the other stuff I'm hearing is y'all want to be leaders. Y'all want to be leaders with shit. I ain't never told. When was the last time I told you I came by your house or stopped by your job on your lunch break and said, you know what, I want to be your leader? Cause I hear this stuff being said. I hear this stuff being said, and I'm a man. I talk to a lot of men. I've never heard any men. Not maybe we were raised in different circles by different people. Baby, I ain't never heard no dude just be like, "Yeah, man, yeah, I'm a leader. Yeah, I'm a leader. I done been a leader before in different capacities. I've been responsible for a plethora, for a plethora of people. They safety, they life, whether they eat, when they go to sleep, how long they can go, all that kind of cool shit. It ain't fun. I don't hear the average dude walking around just in women's faces say, I'm your damn leader. Maybe I don't know. That's why I'm having this conversation. So if any of the women who do experience that want to come up and tell their side of it or their story, but man, this is that one part. I'm a kid, your ass. Ooh, I got it. That's just one a minute, y'all. This that part where it be like, okay, now I ain't saying you cap, because women do get assaulted. Women do have to deal with jerks and a-holes who will ask them. Oh, I can't leave that part out too. According to the victim, the alleged situation was the gentleman. I got a bad habit calling people. I'm a southern man. I'm a southern man. Uh, asked her for her number. She didn't want to give it to him. He picked up a brick and hit her in the head. I already said that was wrong. I'm gonna keep saying it's wrong all night because wrong is wrong is wrong is wrong. But some of the stuff that I'm out here hearing now, uh, oh, hold on, a whole lot of Socks in the Garden said a whole lot of extra, unnecessary, unfounded commentary. So many strong opinions. Yes, yes. Thank you. So, Toya must have said something. I missed it. I'm missing some comments, y'all. I gotta hurry up and get this chat going. Hey, my ugly garden, how you doing? Welcome in, family. Welcome in. Um, PIA speaking to everybody, passionately speaking to everybody. She said if she missed you, she's sorry, but she's speaking. Y'all, we family over here. It's all good. Y'all already know. If you if you uh if you miss somebody, everybody over here is grown and full of love and try to speak and get at everybody. So it ain't never no ill will. I did see a comment from Rambo I need to get to. Uh Rambo Greenham, people don't know how to walk away regardless of what they said to you. Hit the lady in the head with a brick. Come on, man, just walk away and don't make them weak. Yeah, he's absolutely wrong. You 100% right, Rambo. For real, it ain't no reason for you. If you some of these men got to learn how to deal with rejection. I've said it before. I say it again. I haven't dated in for forever, so I don't know what the dating scene like. I don't know what the market like. I don't know what the whatever. But I do know if you tell me, you look at if a woman will look me up and down and go, but I'm finna walk away from your ass. I'm probably gonna go to Sonic after that and give me an extra long cheese corner and an ocean water slush and never think about your ass no more. But shit, I've been married for my whole adult life, so well, almost my whole adult. People love to give $5. That's right, baby. Pieces of April. People love to give $5 worth of opinions for $1 worth of information. I'm just saying. These is facts. As a young folks say, for shizzle. That's right, baby. You right, baby. So huh? Baby, I love you. You love my life. Don't be mistreat me in front of people. Let me see it. I see it right. People love to give $100 worth of opinions for $1 worth of information. I'm just saying. Baby, you show hard on me. My goodness. That's why I'm finna go, start, I ain't even gonna say that. I have all kind of trolls over in here, boy. But anyway, family. So I'm gonna drop this link and then we gonna get into this commentary. And I want to hear from everybody, men's, women's, not the kiddos, not this time, because it's grown folk conversation. But uh, I do. I want to hear from men and women, and I'm completely open to hearing from people who don't agree with the part of my position that I've displayed so far. I just want to see folk, which ain't gonna happen. Don't get me wrong. I don't live in la la land, baby. I don't for 1 minute think that no time soon none of this shit finna change. I think the hate is gonna increase on both sides for the people who are in those particular opposing armies, and every time something happen, it's just gonna get worse and worse. It damn near feel like a psyops. It really, to me. I mean, it feel like a damn psyop, and it's working. It's working. Let me see. Before I play that, let me see what Miss Tracy Anderson said. Uh, Miss Tracy Anderson said, and by the way, welcome in, Miss Tracy, loving me, Tracy Anderson. Said, just imagine as a kid and your father is about to bust you in the head with a brick in the 70s, what would happen? Because he made you come back home as you walk away and you mad because, yeah, uh, well, that ain't cool. That's not cool, Miss Tracy. That's unfortunate. If that's a situation that happened to you, I'm sorry. I apologize because nobody should have to go through or uh live through that. And I know it happens. I know women get accosted and assaulted and deal with battery and get victimized. So I understand. Even when I see some of the sisters that I may not agree with 100% saying some of the things they say, my first inclination, my first instinct is to believe her and listen to her and hear her out. But that's not what I'm seeing as much of as I used to. I'm seeing a whole bunch of provocateurs. Now, mind you, the content from the people. I see you back there, bro. Hold on. You ready? Stay at it. The people that I'm referring to more than anything are folks that it's like damn, you just hateful. You just mean. You ain't trying to make nothing better, say nothing better. All you know is men ain't ish and you hate them all. And hell, see, and I don't even like getting into stuff like this because we ain't no dating channel. I don't give a damn about who you hate. As long as they of adult age and can reason for themselves, bye, go on, go for it. But a couple of years ago, and I didn't learn about this until it was old news. You know, it was a whole damn kill all men campaign and shit like that. Like that wasn't polite, in my opinion. But what I know, I'm just old country boy. Vision, what's going on, family? How you doing?
What's going on with you, bro? Again, you bring up a provocative topic, and shouldn't even need to be talked about. Common sense is common sense. Right is right,
Right.
wrong is wrong. Always have been, always will be. But
Mm-hmm.
some folks are of the entitlement mentality,
Right.
which entitles them to anything, everything, no matter if it's theirs or not.
Absolutely. And Vision, while you talking about that, before I get into this content, you said entitled, and I know that is extremely offensive to some people as
That's
well as
right.
some women, because it's not only women saying this, but let's talk about protection. Let's talk
Yes.
about protection. Go ahead, bro.
And so, I was thinking about that, back in the day in my neighborhood, if somebody did that to one of the sisters in the hood, he'd had a whole neighborhood after him.
Right.
If it wasn't her brothers, the fellas in the neighborhood gonna be like, oh no, you're not gonna do that to one of ours. And
Exactly.
and he would have got harmed to the utmost.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And you know what? And before I play, but this is going this is fitting. This is rolling in. And you know what else existed back in those days, bro?
What's that?
In many instances, because you're right. I've seen the same. Man, come on, bro. I got
Right.
I got uncles, and I
Yep.
got my grandparents had 7 girls, seven
Ooh,
girls and 2 boys. 7 girls and 2 boys. So it was always some little fella trying to tip around and maybe disrespecting. And this back in the 70s and 80s. I was a little boy, man.
right.
But the thing is missing. You could also get your ass beat by the neighbors on the way home.
You got that right. Yes.
Everything come with a price. Now, and this is, and I've heard people say this the last couple of days. Oh, you gotta like what's the price for protecting black women? Black women this hell, I'm married to one.
Right.
My
Same
mother
here.
was one. What
Right.
else I gotta do? And even if your wife ain't black, as long as you're a respectful man,
That's
that's
right.
still your prerogative. But here's the
Exactly.
this sense of being entitled to protect, not to say that I wouldn't do it. I've never said I wouldn't, but I do reserve the right to make that decision in that moment as to the level and degree to which I will insert myself in whatever the hell going on.
Exactly. Same here. I reserve the right to help you or not. And 9 out of 10 times with a female like that, oh, I'm going to help.
Yeah, and we get it's I just don't I don't I gotta get back to some of these chat. What's up, Big Rooster Show? I see you. I see you. I see you. Uh, man, I see some good comments from Socks in the Garden, Happy Mac, Christina. I see a lot of good comments. I got to get back in here, but let's get some vision. If you got time, bro, you want to run some of this content with me?
Absolutely. Go right ahead, bro.
All right, and I'm gonna drop this link again. By the way, how was your holiday, bro? I ain't get to catch up with you since then.
Holiday was good. It was quiet and peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
The COO made some amazing food, and that'll always keep me home. So
That's hey, there you go. There you go. Not to mention y'all got that small grizzly walking around. Man,
yeah, he's off the chain. I was trying to split and cut wood the other day, and he decides he gonna help. But yeah, yes.
yeah, yeah. Hey, Miss
Hmm.
Jones Truth, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna get back to y'all comments, but we're gonna run through this before we get to some of the newer content. I'm gonna get to I'm gonna recap some of what we watched the other day. So here it go, and this is the sentiment.
Feel like this.
The reason that I'm playing this,
Protection in
hold on a
situations
minute.
like this.
The reason that I'm playing this content is because yes, I put this together because we're not talking about super big people. We're not talking about 550K and 500,000 and a million type channels. Most of them ain't talking about this stuff at all. These are real people. And I think it's healthy to start looking at that because we go to doctors. You don't know how that nurse really feel about your ass. We
Right,
go to grocery stores and you asking, well, damn, y'all got any milk in the back? And you don't know how they can have a whole pallet full of it. He just don't want to give your ass none. Like,
right,
let's start remembering that all of these people are real people too, and some of them really around us, potentially hating us, and we just don't know it.
that's
And just
facts.
because we share the same skin tone and hue, and I'm not saying that they necessarily hate, but it's a lot of hate out here and on both sides, and I can't fix it, but I want to have a conversation that at least triggers thought enough to start maybe looking at some stuff from a different angle. But here we go.
I'm not gonna put myself in harm's way. I don't even know you. Obviously, this dude is unhinged. If he willing to hit you in the face with a brick, what is he going to do to me? And I'm not going to take that risk. And what I would say to that is even a homeless person has an Obama phone and can dial 911. You can do something. You can take a video. You can take pictures. You can do something. Standing there and not doing anything is not an option. It's not an option. And another creator said that men are not protectors, that they are territorial, that they only care about a friend or a family or someone that's connected to them. When did this start? Like when, what? How did we get to this point of where you're going to be sitting there, a grown ass man, and see a woman get harmed and you ain't going to do shit? What?
Well, I'm gonna stop there. I want to get to this next brother that's speaking, but since the question was posed, when did it start? When hell, the breakdown of the family. That's when it should
Amen.
start. The breakdown of the
71,
family led to
1971.
there you go. It started and it broke down the family. The family broke down the neighborhood. The neighborhood broke down the larger community. And all of a sudden, everything is liquor stores and maybe a couple churches sprinkled in and a
Yes,
couple churches chickens. And that shit is a community knot.
yes,
That's a place to live.
correct.
A house does not always equal a home, baby.
Amen.
So that's my rebuttal to that. And this expectation that I can't. And then the man, it's a couple of sisters in here who put some really good Christina, and I think it's been two or three of them. Y'all just been on fire because I got to get back to them comments. But anyway, I'm gonna let this. I'm gonna let this finish out, and I'm gonna hear what this brother got said. We're gonna talk about it.
All right.
Go back and watch the video. So I wanted to say, ma'am, I'm truly sorry that that happened to you. However, what do you want us to do as African American men? We live in a society where you and other women have made videos talking about you are superior, you are equal to men, you are better than men, you don't need men. But then you want to scream and clamor for our protection in situations like this. I'm really sorry that that happened to you. But if you look at this, what about the prior situations where there was a gentleman who tried to intervene on a woman being assaulted and he was shot and killed and she rode off with her boyfriend? There's another video where a paramedic was intervening on an African American woman who was being assaulted by her baby daddy and she shot and killed him. I'm sorry, man, but at the end of the day, you know, I don't know what to do anymore because at this point, it's like if we step in, we lose our lives. Y'all still may leave with this individual, but yet y'all want to say that y'all are equal to men, but you also want our protection.
I'm gonna stop there because I gotta hear what you think about that, bro.
He's absolutely 100% right. And what you say and hear, what is out there today, all stems back to, as you said, the breakdown of the family. Just because women say, well, we superior, we don't need your protection. Okay. That does not mean that as a man, me seeing a woman getting assaulted for no reason because she said no, doesn't mean that I am not going to help her one way or another, whether I step in, whether I call 911, whether I do whatever. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to do what's right for me and mine, regardless. But I understand what he's saying.
I do too, and I want to address Miss Tracy. Loving me, Tracy Anderson, said I think she meant to say my father was the first male abuser. Why do women hate men? Miss Tracy, I'm gonna start out by saying this, and let me turn my camera on just to make it 100, so it's understood. I hate that happened to you.
Yep.
It's unfortunate. It's horrible. No one should have to live with that. Uh, I'm very sorry that you had to live through that kind of situation, through that kind of trauma, especially from somebody who's supposed to be your protector. So I get it. I understand. The link is in the chat. You don't have to go in detail, but if you want to share your grievances about why you feel the way you feel, you are more than welcome. This ain't a judgment-free zone. This is just a we ain't gotta agree zone.
Right.
And everybody has the right and opportunity to be heard for however they feel. And we're gonna we came in friendly and we're gonna walk away friendly. But I understand that I don't expect all women to I put it like this. and I'm being very careful with my words. I'm trying to be.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been under the impression that everybody is just gonna love everybody. Everybody has been through some form of circumstance in their life that has left them with a certain resentment or bitterness or even hate towards uh, either another person or another group or another gender or something. I completely understand that. But the reason this is a big deal for me is because I'm seeing people who look like me be on their last leg. What do I mean by that? It's bittersweet because I got to see what once was and I see what is now. And if somebody said $1 million, hey, African Dreamer, I would give you 1 million USD right now. Define what the black community is in 2023. I don't know what the hell to tell them. I know different parts of what black culture is. I know what the culture is. I can talk about some of the phenomenon and how our style is copied and mimicked all over the world. I can talk about this. Some of it's hood and some of it's sports and some of it's this and some of it's that. I could talk about the culture aspect of it. But if I had to do a legitimate breakdown, if I had to write a paper or just give an open mic forum that was adequate and accurate on what the community is, we got a handful of pockets left at best. The elders is fading away.
That's right.
Young folk, you can't tell nobody shit no more. When Vision was saying what he was saying about, because I've seen that myself, dudes roll up. Wait, didn't nobody say pull up? They just had you might. It wasn't no cell phones. It wasn't no internet. You just drive up to their house and start talking shit like what you do to my sister, and then it
Right.
goes from there.
That's it.
But that's because you had a community and
Yeah.
somebody may not get their ass whooped, and then somebody else, some elders or people from the neighborhood would step in and break it up and say, all right, y'all boys have did enough. Why they,
Right.
and then you go on about your business.
Right. That's
That's
facts right
over.
there.
So, but again, Miss Tracy, the link is in the chat, and I don't have the words, but I do understand. I do understand. And I can even understand how a situation like that could make a woman or man hate all of the opposite gender. I'm not
Right.
gonna pretend like I don't get that part, but to the level in which it exists now,
Yeah.
I just something ain't right, y'all. And maybe I'm just that's why my thumbnail is the thumbnail that it is. That dude just standing up there looking like how he looking. That's how I feel most days because I can't help but wait. No, is anybody else seeing this shit?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
And this ain't nothing new.
at
And
all.
and and I've noticed this almost my whole life. And some women and men both, somebody does you wrong, okay, it happens. Not get over it, but deal with it, move on. But you don't, the next person you may meet, maybe that person is the one that you need, but you too busy blaming him or her for the
Mm-hmm.
last one. And my first thing I always said, and the COO would tell you, first thing I told her is, I don't need you.
Mm-hmm.
And please, the one thing we have to do if we're going to do this together is not blame each other based on past relationships
Right.
or encounters, because that is not fair to me and that's not fair to you.
Mm-hmm. 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 I agree, bro. I
Yeah,
agree. And and Vision, I'm not trying to take the impetus, the energy away from this young lady being this woman being assaulted.
right,
But I'm focused on the community, man. We don't
right.
when tens of thousands of people run to the internet strictly for the sake of degrading and downing and belittling each other and the vitriol and all of that. How the
You
hell we
know,
gonna how, come on,
hey,
bro.
Hey, as Lead Farmer 73 says, send them to the cornfield.
And facts. And as you said earlier, which I agree with that sentiment 100%. We individually have to start building our own communities, however they look, however they. I love my people. Hey, I'm gonna get up here. I'm gonna beat your ass. Devil Dog, what's going on, man? Nikki, the everyday life of an OCD is chick. What's going on, my sister? Welcome in, welcome in. Anybody else? I might. Odom's Homestead. What's good?
Odoms, what's going on? Sweet Thumb, welcome in.
Uh, uh, boy, man. Before I play anything else, I got to get to some comments. Miss Jones Truth said, "Amen." Walking with Christina. All men are not the same. Stop saying they are, and then get upset when they say women are all the same. See, Miss Jones, you kind of getting down into the meat of some stuff that I
That's
just don't
right.
see where it ends at this point, brother. I don't
Right.
see, I don't see where it ends because it's like I don't know, man. It's like people already got the script, and as soon as something like this happens, they know how to roll out. They know what's hey, I got people back there. What's going on, y'all? Let me bring some more people up. Welcome in, welcome in. We got Toya. We got Big Rooster. What's going on?
Oh,
How
the
y'all
rock
doing?
stars.
What's that? What's that? What's that?
Hey,
Big Root.
Big Rooster. Hey,
How you,
Vision.
darling?
How you doing, Toya?
All
What's
right.
up, Jay? What's up,
Good to see
Vision?
y'all.
What's going on with you, Root?
What you
Go
got,
ahead,
Miss
Toya.
Toya? I got something real quick. I just
Oh,
want to
go
let
ahead,
you
Ruth.
get
Go
it.
ahead.
No, no, no. I want Toya to get it out.
Okay.
Oh, Lord. I'd be here all day if I had. But,
Take your
uh,
time, sis. Take your time.
I really appreciate you coming out here and having this conversation and inviting people to come up, to share, their perspective on stuff because, like I said, I could be here all day, but I'm not going to be here all day. Um, but yeah, you see it. I've been around here half a century, and
Hmm.
things are not the same. Things are different. Uh,
Yeah,
and
they
You
are.
look good.
it's
You look good now.
well,
You
thank
look
you.
good.
Yeah, that 25 years look good on you. 25 years
I
on look
know it
good
do.
on you.
Woo, let
Oh,
me think. 25, Lord, that's a long time ago. But hey,
but but yeah, I mean, men and women, we are not the same people. We have different experiences. My own experiences. I mean, I've seen the best of us, the worst of us, I've been sheltered. That's my
Hmm.
story. My father was military,
I ain't mad
Hmm.
at him. That's
and
right.
um, so for me, my experience, I got to get out. I got to experience other cultures, other people, how they do things. I got to experience um, a lot of hate that I didn't even know what hate was from
Hmm.
people. You know,
Right.
like things would happen to me, and I didn't even know why they were happening. That type of thing. And but I'm one of them. I'm one of them kids. I'm one of them. I'm Gen Xer. We surviving all the time, and hate could come from
Right.
anywhere. It came from your family. It
Absolutely.
came from your
Yep.
friends. It came from everywhere. And for
Hmm.
me, um, it's kind of hard for me to talk because I don't talk a lot. I spend a lot of time by myself. Um, but that's mostly because of my situation that I am. Y'all
Right.
see me. I'm out here on this road. I'm out here working. Would I rather be doing something else? Absolutely. But this is what I
Uh-oh.
do.
Hey, can
And
y'all hear Toya? I'm having a little.
Yeah,
I can
I
hear.
can hear her, Jay.
I can hear.
We can hear her.
all right, but I would rather be doing some other stuff sometimes. How I got into what I'm doing now is because I had family who were like 80 something years old. I had a great great uncle invest in me. He fought in
Right.
World War II. I had an aunt. She was a retired educator for 30 years. And they invested in me to come to a truck driving school. I mean,
Right.
you know,
That's what's up.
that's something that just doesn't happen. That's not what a lot of my people are doing,
Right.
Um,
Right. Right.
and then
I see you, Carol. You good. You good if you want to turn your camera off.
I was just clueless, back then when I got into it. But boy, I tell you, some of the things I seen out here. But anyway, yeah, my own thoughts and opinions. I mean, like I can't even walk into a store. Like I come to some of these small towns, and people are getting older. They're getting up in
Mm-hmm.
age. It's bad,
Right.
and I
Mm-hmm.
can't even walk down the aisle minding my own business, looking at something on the shelf, and then somebody gonna come by, and then I'll smile and say, "Hey," because that's what I do. I'm polite like that.
Right.
That's what I was taught. And then all of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden, like they start talking to you and trying to find everything that they've learned or whatever they have learned about us as a people, having a conversation, trying to, I don't know what it is, but like for example, the other day I was walking down the aisle, and next thing you know, the conversation is like, "Oh well, this pepper sauce is good. That goes good with some greens. Oh well, I do this and I do that, and how I. It just seems like a lot of guilt to me. My opinion, walking away from that was like, wow, that person had a lot to say. Didn't know me from Adam, and yet they had so many opinions about me, and not knowing me from Adam, but just from looking at me, you know.
Uh-huh.
And so yeah, I don't know what to tell you. What happened to that person? It's horrible. There's a lot of horrible stuff happening to a lot of people out here, and you can't help everybody. You ain't supposed to help everybody. Is from what I learned. You know, if you can,
Right.
if that's in you, if that's your character, you know, where you can have that, gumption to get out there, but that's not everybody, you know.
Ex- Toy, I want to, hey, and welcome in, Carol the Girl Miniature. How you doing, sister? We're going to get to
Okay.
you. Big
All
bro.
right.
Carol, I got to say, Carol, Toy, I got to say something. You remember the video you did a couple weeks ago, and you had a situation, and you said, you was going in circles and on the road. Now, and this is what I try to explain to people. Get this. If I saw you, I don't care if you got tow company, truck company, it could be a setup. But
Right.
if it's me in April, if it's daytime or dark, I may or may not stop, even for you. But if it's me and Rooster and Vision Preparedness and I see you on, we finna stop. But I don't
Yep.
see people even taking that kind of consideration
Yeah.
into life no more. And I appreciate you saying that. And I gotta be honest, I appreciate a lot of what a lot of the women in here are saying. Some may disagree, some may agree, but it's like even this whole conversation has been far more um accepting and teachable and people here. Hey, what's up, Urban Gardener Chronicles? How you doing, sister? I ain't see you in here.
Urban.
uh it's like it's just very adult, and I just want to thank everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat for being grown folk, and we talking about an uneasy topic in a very adult way, and that means something. So at least it's a handful of us left, baby. But I'm gonna say this though, I think we the last one. It ain't a whole bunch of folk who still move and talk and feel and act and love and understand and consider one another like this.
Yeah,
That's a hard
yeah,
pill to swallow, but it's the truth.
it's true.
But I'm gonna let me hear what Rooster got, and then I'm gonna go to Carol real quick.
Yeah, mine's a story. First and foremost, Toya,
First,
don't be a loner. Come on, hang out with us. We'll hold your hand and walk you around these YouTube streets.
oh
That's
Yeah,
Lord,
right.
Yeah, we got your back.
Absolutely.
We got your back. But I wanted to comment on the video of the young man what he was saying. I mean, man, he said it so well, man. I've been in situations, man, where I see a young lady or a young man, and I speak, man, and they kind of look at you like you got shit on you. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm like,
mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
I'll be like, hey, man, how you doing? Or hey, how you doing today? And they just look at you. I'm like, and so what? My response to that is, oh, you doing that good? Okay, have a nice day. So
Right.
uh,
yeah,
on the point where I feel the young man, I've I've been on both sides of the situation. Man, I went to help a cousin. Her boyfriend was jumping on her, and I got stabbed in the back twice. And do you know he was back home that same night? So I'm like, do you put yourself in that line?
Right.
I didn't even know I got stabbed twice. I didn't know I got stabbed twice till I got to the hospital. I thought she had only stabbed me once. The girl, his sister, and ended up she stabbed me twice. The doctor was like, "Oh yeah, she stabbed you twice." So I was like, "Oh wow, okay." But at the same time, you do we stand around and just look at something like that? It's you damned if you do, damned if you don't. But at the same time, you just like, yeah, we like the young man said, y'all say y'all don't need us, but then when situations like this arise, then you say we wrong for not doing it. That's a hard subject to touch on.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know, like you said, you don't probably feel this. You don't know if it was a couple or not. You know what I'm saying? And they right back together. They hunky dory, but you in heaven or hell, whichever destination you going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I say that it's hard for us. Like you said it best. I think we're the last ones, but we got to learn how to love again. You know, family members or strangers. We got to learn. We got to learn to love again. It's hard to do. Like it's considered abusive.
Yeah.
I just want to keep it quick, and that's just it's about love. And like you say, your topic say community. What is community? What is community?
What is that? What is
What
that?
is
And bro,
community?
thank you for sharing that. And I'm gonna say this, man. Community gonna look a whole hell of a lot different moving forward. And I mean that with all my chest. I mean, look, it's some. There was a time and Miss Carol, I'm finna get to you, Carol, the girl ministry. There was a time in history where because of segregation, because a whole lot of different elements in life, we live separately. We lived individually. It had its benefits and it had its downfall. Moving forward, I don't know how anybody puts this genie back in this bottle and things go back to the way that they were, because a lot of the benefits that existed, hell, they existed out of survival. They existed out of necessity. You were close because you needed to be close because of everything we talking about. You had a community. Ain't no man finna whoop up on no woman without three or four people checking them, finding out what's going on. You got the old ladies sitting out on their front porch, not just gossiping, but talking about what this don't need to happen no more. Stuff like that. That's over with. People in the suburbs don't know each other. People in the hood may or may not know each other, but they don't really rock with each other. And both of them, the hood and the suburbs plotting on each other. It's just a whole mess. I don't know how we get back to what once was, but I will say this. And I know it sounds weird as a black man who loves my people, very proud of everything that I've accomplished in this life in spite of. But moving forward, baby, I'm building a community on purpose. I'm building a community of loving, caring, grown folk who understand that we are imperfectly perfect. We got our flaws, but if your heart in the right place, I need you and want you around me. You can be black, white, Mexican, African, Pacific Islander. I don't give a damn where you from. What is your character like? Who are you as a person? Will you be there when I need your ass? Will you be by my side to defend me against people who look like you when you know they in the wrong? And are we ever cool enough for you to tell me that I might not have been right when I was in the wrong? Like, everything being redefined, man. Every Big Rudy, you did a video, you was at the car show. I saw folk from all kind of different walks of life. Miss Toya, when you on that CB, I'm pretty sure you hear some crazy shit. You
It,
hear some
it,
racist stuff. I'm sure you hear all of it, but I'm pretty sure you know it's a couple folks out there who also saying, "Sister, if you need me, I got you." What's
Yeah.
your choice? They all of them might not be black though. See, this the thing about when Vision did his get together, when he did his meetup, it wasn't just black folks there. Y'all, this is psychologically messing up the world. The fact that we live in a space and time in existence where we are at a point where we gonna have to choose who is best for us.
That's right.
Period.
And
Period.
I'm not going to choose you based on the color of your skin.
That's right.
Because you might not have my best interest at heart, and that's just
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I don't know. It's hard to say out loud when you hear yourself saying it. Seems like damn a little bit, but baby, the truth is the truth. I'm gonna stand on it 10 toes down. Miss Carol, welcome in. What you got? What you got in here?
Oh, hey everybody.
Hey, Miss Carol.
Okay. What
Hey,
I
Miss
got,
Carol.
what I got to say is so my son is 24.
Uh
Like
huh.
I said before, he graduated from Morehouse. So at
Congratulations.
Morehouse, thank you. So at so he listens to streams every day,
Uh
and
huh.
on all the streams is the women going, we don't need no man. We don't need, and but they're saying black men. We don't need black men. Let me just put it out there.
Hmm. Come on,
We
Miss
don't
Carol.
need black men. So now you want me to protect you though when you do need a black man. So this is why it bothers me. So if most of women are raising these kids and kids are men too, what are you telling your child? What are you telling the men in your family? What are you telling your sons, your nephews and stuff? If you don't need a black man to protect you, you don't need a black man. I can do this on my own. You got kids growing up listening to that. Do you think that's going to affect them? You think they're not listening? So
Absolutely.
then you just bringing up a whole nother society of I don't care. You know what I'm saying? You cannot keep putting that out to no kids and letting them hear that. And I mean, you're raising a whole nation. You're raising a tribe of people.
Yep.
So
Yep.
if you get that responsibility to do that, you cannot go on saying, well, I don't need no man because I make this and I make that and I make this. Let me tell you something. I'm going to put it out there. Since this feminist movement has started, the feminist movement is not in the best interest of a black woman. It's all for the other races. A feminist movie, you are not going to get anything from it, but your man gone from your house. You didn't know they started taking men from the house back, like you said, the 70s, the 80s. All this is already put down that you need to. And let me tell you something. Why are they trying to get rid of men out the house? Why? Because women will always go with what somebody tells them to do. I'm not gonna put it in a bad way. Women listen and but a man is harder to get a man to do something than a woman. So if you remove that protector from
That's
that,
right.
they are able to get the whole community. You know what I'm saying?
Tell it, Miss Carol. You absolutely right.
Right.
That's why, as a woman, you need your protection. So all these women that's going back telling you you don't need a man, they going home to their man, laughing and going to bed. When their man tell them you better get off that ladder, you better come on. And I'll come back and talk bullshit to you once the next day comes. You got to have more of a mind than that.
All right,
Number
Miss
Wow.
Carol, I don't even want to cut you off. I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm
oh,
gonna say this, and I don't mean this. I would never, I would never be. My attempt is to never come off being cocky or arrogant or toxic or none of these words. But I'm gonna say
right.
this.
Jay, hold on real fast.
What's
Put,
up?
put Nikki's comment up before the last one she just commented on. Put that
What,
comment
Nick?
up, and I'm gonna walk out because I gotta go back to work. But I'm gonna be in the bushes listening.
Okay, all right. I
Not
appreciate you, bro.
that
Appreciate you, bro.
comment, the one she did before that one.
Before
I
that
want
one.
everybody to look at that comment because she made such a great point there.
Let me find it. Let me find it. Let me find it. Uh, is it above Odom's? Oh, I heard it right here. Right here. Right here. Right
Yeah,
here.
that one right. Yeah, you got that one. No, 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 not that one. It's the one after that. It's
After
right
that
in
one,
between. It's right above Happy Mac comment.
right above Happy. Okay, all I see is her speaking. Let me
I
find it.
mean
Let me
after
find it.
yeah. No, it's between Happy Mac and Tanya S comment.
Okay.
about
Oh, right here. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
right. And I'm gonna step down. Hey, thank you for having me. I'm gonna be letting the butchers listening. I'm on my way back to work, so I'm gonna holler at y'all. Hey, great live, great great topic. Everybody is really on point with this, and
Yeah.
I thought Carol was gonna come up and give us some, you know. But anyway, yeah, that part. All right,
All
y'all.
right,
Hey,
Roo.
All
Be
right, man.
cool,
I
Big
appreciate it.
Rooster.
We'll
All
holler,
right,
fam.
all right.
Hey, you know something else to Miss Carol before she get back into it, then I'm gonna give it back to Miss Tanya and we all gonna talk. We're gonna get back into this content if y'all got time.
Mhm.
But and again, I don't want to say this or mean this to be to be toxic. I hope y'all have watched me long enough, watched this channel long enough. Y'all know my heart is to be respectful, respectable, to be a gentleman, to treat every woman and man on here that I encounter the same way I would respect and treat my mama and my uncles, right? But at the same time, one of the reasons my wife cool with me doing some of the stuff we done did in life is because it may come off as toxic or cocky or this or that, but the fact that she know if somebody come wrong, I'm gonna beat their ass or worse, it's the same reason why she feels safe with me. I don't know a better way to put it. I don't know a more polite, more PC way to put this. Maybe you want to know your man to beat somebody ass if they walk up and slap you on the behind or disrespect you or call whatever. And I'm willing to give words a walk away. I'm still willing to give words a walk away, right? Baby,
Mhm.
they not worth it. Let's go, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
But if
Yep.
you come with some physical, or if you get too close off in the proximity, and I gotta protect this woman that I went to her mom and dad and asked them, Mr. and Mrs. Such and such, may I have your daughter hand? I'm gonna
That's
love her,
right.
I'm gonna help, I'm gonna protect her. You damn right I'm ready to beat somebody ass. But now I gotta
Yep.
be toxic, I gotta be horrible, I gotta be, and that's so not me. I
Mhm.
don't know what to do no more. So I don't, and I'm a married, hold on, happily, happily married man. I ain't studying nobody, ain't nobody studying me. Uh, I'm at that age in life where I'm happy as hell in some cargo shorts and a t-shirt, minding my business, doing whatever the hell I'm doing.
Yep.
So my heart goes out uh to these fellas out here who really don't know what to do, when to intervene, when to say something, when not to say something, when I don't know, but I'm gonna get back to the ladies. Miss Carol, you please go ahead, and then Miss Toya, and then we're gonna get back to Brother Vision.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what I'm getting from all this is most people that you hear saying that I don't need a man, all this stuff, most of these people are toxic. I don't believe that these people are growing up around men. I don't know if they left home early because something happened to them, but most of the people seem that way. Maybe they don't get along with their mama. Maybe they don't get along with nobody in the family. They the black sheeps or something. I don't know. I just know that apparently if as a woman, if I heard my man say or black men say, I don't like you, I don't want to be with you, I don't need you. Okay, you tell me that. I'm not gonna want to be around you either. So why is it they keep saying that and expecting a man to say, oh, I still feel the same way about you, I still love you, I still whatever? That's craziness. I'm not gonna sit up there and tell nobody that I'm happy with them, but you telling me that you don't want to be me, you're not happy with me. So when you get toxic people like that, you just gotta get rid of them people. That's who the people is on these lives and stuff, or people that have not been in healthy relationships. If you're not a healthy person, you ain't gonna be in no healthy relationship. And if you have never had that love from another man or another woman, then you don't really know. So you keep just flopping
Mhm.
off at the mouth saying, yeah, I don't need this, I don't need that. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't got your own mind and you ain't never had that kind of relationship. So that's what I'm thinking from it.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave that there.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Miss Tracy.
Hello.
Something that
Uh-huh.
a lot said. That's the
Y'all faded now. I'm sorry. I had a call come in. Um,
You're breaking up, Jay. Go ahead, Miss Toya.
Okay, sorry y'all. They called me to my doc, so I got to get out of here. But this is great information. Um, you know, with me, I'm constantly looking at person's character. How
Yep.
they do my family. I got my adulting daughter,
Right.
grandson. You know, and at the end of the day, how they doing you. I mean,
That's right.
I, I appreciate the men's that come in my life, but you know what? I'm watching. I'm
That's right.
watching.
As you should.
I'm watching how you do me. I'm watching how you do my folks. You know, my and when you come correct, you be treated correct.
Yeah, there you go. Now you're talking. That's right.
So if they come up here, acting food, I mean, like people can tell you all kind of beautiful things, but if behind closed door, you
Yep.
know, when things are good, they treating you bad.
Yep.
You know,
Right.
so man, I mean, it's like do unto others. I don't know. I All I know is marriage is hard, but it's a beautiful thing. It is a
Yes.
partnership. It is hard work. You know, I've had my moments of that, and then I had moments where I'm not in that. So
Mhm.
at the end of the
All
day,
right,
you got to be good to each other.
That's
And
it.
a man is what a
right,
man is, and no
right.
woman or anything can change that. He is what he is.
Yep.
He's got certain traits and stuff that make him him, and
Yep.
Yeah.
as a
Right.
woman, you got certain
Can,
traits and stuff that make you you. So
me again now.
You breaking up, Jay, but we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
There you
I
go.
hope it gets better. Okay, okay. I just wanted to and thank y'all for holding it down for me. I missed a little bit of that, but I do want to get to what Lala said because it's fair because this is a conversation for everybody. I'm gonna drop that link again. I know Lala be busy if she got time and she want to come up, and I got to get to some of this content. And
yeah,
I'm gonna say this before I get to Vision because this is because Vision said earlier, he told his significant other, I don't need you, I want you. And I'm gonna let him define that by what he meant in response to Lala's question. But I'm gonna speak for myself on this part before he goes. So,
That's
um,
it.
Gina, what's going on, Gina versus Gina, and CGS, what's going on, family? Thank y'all for being in here. If I didn't speak to CGS earlier, I want to say this. Um, I personally don't. Okay. Understand, Lala. She can't come up, but maybe you can hear this part. So for me personally, like I said, everybody don't agree on everything 100%. But I can't say I don't not understand what vision is meaning based off of uh my personal experience and how I've lived and what I mean by this. For one, I'm of the mindset that uh we need each other. That's my mindset. But at the same time, and I believe that strongly. I want my wife. I need my wife. We need each other. But I understand where vision coming from because everything is a matter of context. Uh,
Right.
if push come to shove, I have absolutely no problem living either in the hood or living out in the bush or living in the jungle somewhere, not washing my ass for 2 weeks, killing every or finding everything that I'm finna grow. And my wife is a country girl and she can get down and she got boundaries that a whole lot of other women ain't got. And we've went through some of those over here since we've been living in rural Africa.
Mhm.
And I think sometimes that's where the contextual part
Yep.
becomes maybe misunderstood because I think it was the show. Now I don't know how real it is. I don't know this or that. And this ain't no macho man dude type trying to do no shit like that. But it was y'all know these shows they got like Survivor and make it in the wilderness and all of this kind of stuff.
Naked and afraid. Yeah.
Now, okay, so it was Naked and Afraid. Now it's an old clip. A lot of people have seen this. That's just these women. I'm not saying this go for all women because you got some real survival, even in the survival community. Some of them might be in this chatter in the bushes. So I'm not saying all women, but I understand what he mean because
Yep.
it's more likely that a dude is at peace with your under yonder getting a little musty, with you having to kill something and then go cook it. You ain't got no salt, no pepper, no nothing. You just trying to get some sustenance. Uh, we don't have the same complexities and hygiene issues and needs and all. So I'm not saying women can't make it. I'm just saying if that makes any sense. Vision, Carol, do y'all see where I'm going with this? If that
Yeah.
Oh,
make any
absolutely.
okay.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful balance. And like I told the COO when I told her, I told her this, I said, don't take this personally when I tell you this, because I'm going to explain myself. And I flat out told her, this was the third day that we had met. I said, I don't need you. I told her, I said, I have my own home. I have a job. I live in the country.
Okay.
And I told her, I said, if any of this is an issue with you, please let me know. I said, I chose you. I want you. I see great things in you. And I think we together can do some amazing things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I get it.
And
Yeah.
and she was speechless.
I, I
And
yeah.
other than the smile from ear to ear, we've been thick as thieves ever since.
There you go. And you know what, bro? I've heard women say the same thing. And this just me. I told you. Vision, my brother, we always gonna be tight, but we don't agree on everything to the same extent. Hell,
Right,
I look here. I've heard women say that same thing, that they don't need a man, they want a man, and I believe them strictly because I don't give a damn. Because
right,
I'm married. You
Yeah.
shit, go for it,
right,
men and women. I
Yeah.
believe both sides. I don't give a damn what y'all got going on as long as y'all happy and healthy and prosperous and whatever your goals and ambitions is, you better
Yeah.
get your ass out there and do it. Cause
right.
I'm not gonna miss no meals or
That's
not
right.
pay no you
Yeah.
so yeah, yeah. Uh
And she told me what she wanted to do. And I said, we can do that.
mm-hmm.
And I ain't gonna put all our business out there, but she said something to me. She said something to me, man, that ain't no woman on this planet ever said to me. And I'm gonna share it. And
Yeah.
look, here she go tipping in listening. She said, she said to me, if you lead, I will follow.
Mm, mm, mm,
Okay.
mm. Hey bro, that's
So
powerful.
she
That's
put it
powerful.
back on me
Hey,
as the man, as the protector, as the provider, as the covering for our family.
mm-hmm.
And Miss Carol, I think it was either Miss Carol or Miss Toya that said something. You know, first thing I'm gonna watch how you treat my kids, because if you can't love my kids as your own, you ain't got a chance in blue blazes to be with me,
See? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
because my kids come first in my life. And if you can't absorb that and fall in place with that, we nothing will happen.
And that makes sense to me.
And vice versa.
And vice versa. Because
Yeah,
I've heard a whole lot. I've heard a whole lot of women say that they may be single mothers and they looking for a relationship. Single dads looking for a relationship. I
right.
think it's just applicable both ways, like you just said, my brother. Um,
Absolutely.
I understand, man. You gotta. It's this complicated, and I love having people with experiences that I don't have to touch on these kinds of issues because I ain't nobody daddy. So what the hell I look like getting up here talking about what y'all saying right now? But it makes sense to me, and I agree with it, and I'm glad that people out there are finding love and finding people who can accept and understand that something that existed before you has a greater priority and presence in my life. And if we can find duality and make it all come together, it'll be a beautiful thing. But
Right.
Yeah, I mean, shit, it is what it is. If y'all still got time to get into some of this content with me, because I want to get back to
Absolutely.
Yeah.
so a lot of people done came in. Oh, God dog it. I lost all of it when the internet went out, man. Y'all go
I
ahead
got
and
you.
okay, go ahead, keep talking, bro. I'm gonna get this back loaded back up.
Yep, go ahead. But yeah, and the first thing I did was, I told her, I said, bring the girls over because I want to sit down and talk to them. She has daughters, absolutely beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And, had a conversation with them and said, I am going to love you as my own, but I'm also going to treat you and discipline as
Sorry
my
about
own.
sorry about that, Vision.
And
I'm gonna shut this down in a minute.
yep, I won't say nothing to you that I wouldn't say to my own children.
See?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You know, as a woman, we have I'm just gonna say this. We have a problem with the way it's a word game. I ain't gonna say it's a game, but it's a play on words.
right,
Because I also, as a woman, had this problem. So whenever I was in a relationship with somebody or whatever, or I just heard people say, the man is the head of the household. I got a problem with that. And it ain't that I got a problem with that. It's a problem with the words. And so if a
I
woman has a
understand that
problem
too.
with the words of it, so what I had to do, I was just like, you ain't the head of the household. I know I'm supposed to listen to some things, but I ain't gonna listen to everything because I got my own mind, blah, 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 right? And
Mm-hmm.
so,
right,
but what as I grown, I've learned that it's not all about that. It's not that. It's just that I don't like them words because
right,
I'm an individual. So let's put the words a different way because really, a woman is the person who's really running that household. But
of
as a
course.
woman, I know I'm gonna leave the words off and let you think that you running the household. You know what I'm saying? But
I
also, you have your role. But it was just to play on the words. And so when a woman say, I don't need you, what they saying is, I have my own income, but I want to be with you. So, but a lot
mm-hmm.
of women don't know how to just put that not, you don't tell nobody I don't need you because that's real bad. You know what I'm saying? And you
Right.
get too many
Absolutely.
people saying that, then it turns, it's just really, really bad. So
Yep.
growing up with my daddy, he always told us, okay, if I hear that people getting robbed, then I'm gonna lock my door. He said, but when I'm trying to tell y'all, don't go out a certain time. If you go out a certain time, don't wear a certain thing. Make sure you got somebody with you. A lot of women get mad at that too because they think you're trying to run their life when all you're trying to do is keeping them safe.
Right.
Play on the
That's
word.
right.
Play on word.
Ooh, ooh. Hold on, Miss Curry. You said about 4 5 miles
Yes,
before you found. I
indeed.
got the.
Okay.
I'm gonna get to this content,
Okay.
but I'm gonna touch on what Miss Curry said, and then I'm gonna go to Miss D's Hollywood Garden. So I'm gonna say, in the spirit of fairness and honesty, I see you back there, Miss Jones Truth. Let me see you real quick, and then you can turn your camera back off. Uh, so in the spirit of fairness and honesty, okay, you good, Miss Jones, and you can turn your camera back off. I'll bring you up. Now, in the spirit of fairness and honesty, I can only assume because I ain't never been no woman, I ain't never been nobody mama or auntie or nothing like that. But I'm gonna say this. I understood with my whole heart what Miss Carol just said, because I'd be damned if I'm a grown ass woman and I want somebody telling me who I'm equally yoked with, you finna be the head of this or head just because of the language, the verbiage. And we can't
Right.
pretend because we being fair and we be some dudes is assholes. Some of y'all just assholes. You know
Yep.
probably one right now. You probably in the bushes ain't even gave me a thumbs up because you an asshole. Keep
Yeah.
listening. So so I understand what Miss Carol's saying when she's saying the language. It's like why you gotta say it like that. I don't think that make women I don't think that make women overly sensitive to that. I think women, I know for a fact, women have had a lot to overcome. They didn't even have a lot of their own rights until the 1970s. Boy, the 70s keep coming up. It might be a pivotal decade, ain't it? Might
Uh,
maybe.
yeah. Hello. Don't we? That's a whole nother lie,
That's a
bro.
whole nother live vision. That's a whole nother live. But
And
yeah,
definitely.
so you got boy, I'm gonna kill you and your whole family.
Don't hurt him, Hammer.
Gotta know. So I understand what Miss Carol's saying, but
Yep.
this is the thicker, this the deep of it. Sweet Thumb, I dropped that link for you if you want to come up, bro. Whenever you want to get rid. Miss D's Hollywood Garden said they're pushing relationship divide on the black community like crack in the 1980s. Strong mindsets need to survive this attack.
Yep.
Miss D's, I'm only gonna disagree with you in one way.
Okay.
The only way I'm gonna disagree with you is that this time it's everybody. Now, crack hit black folk hard in the 80s and 90s and all of that. But with this, what we dealing with right here, with this whole men got to hate women and women got to hate men and ain't nobody dating and hookup culture and the families damn near decimated. That's everybody in America. Now, other groups may have a little bit more strength because of, I don't know, maybe they from different countries, maybe they got their own community. You got a plethora of communities in the US from different countries, and they have a cohesion that the black community used to have but don't have currently. But you 100% right about this whole. I'm gonna say, I'm saying it with my whole chest, and damn it, I ain't taking it back. It's at a point now. This shit's an agenda. It is an
It is.
agenda,
Yep.
That's right.
I
Yep.
agree.
and I
I
don't care
agree.
if it ain't $35. Somebody ain't getting paid to get on here and say some of the dumb shit.
That's true.
It's like you already got your script, and you done probably already got your pay because it just don't make no sense. But
May I say?
for people who on the fence,
Right.
go ahead, Ms. Jones. I'm sorry, go
Okay.
ahead,
I hope
please.
you all
Welcome
can
in.
hear. I hope you. I hope
Thank
you.
you for
Yeah.
being
It's good to be here. I hope you can hear me. But you know
loud
what?
and clear,
The
loud and clear.
agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe it's always been an agenda. The agenda. But 9 times out of 10, our community is the experimental group.
Right.
Then when it works with our
Ooh, come
community,
on, Miss Jones.
it spreads everywhere else.
Yep.
And when we started making,
Come
and
on.
when I say we, I'm including everybody. Me too. When we started
Mm-hmm.
allowing the agenda in our houses and to babysit our children and to teach our children, then the poison starts oozing in too. But we weren't watching for the poison. We just allowed it to come in because we saw a little bit of good and ignored the bad. So
Yep.
when those agendas come into your house and social media becomes your learning tool,
There you
it's
go.
trust and believe it's more evil in that than it is good.
Yep. There you
And
go.
that's what we
Yes, ma'am.
allowed to happen. And we literally allowed it to happen.
Yes, we did.
Literally.
You right, Miss Jones, and that tie into what Happy Mac said. I think it's the super rich, the politicians like in power, the way they want strife, hate each other, and for all of us weak, and we do what they say, which is why I'm finna say this. I'm gonna say this. Before I go back and forth with you and fight with you and make a big scene and this and that, I'm gonna leave you alone altogether. It's
That's
enough
right.
hate in the world. And if I can't do nothing else, my answer to it all is to ignore your ass to the best of my abilities. And as long as it ain't physical, baby, your words may hurt me. They may sting, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna wake up in the morning, go out there and get me some egg. Everything gonna be fine. Everything, life
Right.
gonna keep pushing.
Right. The
And,
sun is
and,
still going to shine.
the
Yep.
Yes,
sun
it
still
will.
gonna shine. And Pete, somebody, whenever I just throw all of my heart and soul into hating somebody making money off of that. They
Sure.
don't know me. They ain't never met me a day in their life, but folk out here making money off of hate,
Yep.
and I
You-
refuse to play. I'm
And
not
it's
You're right.
playing.
wasting my time.
Yeah, and let me say this vision.
That's,
And you and I see, we come from an age where if we disagreed, we just disagreed. We might
Right.
fall
that's
out,
it.
we might argue, or now and again
Mhm.
we might even fight. But still, we knew that we just disagreed. It didn't stop us from loving each other. It didn't stop us
Right.
from supporting each other. It didn't stop us from caring for each other. But now
Right.
you can't even disagree because then you're the one who's being accused of being hate. You're the one who's being fed the hate. You're the one who's hating and doing all the evil. And all you did was disagree. It
Right.
started
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
And
Yes,
now
ma'am.
that you can't disagree with anybody, and then you're still wrong if you agree with everybody. Because
That,
then they say you're confused. You don't stand for nothing. My God, that's the only thing I can stand for right now is my God.
amen.
Yes, ma'am.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Miss Carol, Vision, y'all got anything? Miss Jones, before I get into this next piece of content, because I'm gonna play this because this getting back to what we talking about right now,
I'm
and
gonna
I
wait till
really.
you play this and then I'm gonna say something. I got something to that after you play it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss Carol. So as y'all can see, this content creator is responding to a question that was proposed to them. The question is for those who listening and can't see. Oh, by the way, everybody in here, thank everybody for coming in. If y'all haven't shared this live out, please share this live out. Thank you for being here. Uh, you can connect with one another by dropping hashtag BCIAC into the chat and checking out each other, checking out everybody. Um, so the question is, and for greater context, this is some of the emotions. I'm not even gonna say it's right or wrong, whether I disagree with it or not. I'm just gonna say this. This is a part of the multitude of what, since this young lady who was wrongly assaulted with a
Yeah.
brick, with a physical item, she was wrongly assaulted. I don't care if she was running her mouth up in
Mm-hmm.
Right.
his face. Dude, you bigger, you stronger, walk away. When it
Yep.
get physical, that's a whole nother thing. But if a woman in your yapping yap, like whatever, man, unless if you pick her up and set her aside so you can get out the door and leave even more, that's one thing. But don't be throwing blows and all of that. So he wrong. And that's what we talking about for those who don't know the topic of conversation. So the question is, there's no justification for her getting hit with a brick, yet saying someone random should have intervened is also crazy. Now, this is her response to that. This is her response to that. Let's get into
Okay.
it, family.
Incident where the black guy got assaulted by the white guy, and all those black men came to
Oh,
his
let me
rescue.
take it back.
And
Let me take it back so it'll make
take
sense.
very interesting because I think back to the Alabama boat incident where the black guy got assaulted by the white guy, and all those black men came to his rescue and helped him.
I forget who it was in the chat. It might have been TX Lala. It might have been Sonia or Ton. It might have been Tanya, I think. First off, you see how when they said something about reactionary
Right.
and pieces of something about $1 worth of information. You got $100 worth of shit to say with $1 worth of information.
Right.
You up here conflating stuff so deeply and so profoundly. Because if you would go back, even though it was a month ago and everybody done forgot about it and people done quit making all the chairs and all of that shit, most of those people who intervened, well, the true story, most of those people who intervened, those were his co-workers. That 16-year-old that jumped off the boat, if I'm not mistaken, y'all correct me, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
under the impression from everything that I saw at the time, some of the first people to jump in. That's why that youngster couldn't wait. He didn't wait because it was a personal relationship. It
See?
was
Right.
someone that he knew. So after you done seen something on TikTok or on YouTube or on Instagram, and the
Mm-hmm.
shit 16 to 17 hours old, you literally up here with some of the most horrible stuff to say about men from your community, and you
Yep.
using an analogy that ain't really applicable because they're still not a stranger. They co-workers. I done had a couple of co-workers. I'm willing. I ride for them. They would ride for me. It's
Yep.
two different situations. It's apples and oranges. But I'm gonna shut up so we can get through it, family.
I wonder to myself if, because of this situation with Roe, and nobody intervened, no black man intervened, I wonder if it's because black men are actually afraid of other black men.
Lord have mercy.
I'm not gonna
No,
Why
no.
we gotta be scared? Why we? I'm gonna let you go, Miss
Right.
Carl. But Why we gotta be scared, and why do I have to be scared
Right.
of just black men? I take threats seriously. Can we word it like that? I don't give a damn
See?
what color you are. I assess and I take threats seriously. You could be black, you could be white, you could be I don't whatever color you is, but to say with the little pinch of information that your ass got, and I'm finna get into that later because a whole bunch more stuff then came out now. But I'm gonna play one more thing, Miss Carol, if you will
Okay.
forgive me and be
No,
so
go
kind.
ahead.
I'm gonna play one more because things done changed since people jumped on here saying stuff like that, but it still sticks because you putting something out into the universe. You putting energy out here. I'm just gonna play it. I'm gonna play it.
Up in the middle of the fight for these independent women. I thought y'all didn't need no man. I am not protecting no woman that's not my wife, that's not my mom, no woman I don't know. I'm not getting in the middle of that fight. That's their business. What if I was a bystander, I end up getting hurt and I end up getting killed? Then what? I have a family to go home to. What does any of that have to do with you asking that girl if she was okay? See, it's not just about Roe being.
I gotta stop it right there, and here's why. I don't know this creator personally, but I do have a question. How the hell do you know that nobody asked her was she okay? How
Yep.
do you know that nobody called the police or the ambulance? How do you know that nobody came to her aid?
Mm.
Everybody just a lot of people running with one side of it's always three sides.
Yep.
His side, her side, and the truth.
Yep.
And I'm gonna play some here in a little bit where it's starting to come out because again, y'all, this shit literally just happened day 4 yesterday, and this folks who done planted their flags. They
Wow.
done planted their flags. But we gonna be all right as a community. We gonna survive. Okay, bet we'll see. But it's more of this than y'all could imagine. But let's finish out, and I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna get the Carol.
Mhm.
Harmed, being hit with a brick, and the black men around her not doing anything to intervene. It's also about the layers of nothing that was done for her. Like this comment says, the lack of empathy from the men in the crowd is appalling, and it absolutely is. And I think that's what hurts so bad to see. Because I can understand to a certain extent why you would freeze in an emergency situation like that. But you do know that as a man that you are capable of more than violence, and there are things that you can do to intervene in the situation that involve care, right?
Mm, mm, mm. I'm gonna
Now,
stop.
y'all are all
I'm gonna stop it right there. I'm gonna stop it. Miss Carol, please go ahead and have your say, and then we'll get to Vision and back to Miss Jones.
Okay, so what I got to say is there's a difference in being, when people go ahead, like for the men or whatever, they gonna take care of people. If you are, I'm gonna say this: how you carry yourself is how you are treated. I don't care if it's fair or not in this world. There's nothing I can say about that, but it's the truth. Now, this girl came out. This rapper girl came out with a brown booty hole. Okay, right there, that's her song. In my life, if I was to meet her, do you think I'm gonna respect her? Do you think I'm gonna say, well, yeah, this is a person that I really need to take up for? And I know that's not good. That I'm not thinking about taking care of you because you acting like you a hoe. But the thing is, you got to have respect for yourself. And okay, Jay, let me put it like this: if that situation had took place and I was there, and I'm telling you, you got to know how your role is as a woman. If you acting like a woman, and I know these people, whatever should have took place, but you got to really say, our men get killed at a really, really high rate. Do you think
Mm-hmm.
people just gonna go to bat for somebody like you said they don't know? You out here acting all whatever ways, you know what I'm saying? But then
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna come to bat for you? I don't know. I wouldn't even wanted my son to jump in that. I'm gonna tell you right now. Now, what my son probably would have did if he seen that man talking in that lady face like that, he probably would have called the police right away. You know what I'm saying? Don't
Right.
nobody even know if you called the police right away. But if you die, and then what the girl gonna do? Well, whatever, whatever. Okay, but my child is gone. I mean, you just don't know the situation.
I,
So I don't
I
really know, but okay, go ahead, Jay.
no, no, I understand, Miss Carolyn. I'm gonna say this so it makes sense for everybody before we go to vision. Hey, Tack, let me see you back there, and I'll bring you up, bro. Um, I got you, fam. I got you. Uh, I'll put it like this so it makes sense to everybody.
Okay.
I'm gonna give a quick analogy on why I understand what Miss Carol's saying. We're in a hotel right now.
Okay.
We enjoying our anniversary little getaway for a while. Took some downtime. Now, if this hotel we in catch on fire,
Mhm.
my absolute first obligation is to get my wife the hell out of here. That's
Right.
my first obligation.
That's right.
That don't
That's right.
that don't mean that I won't come back and try to help other people. If I can douse some water on my ass and wrap myself in a cool towel and come
Yep.
back in and try to
Mhm.
get more, you damn right I will. But my first obligation on this planet is to the woman that I promised my life, affection, and love, and the rest of my life to. So if anybody got hard feelings with me about giving am about my family first off, who the hell are you? Who are you to have that opinion of me? And secondly, if you really about that life, let me turn my camera on. Hold on.
Okay.
You really about this life? You really when was the last time your ass been encountered since you bout it? When was the
Uh-huh.
last time you had one of them cold ass bologna sandwiches, wondering who done pissed on it before they
See?
gave it to you, but you
Mm.
bout that
Hello.
life? When was the last time you done ducked a bullet? When was the last time a mortar came
That's
your
right.
way? But you bout that life. You bout it on the internet and shit, but in real life, baby, you
Yep. There you
matter
go.
of fact,
That's exactly.
matter of fact, I'm sorry. Brother Vision, please go ahead. Go ahead. I'm getting
No,
carried away.
you right. And see, when she talk about the lack of empathy by black men that were there, first of all, if I'd have been there with like my family,
Mm. There
I'm
you
gonna
go.
think twice what I'm gonna do because it's gonna affect my family. I
Mhm.
probably would have went straight to her to make sure she's okay
Yeah.
while watching this brother with a brick or whatever it was he hit her in the head with, and making sure she's okay. Now, if he gonna get crazy with me, only thing I'm gonna say is you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Mm. There you
Mm-hmm.
go.
But
Yep.
you know, check on her. You ain't got to even speak to him.
Yep.
But for her to say no black men, no empathy, please, lady, you done lost your mind. That could
Yep.
have been a boyfriend girlfriend spat. She could be home with him right now.
See? See?
And for context, for those who don't know what happened, so this young lady who was wrongly, I'm gonna say this again,
Yep.
wrongly assaulted. No woman, man, or child should be physically assaulted, put their hands on somebody unless they defending themselves. That's one.
Right.
For two, again, I'm gonna say this so everybody understand what's going on. The the the, the video is this young lady with her phone. Her face is severely swollen. She may even have some broken bones in her jaw, saying that none of these ends protected me. None of them stepped in. None of this did that. Now it's coming out more and more that people did call the police. They didn't know what happened. The people who called, apparent allegedly, who called the police, they saying, hold on, we all over the internet. We ain't got nothing to do with this. We work across the street. We walked over to the convenience
Wow.
store, and now it's coming out that she never called allegedly she never called the police. She never called the ambulance for herself. Bystanders, the same people that she's saying didn't do ish to help her, are the ones who actually called on her behalf. And if you got people out here making stuff like this, and again, this is when the story was barely 24 hours old.
Right.
It's absolutely amazing. But I'm gonna go to Miss Jones Truth, and then I'm gonna get down to tack.
Okay, I'm just listening. Like you said, Jay, there's three sides: his side, her side, and the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me give you a hypothetical situation. I don't know the whole story. I wasn't there. I'm not
Me
going
neither.
claiming I'm there.
Yes, ma'am.
Just suppose those guys were standing there. Okay. And see, I'm just going by stuff I've seen on social media. Okay. Just
Hmm.
suppose those guys were standing there and she walked by, who knows? And suppose somebody tried to hit on her. And I've seen too many times one or two or three guys standing around. And if the girl not interested, instead of her just saying, well, I'm not interested and thank y'all for the compliment or whatever, and going about her business, it's like, nah, none of y'all ain't no good, and blah, 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 and you start flipping off at your mouth. Well, I've seen in person that has had a very bad effect. That means a few minutes later, when that person get in trouble, the same people they talked about and tried to humiliate, they did nothing. So, like I said, you never know how
Mm.
it is. And sometimes you got to look at how you treat people. How do you treat people? Do you think it? And I'm not saying they said they were across the street. All they might have heard was a noise. That's all they might have heard. And you know, sometimes
Right.
when you hear noise, you go and see what. Some of us is nosy and go see what it is. I know I ain't that nosy. I don't know. I don't want to know. I'm not trying to see. But you
Right.
never know all the facts. So you can't just and see. This is what I hate about social media. You get one little report, and 10 minutes later, 10 million views, and everybody got an opinion. And it's not fair.
Got
Take
yes, ma'am.
a minute. Take a minute to read the whole story. I took time to find out the whole story about the boat incident. I took time, I read. I wanted to see what
Hmm.
was going on. I wanted to understand. I
Uh-huh.
wanted to listen to both sides. And then form an opinion. But also, if you have an attitude about black men, why would you expect black men to help you? Why would you expect help from
That's
anybody?
that's from a woman.
I was, yeah,
That's from a
I was raised that if people treat you well, you take your time to help them.
That's
But if
right.
but if people treat you bad, you stay away from them. Because see, I'm not gonna get killed. See, this is one of the things. Let me just give you this an example. This is one of the things I used to beat my children's butts for when they was coming up. And I mean, I whooped their butt. For those who don't like discipline, do it your way. The Bible says, "Thou shalt beat them with a rod and save their soul from hell." I saved a lot of souls. But the thing is, the thing is, I sent my daughter and my nieces, and they were raised together because my sister was killed when she was 21 in a car accident. So I helped raise her girls. They were raised as sisters. I let them go to a party, not a party, event downtown. And when they came back, they had been in a fight. So I'm like, "What is the fight about?" And my niece says, "Well, my friend went and got into a fight." I said, wait a minute. Your friend, who started the fight? Who threw the first blow? Well, my friend got mad because such and such. Oh, so your friend started the fight. You can go and risk your life, your saying your cousin's life, because your friend started a fight and you got them involved in it.
Right.
I tried to take the skin off her butt. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's right. That's
People
right.
need, if you do something wrong, you must suffer the consequences. That's the problem with the society. Nobody wants to suffer the consequences of their actions. I don't know the whole story about what happened to this woman. I still say if this man is bigger and taller, whatever, he could have did anything but pick up a brick. He could have just walked away. But I don't know what she did either. So I can't say, well, no, I still don't believe a man should hit a woman. But on the other hand, he could have, if he wanted to hit, he could have used his hand. Because my thing is this: if you put your hands on me, you're going to get some hands back. And I'm a Christian. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I ain't learned that turn the other cheek yet. But
I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad
do you
at you.
understand what I mean? I taught my sons, don't ever hit a woman. But if one is bad
Right.
enough to hit you, you knock her out. So the next time she'll think twice before she hits somebody else. Keep
That's
your
right.
hand to yourself. See, the
Yep.
rules are simple. The thing is, the rules are simple, Jay. The life rules are simple. If you just look at them just the way they are, you won't have no problems. But we want to complicate them with, well, with this and that and the other, and because this is this way, and well, now it's that way. So you're complicating what's normally simple. That's why you got a mess today. Because the things are simple, you done complicated till don't nobody understand them. Don't nobody know what to do. I understand black men don't know what to do.
Yep.
Because the rules that got so complicated, nobody knows what to do.
Yep.
That's what I'm
That's it.
saying.
Well, I know what to do, and I'm with you, Miss Jones. Just like I told my son, I said you don't never start nothing, but if
Yeah.
somebody puts hands on you, you clean their clock.
Make sure you end it fast and quick.
That's what I told him. I said you are who you are, so handle your business, and we'll sort the rest out later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not a violent person. I don't believe in violence.
No,
I
me
really don't.
neither.
I
Me
really
neither.
don't. But I
But
do
I
believe.
believe. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Okay, I believe you can disagree, or you can have differences, or you can, just argue without all the violence. And just why is it we are so, what's the word I'm looking for? We are so sensitive. We just so sensitive. We just don't you tell me no, because I'm sensitive. You gonna hurt me. I'm just so sensitive. Where'd that come from? From all this stupid agenda and foolishness that the world has put out.
Yep.
That's all I do. And look, just because if you're sensitive, everything is gonna make you upset.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you
That's
wake up,
true.
if Vision wake up in the morning and I talk to Vision and he say it's sunny outside, and I say no, Vision, it's raining. Vision be, oh, I'm just so sensitive. How you disagree with me? Come on now.
No, I'll be like, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm going out in the garden.
I hear
Exactly.
you, but you
Right.
get me. But you get me.
Absolutely. I'm with you. You're absolutely right.
Can y'all hear me? I think I'm
Yeah,
back.
we hear you, Jay.
Yeah,
You back.
Okay, sorry about that,
yeah.
y'all. I'm between the hotel Wi-Fi, our modem. We just it seemed like 3 or 4 times a day. We just go through this little block. It's sorry about that, your family.
Well,
Right, bro.
I hear you, Jay. I was just in Youngstown for my 50th class reunion. It was the worst hotel. We didn't have coffee, a phone, or the internet.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I'd
Damn,
went
that
home.
that
Okay.
sounds fun.
No
That sounds
coffee.
fun.
That's a deal breaker. I'm out. See y'all. See y'all in another 50 years.
Good laugh.
Yeah.
Hey, Tack, you not connected. Drop down and come back, bro. I see you back there trying to get to you. And I see I'm going through the comments. I'm saying, and
But let me ask
uh,
you something, Jay.
yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Did any of y'all hear the story about this lady? I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that she said she was gonna, you know how they said that she keep going up to people, men, and slap them, and
Uh
then
huh.
she twerk and get up because that's what her channel is about. And
Uh
then
huh.
they said she has her 5-year-old daughter doing it too because she said she gonna break that what some break something, the gap or something that was going on. I don't know what it's called, but
Yeah.
Generational curse.
yeah, the generational curse. And so I'm thinking, so if you the type of woman that you got your 5-year-old twerking and don't see nothing wrong with
See?
that,
Yeah, that's a problem.
so then what? I ain't saying she should have got that or nothing that happened to her, but what is it that you expecting? What you putting out is not right. You're getting what you're putting out. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Don't put that stuff out there. Let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you a little thing that happened to me. So I went in the store, took my son to buy my suit. Okay, I am how y'all see me. I know how to be a woman. I'm a woman. So I go in there and the guy said, oh, what can I help you with, miss? What can I help your son? So he's treating us real nice and everything. The way that you're supposed to treat a person. My sister comes in there. My sister's a little diva, right? She a little out there. And she came
Mm-hmm.
in, what's up, Ian? And yeah, real, ghettoish like. But
Right. Right.
she came in like that. The dude whole personality changed. He was like, "Girl, what you talking?" Girl, and I was like, my son was like, "Mommy, do you see how he done switched up the way that?" But every time he came back to me, he went back to politeness, and I was just like, "Whatever you present as is what you're gonna get." Like if you're looking for a man, you don't go ask that man sexual questions about what you want and all this stuff in order to get a good man. You go and you be a woman. I mean, I don't know people know that you
I
can
see you,
switch
Tech.
up whenever you want to, but you gotta know how to be a lady to get lady treatment.
That's right.
No,
That's
I
right.
understand. I understand, Miss Carolyn. I'm gonna say this
Preach,
because
sister.
I know, and I'm still gonna say that I hate what
Yes,
happened to that
I
woman,
do.
but I understand what you mean as a woman. Some stuff can only come from women. It's only certain stuff that I'm gonna say to a degree because it sounds different coming from me than it would from another person from the same gender. Now, with that being said, before I get to tack, I'm gonna say I'm gonna talk about Gina versus Gina. What's up, everybody? Big sister. She said usually we have an opinion because we have experienced similar situations. I
Okay.
understand that 100%, but this is with some of the hate that I see out here
Yeah.
towards men and men towards women. But in this situation, I'm seeing a whole lot of women saying all black men ain't ish. You don't need this, that, third, yada yada yada. So the only thing I can say to that is okay. So we've
May
been
I
together.
quickly say,
We've been,
yeah,
we've been together since I've been me and April been together since our early 20s. Before that, my first love, whatever, uh couple of them. I ain't have a whole bunch of girls, you know what I'm saying? I was a real player with it, but at the same time, I done been cheated on, lied to, lied on, a whole bunch of stuff. And I still got homeboys from that era, and I'll say people I know. We ain't necessarily super close, but people I know that we still kind of cool. And I understand it. I'm not trying to diminish the significance of it, but I still know men. They men now. They were boys back then. Man, that shit happened back in '97, and you still. And it depends on what we talking about, because context matters. If
Right.
you've been physically assaulted, verbally assaulted, whatever, mistreated, all of those kind of go together. But physical abuse is worse.
Right.
Than I think anything.
exactly.
And SA
Yeah,
is worse. That's the worst thing you can do to another human being is violate them in that way.
Right.
exactly. But can I
With that
quickly
being
say,
said,
yeah,
hold on, Miss Jones,
okay.
real quick. With that being said, I understand that people react because they've been experienced in a thing, but if I had solely just been reactionary and allowed that to dictate my life, I wouldn't have had a wife for 21 years at this point because I would have been so involved with what happened wrong to me. I would have shut myself down and never allowed myself the opportunity to explore maybe somebody not being like that person that did me wrong. And for me, I'm gonna keep it a buck. It ain't like saying some men or this or that. It's women are. It's like it is a. There is. It seems to me an agenda of people on both sides because it's men this month. Next month it'll be a woman that maybe do something that maybe she shouldn't have done. It's got to be a reflection of the whole community, and it's gonna be dudes on here saying all women ain't ish and all women, you ain't nothing but a baby mama. I don't like it from either side.
Right.
I don't like it from either side. It's horrible from both sides. It starves our community from both sides. It's childish from both sides. We can't grow as a people from both sides. If you got a growing number of folk out here jumping on this bandwagon saying it's nothing that can ever happen in this life, and God keep me strong. I'm clutching my pearl. God keep me strong so I can stay true to my word.
Yeah,
I want to be the man or one of the men that will never utter the words, all black women ain't shit. I hope you will never, other than me saying it now for an example, but in anger, meaning that shit, there's certain stuff you don't do in anger unless you mean to do something about it. Raise your weapon and say shit like that. You don't go
Yep.
around saying all black. My mama black. How the hell could I say
Exactly.
all black women ain't shit? My sisters
Okay.
is black. My
Yep.
wife is black. What's wrong with brothers and sisters sitting up here saying that all of the other gender within their race ain't worth a damn? My God,
Exactly.
we got to come to grips with where we at. I'm sorry. Go ahead, whoever that
Exactly.
was.
Let me say this, then I'm gonna drop back in the bushes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
First,
ma'am.
first of all, the comment that Gina versus Gina made, she said that people, when they have similar experiences, they have form
Mm-hmm.
opinion.
Yeah.
I understand that, but here's the truth that everybody fails to look at. Similarity does not mean exactly the same. Just because it looks like, look, you just be I can show you two fur coats. They look similar, but one is fake and one is real. You
And one
don't
chinchilla.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know everything that's underneath the surface. We got to stop jumping on the surface and start swimming a little deeper to see the real cause of everything. And as far as that is, that's why I tried not to just jump on an opinion.
Because
I was like,
I think
because
back
look,
to the Alabama.
I've been cheated on by two different men in my life. The situations, if you look at them at the surface, they look the same. But when you dig deeper, there was big differences. So we need to realize that just because it looks like sometimes just because it looked like chinchilla, it could be something else. But what I'm saying is,
Right.
yeah, so to that, we have to remember sometimes similarities does not make it exactly like your situation. You have to look deeper. And the other thing you said, Jay, we're talking about you hope never to be the man that says all black women are the same. Amen to that fact. Because I will never say all black men are the same because I'm degrading my husband, my sons, and I would never do that. Because can you imagine how this world would look if instead of saying all black men are the same, we start out saying all black men are good until they show us different. Do you
Yes,
understand what I'm
ma'am.
saying?
Yes, ma'am.
If we
Yes, ma'am.
start, if you start turning it into a positive, maybe that positive, they say, that's a good black man. And then until you show me different, it's just like getting to know somebody. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. When I first meet you, I'll think you friendly, you nice and everything. And then if you show me different, then I could form an opinion. But from the get-go, I'm gonna assume I like to go, I like to do good assumptions. I'm gonna assume you are right until you show me different.
That's right.
So if we started, first of all, giving everybody the benefit of the doubt that they're good, then that will begin to change the narrative. And maybe if enough people hear that they are good, they'll start believing it themselves. Because now the attitude is, oh, well, since I ain't, then I'm just gonna act like that. It's
Right. Right.
it's what you feeding. You can't accept, you can't expect to plant corn and look for watermelon.
That's right. And
It don't work like that. Whatever you plant, that's what you're gonna get back.
right.
And now I've said what I need to say. It's good to see everybody and hear from everybody, but I'm in the bushes.
Okay.
And
Thank you,
and
Miss
and,
Jones.
All
and
right,
Jay, I,
then.
I gotta leave, but I gotta drop down too. But I'm gonna say this, y'all.
Okay.
Salt and sugar looks the same.
That's true. Oh, that's real, bro. That's
Salt
real.
and sugar look the same. So figured out all black men ain't bad. All black women ain't bad. All black men ain't good. All black women ain't good. Like Ms. Jones True said, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt because I don't care what you say. I'm watching what you're doing.
Facts, bro. Facts.
And with
Facts.
that, man, I appreciate you. Folks, do me a favor if you have not, please smash the like button. And if you so kindly see it fit in your beautiful personality and self, please share out this amazing live that my brother's talking
Thank
about
you, bro.
because, again, we talking about a topic that don't nobody want to talk about, but everybody needs to talk about. I appreciate you allowing me to be part of the panel. And man, you have a blessed evening, and I will see you soon.
Thank you, brother. And if y'all
All
didn't
right,
catch
bro.
Vision preparing this live from the other day, going over, yeah, he talked himself into getting some. Anyway, y'all get over there and check it out. Y'all get over there and check it out. But hey, what's up, motivation from the weightlifting geek? What's good, little bro? And I got Gina coming up here. Miss Jones is gone now, but I understand both sides, and that maybe that's why this kind of working a little bit. Because when you have conversations where it's like everybody on the side, it don't always go well. I'm just here to grown folk here to hear grown folks state their opinion. I ain't gotta agree. I ain't gotta disagree. We might agree and meet in the middle, whatever. But damn it, we grown. We can talk about it with respect and decency. And that's what's been happening so far. It's a beautiful thing. I can never thank Tactical Skill now and Miss Carol for their patience. I appreciate them, but I'm gonna say this just to let y'all know where my heart is and how I really feel. So look here, and I'm not gonna diminish what Gina said either. I do not disagree with that. However, this is why people form an opinion is because they seen situations for themselves. I agree with that, Gina. It's just the speed with which some people some it's almost like a human bot or a human troll. You got a whole lot to say on something that literally just happened. You don't know enough of the context or what all happened, this or that, to be as hateful as I see some people hating. I think it's deliberate. I think it's hurting our community. I think I forget who used that example earlier, but it's damn near like crack in the 80s in the black neighborhoods. Somebody doing this shit on purpose. And
Yep.
that's just how I feel about it. But before I get to tact, Miss Carol, if you don't mind, I got to get the tactical skill
Yeah,
now
go
because he
ahead.
been real patient. He ain't said nothing
Yep.
yet. I'm gonna say this just so y'all know where my heart at, and I don't want nobody to think I'm being funny or sideways or no shit like that. Let me turn my camera on. Now, if we get to one of these meetups, I'm telling y'all, I'm really trying to keep this a buck so y'all understand where my heart at. First person is always gonna be my wife, always. Period. That's my baby. I'm gonna protect her. Let's say we at a meetup, and the meetup is at a public space. We in the middle of wherever the hell we at, and everybody. It's the first time we done met, and I finally get to see you, and you get to see me, and we hugging and fighting and eating corn dogs, and everybody just happy as hell. Guess what? If some shit go down, after I know my wife good, I'm gonna be looking for the people that I know from on here. Even though we've been talking to each other for a year and a half, we just met 2 hours ago. Somebody done start shooting. I'm looking around for everybody I know. Get your ass under that table. Come over
Mhm.
here. I don't care if we got a skull drag ourselves. We finna skull drag up under this picnic table. Get your ass over here. Damn it, that ain't cover. That's concealment. You need to be behind something that can stop rounds. Get your ass over behind that wall over there. That's a picnic table. What the hell you doing? Like that's gonna be me. So
Mhm.
this is in every facet of my life. I feel
Yep.
like I'm not wrong for caring about those who I care about and know more than just strangers. That don't make me a bad person. That don't mean I'm not obligated to help if I feel obliged to. But this weird shit that's coming out now, like you ain't shit, or you not a man, or you a coward, or you this or you that. Babe, I don't. When was the last time you wondered if the aircraft you was in was finna go down?
Yep.
When was the last time you checked your mags and like shit? I got six left. So to be called a coward, like I mean, I'm not taking it personally because it ain't directed at me, but it's directed at people who look like me and my gender, which
Yep.
is weird. And I'm gonna say this too. I don't think that that's the majority of black women out here. I
I don't
think it's
think
loud as hell. I think it's loud as hell, but I'm still not thinking or convinced that that's the majority. This shit's man. Sometimes the call coming from inside the house, but I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna get to my man Tack, and then I'm gonna get to Miss Carol. Tack done went to the Dollar Tree, y'all. He ain't even listening no more. He ain't. Miss Carol, go ahead, jump off in here because
okay.
Tack ain't around. He went to Sonic.
Okay, so Jay, I'm gonna put it like this. This is how I'm feeling. You know, when they say that they don't need a man, black men, I'm just gonna put it as black. I had to put it out the way that I'm raised. So when they say that they don't need a black man or whatever, you put it out that way. why it's really bothering me, other than the ways because you got sons and all that, but because they'll go on to say, I think I'm gonna go to another race. Okay, well let me stop you right there. This is the thing. If you go to
Mm-hmm.
another race, you don't think that them women going through the same thing you going through? Just because they're another race don't mean they ain't going through. They might be going through. Matter of fact, they're going through it worse. I done been around. I have grew up and went to school and everything with every different race that there is. But let me tell you
Uh-huh.
something. They getting their butt whooped. They having troubles in their house with their man, just like everybody else.
For
And
sure.
for you
For
to
sure.
go right, you think you're gonna go to another race and it's gonna be different? It don't work like that. I know too many people that have other people from another race. It don't work like that.
Right.
So to think that the glory is gonna come when you get away from your people, you just decreasing our numbers. Okay, I'm done.
No, you good. I overstand. I overstand. And everybody, big sister is up here now. We got Gina versus
Hey,
Gina.
Gina.
What
Hey,
going on, man? Gina,
I
you
just
better
wanted to
go ahead
come.
and enjoy yourself.
I really don't know the story like that. I'm just my comments are based on what I'm hearing in the stream. I did
Uh-huh.
hear about it. I'm not gonna act like I didn't hear nothing about it, but I didn't hear the details about it. I just heard. I saw a headline about it more than hearing the story.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, so my opinion is not really so much based on this situation of her per se, but just of situations that may happen. And me and my
For sure.
husband have had this conversation before about past situations that have happened where I felt like um, black women weren't being protected. So I personally have had guys try to hit on me, and when I did not, I was like, no, thank you, in a polite, sweet way. I was verbally assaulted, and whatnot. And I'm sure a lot of women been through that. So it ain't always as simple as being sweet and whatever and things. That's just like being pulled over by the police. It ain't always about answering all the questions and following all the rules. We've seen videos of people who've done
Mm-hmm.
all the things and they
Mm-hmm.
still don't make it home to their family. So let's
Mm-hmm.
we got to get past that of whatever. And I think with because I like I said, I didn't hear the story of from her, but I think when people say all of anything, they're coming from a place of hurt.
Right.
So,
Right.
of course, from the situation that happened, she probably is feeling like, why didn't anybody try to come to my aid? She has every right to feel that way. Even if things were happening that she's not aware of, if there was people making phone calls, if there was whatever, she still you can't negate her feeling of what was happening in that moment,
Mm-hmm.
right,
Yeah.
wrong, or indifferent,
Uh,
because it's her emotion. That's why we know there's more than one side to every story. But her in her story, she feels like she was no one came to her aid.
I'm Gina. The reason and see, first off, man, shout out Big Sis. I'm glad everybody up here. I understand what you're saying, my sister, and here's what I'm gonna say to that. In fairness, because it's not about being right or wrong. It ain't about men, women, or women winning, or none of that shit. It's about having an honest adult conversation. First off, as somebody who's been concussed many times in my life, me and my father-in-law laugh about football practice and playing ball and shit. Sometimes you think you on the 20, baby, and you really on the, you know what I'm saying, you on the damn on the 2 yard line, like you dazed. She got hit in the head with a brick.
Mm-hmm.
Could you anticipate some irrational behavior from somebody like that? Potentially, but I'm gonna keep it a buck on the other side too. Gina, something with this, just something about this whole thing just don't, the math ain't mathing. I'm gonna be honest. I personally wouldn't be talking about it, but for two reasons. For one, the level of hate that I'm seeing from not just black women and black men. And I'm gonna be honest
Mm-hmm.
about this too. It seems like a whole bunch of them who jumping on the bandwagon trying to get their damn numbers up. Our
Mhm.
viewership over here is almost 50-50. We got like, actually women are heavier. It's like 60-40. It's like
Mhm.
60% women, 40% men. Um, I'm not trying to kiss nobody ass, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Mhm.
keep it a buck on this. And the other part is that it happened in Texas. It's out of Houston. So since it's from H Town, I'm gonna talk about it. But
Now, see, I
um,
didn't know that part until just now.
I didn't either.
I didn't know
oh,
where it happened at.
it's a lot. It's a lot. It's down in H Town. But it's like, Gina, this hate is what gets me. We have had conversations. Both myself and April have told you, y'all, for y'all who don't know, we have been absolutely astounded and amazed with some of the things that Gina versus Gina has done for two people who she don't know on the other side of the planet, could give a damn less about, but she did it anyway. She did it
Okay.
anyway just because she wanted to. We
Mhm.
need each other. The reason that this is touching my heart the way it is because I'm seeing men and women out here go at each other in such a grotesque way that it breaks my heart. Eric, y'all
Mhm.
folks talking about white supremacy and talking about Trump and talking about all this different shit. How the hell is we gonna conquer that? And somebody get hit in the head with a brick, and instead of saying maybe this part was wrong, maybe that part was wrong, this could have been done differently, that could have done differently. It's nigga. Now, yeah, I'm finna say it, cause damn it, it's my life. Niggas ain't shit, and all these hoes, I did
Uh-huh.
304s, and what? I ain't never just went around willy nilly calling women hoes. I ain't never
Okay.
really, like, what? Yo, y'all, we are in a bad place. For whoever don't want to admit it, acknowledge it, care about it, maybe you don't, that's fine.
Yeah.
But yo, like, we not doing good, fam. I'm sorry. Go ahead, my sister. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Jen, you go ahead.
I actually was thinking about that part where you're saying how it's gotten bad where just the verbal way that we attack each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And this is not new. It's I don't listen to most rap music since like 2000 because of that.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, they
Mm-hmm.
talking about is screwing and this be that and that be. Once you
Yeah.
start letting things get acceptable,
Uh-huh.
it just
Yeah.
escalates.
Yep.
So people are getting comfortable with being disrespectful
Yep. Yep.
Facts.
because
And
it's been made normal.
thank you. That part is
Yep.
normalized. The disrespect towards one another is completely normal now. So
Hmm.
before anybody can have a conversation about uh uh going back to the old days, you got to understand that you on your second generation of desensitized. One is
Yep.
teenagers, the other one's adults, and the other ones are preteens who don't even know what respect is. There was a
Hmm.
certain thing that you just could, and I'm not saying it was right. I'm not saying it was that all grown folks is right 100% of the time, because some grown folks wasn't by shit when I was little, and some grown folks ain't by shit now. But just little forms of etiquette that you had
Hmm.
to uh the way that you spoke to grown folks, right or wrong. Now you
Yep.
could go back and tell your mom and your dad or your aunt or somebody, and they'll handle it. But that's what kept I'm where the community at, except for the people that you really got that you picked who are a part of your life.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Hmm.
being black ain't enough no more. I'm finna say
Hmm.
this shit out loud. Just being black ain't enough no more for us to really
Hmm.
100% just really know and feel with absolute certainty that we a damn community. It's and that goes for all other communities as
Yeah.
well. But I'm talking about mine right now.
Yep.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about, come on, man. It's a reason why black women gotta protect themselves. Why the 2A community amongst women, especially black women, is growing. Y'all
It's
check out
growing.
Erica. Y'all
Yep.
check out Gina. Um, I see you. You back there, bro. Let me see you real quick. I gonna bring you up. But what the hell
That's true.
everybody supposed to do? If
That's
you
true.
build your community, it's gonna be small. It's gonna be a handful of y'all. Y'all can know each other and hold each other accountable. anything over 100 people, some of the dumbest shit I done heard in the world, in my personal opinion, is if your ass living in Dallas, Texas. Let's say we back home and I'm in Dallas, Texas, and I'm talking about holding somebody in Nebraska accountable. I'm talking about holding somebody in Chicago. How the hell? In real life, how the hell am I gonna hold somebody in a place where I ain't never being accountable just because we got the same damn skin tone? Baby, you better build that shit small, hope it lasts, hope it grow, hope it stay strong, because that's the only way your ass really gonna make it. And that's what matters to me. This conversation with this young lady is just a catalyst to really go in depth about the divide that's occurring that a whole lot of people don't want to acknowledge. But
But what
Miss
causes
Orange,
division? What causes division?
yes,
What causes that?
shit, take your pick. What causes division? What
There's
causes
it's
division?
one big thing. It's one big thing that causes division. Creating a lack of
Tell me.
trust. You can't have no relationships in this world without some trust.
Very well said. Very well said.
Period.
Very well said. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if you
Mm-hmm.
create a lack of trust, you create division. If I can't trust you, I'm only gonna let you get this close. You ain't gonna get into the circle. You can stand outside of it, but you ain't gonna get in it because I don't trust you.
Exactly. 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 And
Hmm.
while we got uh damn, motivation was up here. He dropped down. You know, while you up here, Gina, I want to play the rest of it. I got two women up here. I want to respond to Lala first. Lala said the guy who hit her was black. That's yet to be determined, but we do have some. I got another. My internet keep going out. I have to keep pulling these videos off of the desktop and putting them over here. So I'm sorry about that, y'all. But I'm gonna play the rest of this, and I would love to have two women's perspective on this because um this is some of the vitriol that's going on. Gina, did you hear this? Did you get to catch this one right here, or were you available then?
Super. Oh, hold
I'm
on. I'm
okay.
a,
I was listening. I was listening.
Okay, I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna shut up and I'm just gonna let this one and the next one play through to just kind of give a juxtaposition. But to Lala's question, I don't know 100%, but I do know I got two dudes who alleged that they were there, and it's other. I'm not finna pull every video off the internet and oh, we got an elder up in here, Miss Shirley OG Gardner. How you doing, young lady? You better get yourself in here and enjoy yourself. Yes, 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 yes. Okay.
Now, y'all are all aware that a dude picked up a brick and hit a woman in the face because she would not give him her phone number. And what I want to talk about is this type of male aggression that needs to be addressed by other men. Because it's easy to tell a woman, well, get a Google Voice, get a talker tone, just give them the number and run. That's not going to address this pattern, this epidemic of violence towards women, because that is the responsibility of men, because this is a men's issue. There were men standing there, they ain't do nothing. They didn't open their mouth. They didn't call the police. They didn't take out their phone. They didn't do anything. And so this is where we all collectively look at fraternities. What are y'all doing? We look at politicians. We look at pastors. We look at priests. We look at all these men and say, what are you doing to address this violence among men? Because they don't listen to us and they don't care. You can see these people being quiet, these cowards, they don't care. So good men do good things. What are you doing to address this issue?
I gotta stop right there real quick before we go to the next part. Like I said, I'm not gonna let nothing dictate my life or ruin my day. But for somebody making these levels of observations and speculations on a story that around that time when I caught this, bro, this is like 20 hours ago. Or I'll say this, it was 20 hours old. How do you know that no one attempted to help? How do you know that no one called? How do you know that no one offered aid? How do you know that this concussed, potentially concussed person, uh, whatever state they was in, like how you know this, but you use these assumptions to say all black women ain't, I mean, all black men ain't shit. And maybe it hit home for me because I haven't seen nothing happen in my life, or nothing has happened to me, or no circumstance, whether it's a friend or whoever. I'm not saying I don't get it, but I'm just not, I'm not quick to rush and say all black women ain't shit. I'm not finna do that. Okay, I see you. You back, bro. You back. There you go. There you go. There you go. Uh,
Can y'all hear
I
me?
got you. Yeah, I hear you. I hear
Oh,
you. I hear you. Hey,
so
Tack, you've been patient all night, bro. Let's run the rest of this and see how some other black women feel, and then we gonna start off with Tack if the ladies don't mind.
So let me clarify this. Are y'all telling us that if you are not related to us, if you are not dating us, if you're not having some sort of physical relationship to us, if you don't find us attractive, if you don't find us polite enough, kind enough, quiet enough, that our lives are not worth protecting? Is that what you're telling us? Is that the precedent you're setting?
Nobody said that. I haven't heard. Now I'm not saying it's not out there. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't saying haven't nobody said that. Just because I haven't seen it, don't mean they haven't been said. But let's keep it real. Let's keep it honest. Let's keep it a buck. Real talk. I ain't seen nobody. I ain't seen nan dude out there saying. In fact, the ones I done seen, the dudes, the first thing out their mouth, whether they just being playing the part and being PC, or whether they mean it from their heart, everybody that I have seen, the first thing out their mouth is that woman didn't deserve that. This ain't
Yep.
right. No woman should be hit with a brick or with a fist or a hit, period. So
Yep.
where that come? How the hell you pull that out where you talking about? So that's what you saying? That's what you like? Are in for real? But let's play the rest of this. Let's hear from another perspective from a black woman, and we'll that shit. Let's go. Hair up.
Yes. The same way women will say, you're not my family. You're not someone I'm romantically involved with. You're not tall enough, handsome enough, rich enough, smart enough. I don't owe you a smile. I don't owe you words of encouragement. I don't owe you respect. I don't owe you any kind of gratitude. Men will hold the doors open for women and they won't even say thank you because I don't know you. The same way when you see a man down on his luck, you judge and laugh instead of offering him words of encouragement, speaking life into him. Why should I do that? That's a stranger. Things that don't cost you anything, you will not give to a man that you don't know, you don't want. But y'all expect these men who don't know you, don't owe you anything, and they have their own families at home that they need to get back to. Y'all expect those men to lay their life on the line for you when y'all can't even give them a hi, smile, or a thank you. Oh, okay.
Mm,
mm,
I want to hear from the lady, but I got to start with Tack because
go
Tack
ahead.
been waiting patiently. So you set it off, bro. You set it off.
uh, I do a similar situation to that with even my own family. A couple years ago, I went home to visit, and my auntie and my cousin was going to play ball, so he had to go back to his mama house to get his stuff. So my auntie boyfriend, him and my cousin kind of got into it. So
Mm-hmm.
my mom was like, "Well, take your cousin, go get his stuff, and y'all get up out of there." Well, we go up there, they kick cacking, they talking. I said, "Cuz, let's get up out of here." I was like, because I knew my cousin could beat him up. So I was like, "No, let's get up out of here." When we turned our
Yeah.
back, only thing I heard was him pull that slide back.
Mm, mm,
I knew
mm,
he was
mm.
scary. The only thing I heard was that slide say, "Bro, let's go. It ain't even worth it."
Yeah. Yeah.
That shit ain't worth it. So I know what it's like. I done been through it with family. My own auntie and me and my cousin almost got
Me
shot
too, bro.
with her
Me too.
dealing with a nigga. So at the end of the day, I'm trying to make it home, and that was the biggest thing with me and my cousin. I'm trying to make sure he go off to college. I'm trying to make sure I make it home to my wife and my kids. So sometimes even with family, it ain't worth the bull crap. So I don't know. Every case is different. Every woman is different. But at the end of the day, the best thing I could do now with what's going on and how society is, the best thing I could do for you, call 911 and kind of stick there and wait for the police to get there. And
Yep.
hoping, maybe say something to them like, "Hey, no, you think you want to kind of do that? It's easier just to walk away. Say some words like that. But as far as getting physical and get myself involved in that way, that is in these days, that's not happening for me personally.
Hey, bro, I feel that 100%. Before we get to the ladies and get their perspective on it, I'm gonna say this, man. Real talk. If y'all wasn't in here earlier, Big Rooster said he got just the same situation that Tack just explained. Big Rooster got stabbed twice
Cool.
trying to save a relative, intervening, and she was back with him later
Lord,
on that day, he said, or
man.
the next day, one of the two. I went through a similar situation. At my age, I shouldn't have been riding around with them things that I had, and me and a couple partners and stuff looking for Buddy, only to find the relative and dude. Hell, that before we even found them, they done already reconciled. They hell, we when we rolled up, they kissing. This is real life. So if
Man.
you and this is why I see you, bro. I see you back there. I'm gonna bring you up. I'm gonna bring you up. This is why I didn't when Gina said what she said, it's real. It's real. And it's real both ways because just like I know women have been through instances and circumstances, dudes done been through it. I'm the dude. I mean I'm not a super tall, I'm not a super big, well I'm a big guy, but I'm stockier, I'm bigger, I'm taller than a whole actually a lot of my uncles, a lot of my cousins and stuff. And I've always been protective of the women in my life. I mean, again, my grandparents had 7 girls and 2 boys. We got a big family, baby. I was always protective of all of my aunties, cousins, and all of that, man. Sister, stepsisters, sister-in-law, all that kind of stuff. You get these life lessons after you go through something like what Tack just mentioned and what Big Rooster came up here and said he went through earlier. It make you think twice about really just jumping in, inserting yourself in grown folks situations. And it's like, well, shit, I don't. That's one of the reasons that that's one of my sayings. That y'all will never understand because I don't go in depth because it is family and I don't want to put nothing, I ain't trying to go too hard on it and stuff. One of the reasons that and a whole lot of other circumstances is why one of African Dreaming sayings is I don't get in grown folk business. It's shit like that. That's my life. That's
Mm-hmm.
my life we talking about. And when I finally roll up, y'all back like whatever. Hey, hey, we got motivation from the weightlifting geek. I want to get him in real quick, and then we'll go with Miss Carol, and then go back to Gina.
What's going on, everybody? What's good, big bro?
What's good, fam? What poppin'? What poppin'?
I can't call it, man. I'm gonna tell you. I think this is a great subject. I'm so glad you did a part two, um, because two things. First of all,
Mm-hmm.
a hurt dog always yells the loudest because they
Yeah.
bring that baggage from previous situations. So when we go through something that's similar to what we've been through, is not just the current circumstances, it's the previous circumstances. So we don't know what else she's been through that caused this to be such a sore subject for her outside of what actually happened. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
And by the same token, I think that ultimately we got to come together to get over anything, big or small, like you mentioned earlier, because no matter how much we go at each other with the vitriol that you mentioned, big bro, that don't
Mm-hmm.
fix the situation. That just makes
At
a
all.
bad situation a
Well,
worse situation because we done put gasoline and jet fuel on it and we figuring out why it's still burning.
Yeah. 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 I'm gonna say this, Joe, and I'm gonna speak from my heart before Miss Carol and Gina jump in. I'm at a point where I'm old enough, I've accepted enough. This new generation got the fights that they gonna have to fight. If any of them come to me seeking wisdom or seeking my life experience, telling them what was, so if it existed before it is possible, then I will relay that information. But as far as trying to fix, I never. All I'm trying to do is make better. All I want to do is make better where I can make better. Cause baby, it ain't looking good for us. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna say black as a community, and I know some people cringe at that because they like, get your ass off here talking about our what's going on with us online and you making us look bad and all that shit. Damn it, somebody gotta say it. And right now, I'm in one of the few spaces, and the only reason why we can have this conversation to the extent that we can have it, because this is a curated community
Mm.
of grown people who may not
Yes.
agree with each other on every aspect, but we can deliberate, we can agree to disagree, and walk away, still be friends, support, grow, and encourage each
Yes.
other tomorrow. That shit's rare as hell. I took this opportunity to get people to understand, baby, if you ain't trying to build something like this, I don't know what the hell you doing, because everybody ain't got your back. I don't give a damn whether they look like you or
So,
not, man.
so
Mm-hmm.
Period. But let's get over to the ladies real quick, and then we'll just mix it up.
Go ahead, Gina.
I was just going to say, see, I'm a problematic because I have been in situations where I've intervened with family, and like likewise, patients they back together.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think my internet acting up. Can y'all hear me?
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear. I don't know if it's
Okay.
Big Sis.
Is that Gina?
Yeah,
Gina, you still with us?
is it me? Am I? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. I hear you now. Do y'all hear Gina now?
yeah, you can hear.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, you good,
You can
fam.
hear
Go ahead,
me?
Gina. Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, but yeah, there's just some things that's just not going. It's just
Oh, I don't know if Gina's still with us. She fading. What's up, Pescatarian Garden? I don't know
getting
if I
involved
spoke
in
to you.
things that I shouldn't. But it's just that's my instant reaction. Like I'm a
Mm-hmm.
reactor naturally to
Yeah.
situations, and it's not always a reaction of I'm about to go to combat. My
Right.
reaction may be that I'm just going to try to calm down the situation, get
Mm-hmm.
people to go their separate ways and chill out, or whatever. And I know things can go left on any type of situations, but things can go left even if you don't intervene. Nobody could have intervened in which, from what she's saying they did. But if they say, let's say they didn't, nobody could have intervened and things still could have went left and other people could have got hurt, even though they didn't get involved. So,
But
you just don't
Gina,
know.
Gina, I don't want to cut you off, but this is one thing I do gotta say. This is the difference between you and other people. Now, I don't. We
Yes.
never met. I ain't never had the privilege and honor of wrapping my arms around you and telling I love you and thank you for everything you done for me in April. But this is what I can also tell you. After all, we done went back and looked at your old videos. You've been rocking with us for a year and a half, damn near 2 year. What I've never seen is Gina be mean to nope. I ain't never seen you
Mm-mm.
talk shit about. I ain't never seen you be
Yeah.
mean to. So that's the difference. When you intervene or interject yourself with a pure heart, really trying to just make shit better than what it is, that's a whole different circumstance than jumping in saying, well, he ain't shit no way. They ain't shit. He ain't you, whatever, whatever. Like that's just not who you are. That's just not who, that. At least that ain't what you done never showed me, or showed April, or showed
Right.
nobody in this
Yeah.
community. So you coming
Yes.
from a pure place, but uh, I ain't
Right.
mean to cut you off. Go ahead, my sister. Please continue. I just had to say
No,
that.
no, that's what I was gonna say. Like, is I think that sometimes when and like I said, I didn't see this situation, so I'm not even speaking to this because I haven't
Hmm.
seen any video or stuff. I just don't watch this stuff. I don't need. I just don't. Anyway, but I
I
hear
understand.
about situations, and I've seen some situations, and I can say that there's been situations that I've intervened in that the men around us did not. And that bothers me And it's not to say all. It's not to say all, because when I tell you, my husband would tear down the city, my brothers will tear down the city, but I have been in situations where I've seen some that are complacent in my mind in
Mm-hmm.
situations. And
Mm-hmm.
I I'm like, it doesn't, every situation is not saying just the reaction has to be in a physical way, but it's a way of just deflating all the tension that's going on at that particular time with the situation. And,
Right.
letting them know, like, wait, what's going on? We don't know. Are you okay? Like, asking, are you okay? And things like that, because he could have killed her. Let's just be honest.
Oh yeah, a blow to the head
You,
that can kill you.
uh,
Yeah.
hit somebody in the face with a head with a brick. He could have risked his whole life on some stupid, because they would have locked his butt up and not thought two more about sense about him on
Mm-hmm.
some stupid, just something that didn't even need to happen. Like,
Right.
sometimes on both ends, people just have to think better about how they deal with situations.
Oh,
They just
sorry about
really
that.
do.
I'm listening. I'm listening. Hold on. Let me pause that. Uh, before I run that, let me get to Miss Carol.
Okay, so I want to talk about that situation, but just very briefly because I wanted to add something to it. As when I seen the video, the little bit that I saw, I heard that the people were Somalian,
Mm-hmm.
and in a Somalian culture, I don't know anything about their culture. I just know, like in African culture and stuff like that, men just they don't treat their women the same way that they treat. I don't know. They don't have that many rights as they have, like being as an American woman or whatever. So I know that they're allowed to do things to their women or whatever, or they make, I don't know. They do different. They do hurtful things to their women in the community. So I really don't know how that
Yeah.
went down. I know it was wrong. What he did was
Right.
wrong, absolutely. But I just don't know anything about that. But let me just say this part I want to say.
Hold on, Miss Carol. Before you say the next part, I gotta jump in.
Okay,
I gotta make a correction because
okay,
that's some of the and I rarely use this word, but that's some of the misinformation that um get pat. And I'm not saying you doing misinformation, but I'm saying assuming that all Africa. Look, if you jump on Google or you jump on the internet, if you want to find an African woman saying she was mistreated by her man, absolutely you can find that. So I'm not justifying nothing, and I'm not saying you wrong. But what I want to do is give a clarification because I see men over here every day. Now I'm in one country in Africa. Africa got 24 countries.
right,
For the most part, it's the same way in Kenya because you find a Kenyan woman saying the same thing about men because men and women have issues like that in every culture across the
right,
planet. But the
right,
assumption that it's more normative or that African men treat they no. It ain't like women just walking around over here getting slapped I've seen more women praised, lifted up, respected, matriarchal respect is massive over here. That is part of what we've been led to believe where we from. But in real life over here, you got assholes. You got dudes who deadbeats. They done got somebody pregnant and dipped out. It happens. It happens in the States. You got somebody who don't put their hands on their woman. It happens over here. It happens ever seen, and this is my lived experience, is out of the norm that I haven't seen in the US. That's the only thing I wanted to say. Please go ahead and continue your thought.
okay. Because I done work with a whole lot of like African women and stuff, and they tell me they get beaten a whole lot. So maybe it
Mm-hmm.
was just those women or whatever from the culture I
Mm-hmm.
come to, because we would talk about how our cultures were different. And so anyway, this the thing with the men. You know, the way that things are going right now has changed my son so much. My son has always been very moral and very protective of women. He grew up in
Mm-hmm.
a strong family of strong women, and he
Right.
wouldn't let nothing happen to no woman. But
Me
the
too.
last 2 years, he has just made like a turn. He like from all the hate that they're getting on the internet as young black men or as men, black men, he said, it takes a lot for him to even think that he would help them now. He was like, I can't stand how they keep trying to shut off. He said, as a man, if a man needs to be wanted, he needs to know that he's being wanted. I guess you could say it for everybody, but the the way that the internet or the way that people, even I hear people in my family, the way that they're coming at these black men, and they keep saying that they're the most unprotected. Men die at so many higher rates than women do, and it ain't good for anybody. But it's just making people so like they don't even care about other people no more. You can't keep downgrading people and then thinking somebody gonna come to your rescue. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I just don't get it. I don't understand. It has to change. You have to stop saying that. Because you're human and you this is your culture. This is your people. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I I could say this. I could say this, Miss Carol. They're called influencers for a reason. The internet
Yeah,
is extremely powerful. It
yeah.
Yeah.
is extremely seductive. It is extremely influential. Thank you for the correction, my love. Pieces of April. I thought I said 54 countries. What did I say? Did I say 53? Oh, my bad. Yeah, it's 54 countries in Africa. Africa is not a country. It is a continent. But back to what. Thank you, baby. I appreciate that. Back to what Miss Carr was saying. So now, I think one of my early reads was stuff like Gulliver's Travels, right?
Uh-huh.
When you read a book, it it stimulates different parts of the brain.
Right.
It stimulates different parts of the brain, so you have to use imagination. You have to indulge in a different capacity. You got to do a whole lot of things and make your brain work in different ways versus than when you watch television. Some people are auditory learners. Some people are visual learners. Now, when you have the combination of visual stimulation and you have auditory responses that are triggered by whatever message you get. It may be a message of affirmation, it may be a message of dissent, which
Mhm.
can also turn people on because you got people out here getting turned on from people that they can't stand seeing or they hate everything about them, but they can't quit watching them. So you got your hypothalamus, you have the hypothalamus, you have uh, uh, all this stuff going to your prefrontal cortex. It's
Right.
gonna be long term memory or short term memory. It's gonna stay in there and it's gonna do what it do. I said all that to say. I said all that to say. The internet is the most powerful thing that has probably been bestowed upon us in the past 20 years. You
Yep.
have people who haven't reached the point where they can definitively ascertain who they are individually, and
Yes.
everything is about the influences presented to them, placed in front of them, that they are attaching themselves to. People are attaching themselves to ideologies that they uncertain about. People are attaching themselves to belief systems and doctrines that they know little to nothing about, but it sounds good because you at that phase in life. Hell, when I was younger, shit, I fell in love with Love Jones. Love Jones. That was my shit. That was my movie. I'm still listening to the soundtrack to this day.
You said that like that's a bad thing. That's one
I'm
of the
just
best
saying,
movies ever made.
Okay.
What are we talking about? What are
Yep.
we talking
Gina.
about?
Gina, I love you, but you just come on now. I'm a married man. You can't be talking about Love Jones like that, girl. Come on now. Come on. But hey,
Listen,
I'm gonna quit busting my chops and I'm gonna let motivation and tact get back up in here.
Okay.
Thank you, baby.
Go ahead, Ty.
Man, it's the world is changing. I think you said this before, Jay, and
Uh huh.
to adapt to what's going on. And
Yeah.
the change is you definitely got to be careful on how you react to certain things out here in the streets. Because at the end of the day, and it's not to be sounding harsh, because I have a mother, I have a sister, I have a
Mm-hmm.
daughter,
For sure. For sure.
and I always tell them, if a man give you a compliment, say thank you, and if you don't want that relationship, tell them no, thank you, and move on. But
Right.
don't be rude. You always can tell a brother or tell a brother no in such a polite way to where you can make it home. Um, and it's the same thing with my son. I tell him all the time, don't go out here looking for a fight. I mean, you're gentle. You're not from the streets. You don't know nothing about beating on nobody. I don't beat on your mama. You don't see none of that in this household. So you just make sure you are a gentleman at the end of the day. So it has a lot to what they learn in the home, which is that's a big thing of what's going on now.
Mm-hmm.
Not enough males in the home to kind of correct what's going on to what's going on to the day. And but yeah, that's just my spiel on it. Just it's definitely becoming different. And especially with I'll say the independent woman type thing, when that started going on with the Destiny Child independent woman song came out.
Yeah.
You
Hey,
got
y'all go ahead. Keep holding it down, Tack. Y'all go ahead. I gotta go check something real quick. I'll be right back. But go ahead, bro.
Mm-hmm.
and that gave that women that power to where they don't need quote unquote a man. But you know you just got to be careful, man. I'm real careful. I got to make it home. So
Well,
that's the way.
and I'm gonna tell you, I think you hit on something important, Tat, because life boils down to respect, regardless of your gender, regardless of your melanin content. When everybody treats people with respect, only those that don't know how to take it act out of line.
Mhm.
Because the average person, if you treat them with a measure of respect, you're gonna at least get that same measure of respect back. And sometimes that's just enough to get on, like what you mentioned, Tat. So I don't know. I think I can count on one hand, as the phrase goes, and I'm using that figuratively to say that the number of people in real life and on this platform that I would stick my neck out for is small, because you never know when you stick your neck out if a guillotine's over there. You had the best intention in the world and end up like one of them chickens in the chicken plant. Next thing you know, your neck out there and you ain't got no body left. So you just got to be so careful. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. I'm I'm gonna say this before I get to this piece of content. I'm gonna say elephants and ships, elephants and ships, and this is how like it didn't come from nowhere, and what we're going through right now as a society and as a culture didn't come from nowhere. I
Mm-hmm.
think there was an overcompensation, and I'm going off of what Tax said because I remember that I was at that dating stage back when bills, and
Yeah, yeah.
Destiny's Child and all of that was real popular, right? I hadn't met April yet. I didn't know her yet. Hell, I was bending corners in East Texas in a baby lack sitting on things. Y'all. Hey, the African
Oh,
dreamer, y'all
okay,
know right now.
okay.
Shit, my wife calmed my ass down. I was yeah, shit. I, I was a little yeah. I end up being somebody, boy. That's
You
all
a
right.
little adventurous.
But I said all that to say elephants and ships. When a pendulum swings, it swings real hard till it starts to lose momentum. And in cultural and societal pendulums, sometimes swings are so overcompensated in the other direction because of the deprivation of acknowledgement, of power, of social understanding and clarity. Women got out here and acted the ass for a reason because they didn't feel heard, they didn't feel acknowledged, they couldn't have their own credit cards, they had to have a husband or a son to own some shit. So hell yeah, 25 or 30 years later, the shit went too hard the other direction. And now you got people who are coming along who are young women who overcompensating for some shit that they didn't live through. Now they may feel the ramifications of it, or they may have just heard stories and have had a perfect life, but they overcompensating for it. And then you mix that in with all the human trolls and bots and the agenda that is called division and divide and conquer. It makes a recipe for the shit we talking about right now.
Yep.
Right now.
Big fact.
I'm and I wish more people could have honest, open conversations just instead of pointing fingers and saying you wrong and you wrong and you wrong. How about all us done got done dirty? Let's love each other. If you don't want to be with no man, keep your ass at the house. Fellas, before you tell a woman, well, you need to take them eyebrows off and take that makeup off. Well, don't date a woman who wear a whole bunch of damn makeup. How about that shit? And you keep your ass at the house. Like, let me turn my camera on real quick because we finna get into it.
Everybody at home.
I'm serious. What is it with all of these men and these women? If he ain't got enough money for you, you ain't gotta talk down to him and call him dusty and say he
Yep.
this and that and he ain't buy shit and I need 6 figures and I need you to be 6 feet tall and this and that. Keep your ass. Go find somebody who's 6 feet tall, who got a Lambo, who can take you to a 5-star restaurant 3 nights a week, and then you will be happy. But you ain't got to shit on other people, Miss Lady. And for the fellas, if you don't want a woman who wears skimpy clothes, who got long eyelashes, who wear too much makeup for you, you don't have to shit on that sister. What you can
Yep.
do is keep your ass at the house. If you want a natural sister, it's plenty
Everybody
of
at
them out
home.
here. Why you ain't chasing them? Go
Yep.
somewhere and shut your ass up, sit down, mind your business, be grown, and all of this won't happen. That's what's telling me that some of y'all
Yeah.
folks, baby, you don't have my best interest in heart. You full of
Yep.
shit, and
Yep.
hey,
Look,
please, I'm sorry, y'all. I get in my feelings. Go ahead, go ahead.
Hey, but you're right though, Jay.
society is a car that is experiencing hydroplane. So when you hydroplane,
Mm-hmm.
you you whip it one way to bring it back. Now you whipping it the next way because you whipped it too hard, and before you know it, all you doing is fishtailing, and you end up in an accident. That's what's happening with society right now. It's just fishtailing.
That's real, bro. That's real. That's
Yep.
real.
Yeah.
Now the next show need to be how do we fix it?
That's a good one.
That's a whole nother conversation.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Yep.
Mm.
Jay kind of summed it up. Stay your ass at home.
Everybody to be at home. Okay? Stay
Hey,
your ass in the house.
what you remember what they used to tell you in kindergarten? If you ain't got nothing nice to say,
Don't
keep
say nothing at all.
Yep.
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 that does a whole lot. Because I like
Stay at home.
you because I kept my mouth closed. Everybody be happy.
Yep. There you go. There you
Yeah.
go.
But I'm gonna tell you something. I stay out the way. I
Mhm.
stay out the way. Half the folks that are my neighbors don't know I'm their neighbor. I,
Wow.
See, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's another sense of no community. Because where I grew up, all our neighbors knew who we were. If we got in trouble, we got in trouble by our neighbors. And then when they told my mama and them, my mom and dad, well, my dad wasn't a disciplinary, my mom was a disciplinary, but we was gonna be in trouble. I'm the same way. Like my neighbors don't get involved with my kids or anything, but I know who my neighbors are. I speak to my neighbors. I want them to see my face. I want to see their face. I don't want to live in a community where I don't know who's around me.
Mhm.
I want to know who's around me.
I
Mm-hmm.
feel you. I feel you.
Yeah.
Say this: since we moved with my wife's family, I know everybody now because they family. But
Yeah.
Hmm.
before that, there was a few people I knew across the street. My buddy, I knew him. I'd go hang out with him or whatever. But as far as me going out of my way to do a whole lot, I just
Mm-hmm.
seen the reason for me to put forth that much effort. Because now
Hmm.
that effort turns into a rote, and now I have trouble breathing.
Right,
I
right.
get that, but we can't build our community if we seclude ourselves from the community. So, like my one neighbor to the left, well, it'd be depending on which way I'm standing, but to the right of me sitting, she's one of my elder neighbors. She still gets out and about. I usually see her in passing. I always speak to her. And I remember when we had the shutdown, I went and knocked on her door, and I'm like, I know she's one of the elders in the community. I'm like, do you need anything? Do you need me to go to the store for you and for anything? And she's like, no, I'm good. Thank you for coming by and checking on me, yada yada yada. And I'm like, well, if you need anything, you let me know. Don't you try to get
Yeah.
out here hustling and bustling amongst these streets. I will go do it for you. Just let me know. But my husband and I, we speak to our we know who's on our we know when something that is on our street that shouldn't be. If there's a car that ain't normally on this street, we gonna notice it.
Hmm.
If there's a child that's not normally on this street, we gonna
Right,
notice it.
right.
Like we pay attention to that kind of stuff. So, you know, I know that a lot of people like to stay, and honestly, to be quite honest, we are kind of to ourself people a little bit. We homebodies and whatnot, but we still communicate. Because when things go down, you need to know who's around you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to know that. You need to
Yeah.
have some sense of some community. Don't just be in the house and never speak to your neighbors. You know, don't I just don't think that's the best way to go about living in this world because everybody is just doing their thing. And then we get on the platforms and we say, but we're not being a community. How can we be a community? We're not coming together. We can't come together if we're not. It starts with
Mm-hmm.
you.
Mm-hmm.
I
You
can.
you know, Gina, I understand. I understand you, and I understand what motivation's saying. Shout out ARD, Sonya Siegler still in here. Happy Mac, Pieces of April. Drew, hey, I meant to speak to you earlier, man. What's up, bro? I didn't mean to not acknowledge you, Drew. I saw you in here earlier. I think somebody else was talking. So shout out to Drew. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna say this because I understand both sides. So when especially where my wife from. My wife from the country. That's one of the reasons why I love her so much. Everybody know everybody.
Everybody.
Everybody know everybody. Now, I'm from a little bit bigger city, closer to Dallas than she is. And baby, it was two different ball games. You might
Mhm.
know some folk. Like when I was little, you would know folk. But by the time we moved, hell, we left when we was in Dallas, we left. Uh, One of the biggest things that was on the news every day were kick those. Well, we call them kick those. What they call them, I think officially, is home invasions. That
Okay.
was some of the biggest
Mhm.
things that were happening, right?
Yeah.
Before when we left Dallas and moved to Seattle. And then when we got to Seattle, because I was there before April, the neighborhood that I was in when we first got there before we moved to another part of the city, didn't nobody say shit to nobody. Folk would watch and see when your ass went to work and when you came home and when you were gone, they would come in and take all your shit and be standing there giving a report to the police because they. I'm serious. So I understand both sides of it
Yeah.
because I see why people don't, but I understand the value in everything Gina's saying. But I told y'all that's everybody big sister.
Yeah.
Gina sound like my mother-in-law. Cause everywhere we done ever I don't give a damn we was in another country or if we was in Seattle or Dallas or in wherever, Colorado, wherever we were living. She was like, baby, y'all done met y'all neighbors yet? That one of her first questions. Y'all done met
Mhm.
y'all neighbors yet? So
Listen.
I grew up with the understanding of how important it is, and
Um,
at least if you try to get to know them, it allows
Yes.
you to get a base point to see. Now I ain't gonna mess with you, or okay, you might be all right. You a
There we
real
go.
good
Mhm.
one, but now you ain't gonna mess with you at all. But
Mhm.
ain't nobody wrong. It's just a matter of perspective. But we got to get
It
to know our
is.
neighbors, especially
It is.
shit, y'all. Damn it, I didn't want to. Before I get into this, because I'm finna play this, and I'm gonna get back to this sister we talking about from down there in Houston and what's going on. Your ass getting ready to be put in districts. This some real Hunger Game shit. You don't want to know the folk
Mm-hmm.
living around you. You don't want to know the and Joe. This ain't against you because I know
No,
what you saying, bro. Because I don't. Over here I fool with my neighbors because I damn near have to. But uh, I understand both sides of it. But the U.S. being put in the damn hunger, the U.S., the U.K., Canada, a whole bunch of different countries being put in the damn Hunger Games situation,
Mm-hmm.
baby, you better know if they full of shit or if they not, if they believe in storing and stacking and prepping or not, because they gonna come to your house when you can't leave your district no more. And it sounds far fetched. Listen to me now. Believe me later on. You might want to know who got some tomatoes. Because if you ever been hungry enough, it might not be no shit you would go to Applebee's and get. But if your ass hungry for about day two, a tomato sandwich sound good as hell. Matter of
Right.
fact, I'm gonna tell you something real quick. If you ain't ate in a while, if you ain't had nothing but MREs for 3 or 4, 5, 7 days in a row, watch how you start swapping. Oh, you got chicken a la king? I got beef patty. Throw it. Throw it. Throw it. You want something different. You want something different, baby. Hunger changes. It's some folks out here who think they meek and humble. Deep inside your ass a killer. And it's some folks, I'm sorry, yeah, let me calm myself down because my wife then came out here already and said, baby, calm down. Watch your language. Watch your language. So I apologize, everybody. I must speak. I do have home training. I don't always move that way.
but now
I got home training.
I'm gonna say this. I love these conversations because I completely agree with everything that Gina versus Gina is saying, even though I
Yeah.
feel the way that I do. And I feel like
Mm-hmm.
these are the conversations that cause us to move inwards and to meet in the middle because it can be both. It doesn't have to
Yeah.
be either or. So these kind of conversations allow us to see a different perspective that we may not have seen before. And Jay,
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate your passion because this is the kind of thing that needs to be said in order for change to be effective. So I appreciate you expressing yourself.
Thank you,
Yeah.
brother. And I'm gonna say this, man. I gotta play this content, but I'm gonna say this. I don't care how many people in here, how many people leave and come back, what the numbers are. For me, these conversations are important because of everything Joe just said. I'm really trying to
Mm-hmm.
build something, and everybody ain't gotta be there. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
ain't got to be. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you, I don't want. It ain't about
Everybody.
having everybody.
Yeah.
It's about people who give a damn about me, and I know I give a damn about them. That is
Mm-hmm.
all I need. We ain't gonna agree all the time. We ain't gonna kumbaya and just fake the funk all the time. Sometimes folk disagree, but
Yeah.
life is
Yeah.
life, love is love, and I'm just so privileged. I feel like it's a blessing in this day and age to have a community full of grown folk that we can have difficult conversations with, walk away from them, and be okay. I got to speak to RJ Funches. I got to
I'm
speak to
about to
Liz.
drop down, fam. I'm going down into the chat.
Okay,
Thank
Gina, I love you, sis. I'm
All
finna
right.
get
Love
off
you
and get
too.
home.
Me
Gina,
too.
Gina, hold
Okay.
on, Gina.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay, before you leave, I just want to tell you the only reason that this live is going this long is because of you. If you had a never came up here,
I'm done.
I would have been gone. So,
I'm
ladies
done.
and
Y'all know he fibbing. He fibbing.
gentlemen, I love you, Gina. Go
Love
on,
you
get back.
too.
you,
All
sis.
right, fam.
Hey,
Uh,
I'm gonna go
I
to
gotta play this content, but before I play, thank you. Shout out everybody, big sister Gina versus Gina.
Yeah.
Catch her on Fridays, for a Frugal Friday. Sometimes it's whatever Friday. Sometimes it's just whatever it is. Uh,
And
Great
Wednesday.
channel. What's that tag?
And she come on Wednesdays.
And
Yeah.
Wednesdays. And Wednesdays. Uh, I missed somebody. Lisby Journey. Lisby Journey. How you doing, fam? Shout out to you. Great win. Shout out to baby girl on the volleyball game. If y'all didn't see Lisby daughter was in there for the volleyball game, go over check out Liz B. I'm gonna dive back into this. I'm gonna get back into this content did I speak to RJ Funches? I hope I
Yep.
did.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Grace Gines, thank you for being in here. Uh, Make sure y'all get ready for Saturday because Saturday is going to be the hype again. So make sure y'all catch that. Uh, don't blame Gina. It's Gina's fault. I would have been gone. I wasn't trying to be here this long. Growing what I eat. What's up, my brother? How you doing?
Bro,
Welcome in. You better get here and enjoy yourself. Uh, I'm gonna play this content. So we talking about this sister down in H Town. I am a Texan, so I feel all right talking about it. Um, it's been a lot of moving pieces, a lot of moving parts. Everybody ain't caught up on the story yet. I've been watching it from the beginning because I pay attention to news, especially news coming out the great state of Texas. So now you see all of these content creators saying black men ain't ish, black men didn't show up for her, black men didn't do this. Allegedly, these are two brothers right here who work at the club behind them. The incident happened across the street where they will show you in the video. Um, so before anybody had any definitive news one way or the other, y'all heard some of the stuff that's been said tonight so far. I'm gonna play these two cats right here. Allegedly, I still don't have the resources to prove whether this is true or not, but according to them, they are two of the men who were standing behind her when she had her phone up doing the video saying that what no black men, they just watched her get this done. They wasn't there for her, whatever. Let's get this perspective on it.
She was sitting right there, but
She was right. She was literally right there, bro. See what I'm saying?
we were coming from the gas station.
We just came from the gas station, right? And she was talking about she got hit with the brick. You know what I mean?
And then we was asking.
So we were just like, what just happened, bro? Who just hit you with a brick? She talking about a guy in a suit. You know what I mean? But we saw the guy out here though. We never knew he was a bad guy though. You know what I mean? We saw the guy out here, like we working and stuff like that. So that was around here and stuff like that. That was moving and stuff like that with the girl before she got hit with the brick, you know. So what happened? We just don't know what happened. I think they had like a argument or something like that. We just don't know.
Before that, she was trying to fight with her.
Yeah, she was trying to fight with another girl right there before she got hit with a brick. You know what I mean? She was trying to fight. You know what I mean? So
I'm gonna stop right there for this point right here. Now, if this is in fact true, again, all of this is alleged because I refuse to be one of these people who come over here capping on folks saying that this is 100% like this and that's 100% like that. I don't know. I don't even know this real. These cats right here. Now, from everything I've researched and seen, this is a real video from real workers at this club across the street from the gas station. As far as I know, it's all true, but I'm still gonna say allegedly because I have no way of proving it. Damn it, I'm from Texas. I ain't in Texas right now.
Mm-hmm.
But these men are making this video because they in the background on the original video where the victim is cussing them out, saying how they didn't protect her, they didn't do ish, they didn't step up for her when she was getting hit. They are literally saying they weren't there, and I want y'all to hear what else they say.
what happened is we were just out here. We was chilling and stuff like that. We went in the gas station right after we came back outside. She was right there talking about I got hit with the brick, you know. And we was trying to help her. That's what we was trying to do. You see what I'm saying? We were trying to help her. I called the police and stuff like that. They pulled up. I talked to them. I know they got the video. The police got the video. Yeah, we can pull out the video. I was talking.
Now I'm gonna stop right there again.
Hmm?
You got literally at this point hundreds, maybe even thousands of videos of people going in on black men in general, saying ain't none of us shit. We don't support black women. We don't protect black women. We don't do a damn thing. And a whole bunch of that content was made inside of 5 or 6 hours of this incident because of the creator who uploaded it and the manner in which they uploaded it. And now you got a day and a half, 2 days later, these brothers coming out trying to protect themselves or defend themselves allegedly.
Now,
Allegedly. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
I gotta say this because yeah, I'm not an only child. I got a younger sister, and man,
Uh-huh.
when we were growing up, we always had our disagreements, our arguments. He said, she said. My pops would always tell us one thing. He said, "Listen, there's three sides to every story. There's your side,
Mm-hmm.
there's her side, and then there's the truth, which is a
Truth.
middle. So
Yeah.
there ain't no way to say for sure whether they right, but if what they saying is true, then somebody call 911 who in the video the creator was saying didn't care.
Nobody cared. Nobody. That's the
Yeah,
running narrative. That's why it seems so deliberate, bruh. That's why it seems so deliberate. How do you have literally thousands of content creators rushing out to reassure and make sure everybody know black men ain't worth a damn? But here it is, a day and a half, 2 days later, and we listening to this. Let's get back into it. I want to hear from you and Zach.
To the
Holy
police.
Ghost said we
She was
tryna.
behind me. You know what I mean? Girl,
She was sitting right there, but
she was right. She was literally right there, bro. You see what I'm saying?
And we
Like,
were coming from the gas station.
we just came from the gas station, right? And she was talking about she got hit with the brick. You know?
I'll stop
This
right
the
there.
one right here.
Hold on. Now, I want y'all to respond to that before I let this one play.
um, I'm gonna say this because of the world in which we live, the hugest of deeds of kindness can be completely and totally ignored and discredited as if they never happened. So I don't know whether they did
Mm-hmm.
because all of this is a legend. But
Mm-hmm.
sometimes being a good Samaritan can cause you to be the one on the side of the road that got hit. If you know what I mean.
Facts. Facts. What you got, Zach? That's real.
Um, well, with the gentleman and what they're saying, they called 911 after they, seen the lady bleeding out, after getting attacked. I mean, that's about all they can do at that point. So I don't know. It goes back to, like you said, society. Society
Yeah.
is become something different. It's starting to change. It's starting to take a shift. And we are, as human beings, we're the ones that's getting affected, and we are getting affected in a negative way, and we don't even realize it.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
deeply negative way. We
I'm
are
about to step down.
Miss
I'm
Carol,
sorry.
Miss Carol, what you got?
I, I don't have anything. I'm just, you see what they say. Well, why lie? Why would they have a reason to lie? So yeah, I'm about to step down. But y'all continue because I'm gonna listen in the background. But yeah, I mean, they ain't got no
Hey,
reason to lie.
Miss Carol, I want first off, I want to say thank you for coming up. Thank you for your patience.
Mm-hmm.
Um, thank you for everything you contributed to the conversation, and I really appreciate your perspective and everything you contributed to everything tonight. I want to ask directly to a woman, and every woman may not feel this way, but this is something that this next creator is gonna speak on a little bit.
Okay.
Is from a woman's point of view. I don't know it, and it's all good either way. I won't be. I ain't. It ain't gonna be no funny feelings.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But do you understand why a man may be more inclined to give obligation and protection to his family first before he interjects himself into with, like Tax said, like Joe said, with the world being the way it is currently, because we lack community in the ways that we used to have it. As a woman, do you personally or individually understand why a man may be somewhat reluctant to just jump right in and kind of intervene and fix and stuff, because it's my belief that when people used to interject themselves more, it came with a level of respect where both parties would cease to kind of hear whatever this interjecting party had to say. In today's time, they'll just kill your ass and keep fighting,
Yeah.
or make up and leave together. But I
Yeah.
want to hear your point.
I mean, I understand what you're saying because I wouldn't want my son to go out there and just because if he sees somebody getting hurt or whatever, in my I really would want him to do something, but I want him to come home. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, ma'am.
and even like, okay, you see how black men get killed.
Mm-hmm.
Black men get killed every day. You know what I'm saying? They'll get killed, they'll be taken off to jail, or something like that. And then, like you said, you don't know if this person is going back home with somebody. You don't know what happened. I just need my child to come back home alive. And I'm just not willing to give my child up for them to die to help somebody that really I don't even know if you would care. Okay. The way that they going now, everybody's so individualistic. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't work. Society has never worked with you being individualistic. So don't individualistic take my child. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
really, I would not want my child to intervene in nothing. I would like him in a place to call, somebody's being hurt or something like that. But I'm not putting my child out there. I need my child.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it was one of
No.
his brothers or sisters or something like that, then family, okay, I can see that to a certain point. But just like you said, you got to think about that with family too. Are they going back home to that person?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not putting my child out there like that. No, I wouldn't even put myself out there like that.
No, I understand. I understand, and I agree, and I thank you for just sharing your opinion. And
Hmm.
thank you, Miss Karen. I really do. I appreciate you. Appreciate you sharing everything and being a part. I know you said you were gonna step down, and I
Yeah.
just thank you for giving that last response, because I just wanted to know from a woman's perspective. Uh,
Thank you. This was a good little chat.
Thank you, Miss Karen.
Uh, uh,
Oh,
Miss Carol, I'm gonna reach out
huh?
to you on TikTok a little bit later this evening. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so
You-
much.
You're welcome. Thank you for everything.
Okay. All right. Bye bye.
For sure, for sure.
Um.
Uh, uh, let's finish this out.
Hey,
Yes,
hey.
ma'am. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What I do?
Now, Miss Carol, I can't help you with that.
Like,
I don't know what you want. Matter of fact,
I
let
get
me
out
see.
of here.
I think
Let me see.
I
Let me
think you can
see.
click on her and click remove, Jay.
Yeah, yeah. I got you, Miss Carol. I got you.
Oh,
And
thank you.
no worries. No worries.
God. Woo.
Uh-oh, that's the wrong one. I almost dropped tack down. Hold on. Hold on. No, I don't want to kick you out. Hold on. Let me. Okay, there we go. I got you, Miss Carol.
Okay.
Okay. We still got Tack. We got Joe.
Um.
Let's get, and Drew. I'm gonna say something to Drew. Drew said, "What I don't want is for those two young black men to intervene ill prepared and get killed, baby." And thank you for saying that, Drew. Again, we talking about the great state of Texas, baby. Everybody got them things. Everybody got them things, and fist fights don't happen a whole lot no more. And fist fights are usually the precursor for
Yeah.
more undesired events that transpire a few minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just keep it real, man. Like, you got to think about this, baby. I've been all the shit I've been through. I done came home to my wife for the past 21 years, come hell or high water, and I plan on doing it until the good Lord say otherwise. And as you get older, you start to consider risk assessment. I don't know if y'all do, but I
Yes.
think about, hell, shit. it might be some steps. To
Yeah.
hell with a fist fight or to hell with, some real crazy stuff, I'd be like, damn, I don't want to walk down all them steps. I don't want to walk up all them steps. My knees hurting today. Like you just start looking at life differently and what you want to insert. I'm out here throwing fists and I could be at home watching Family Guy. Which
Mm,
one you think I'm gonna pick? I could
mm-hmm.
be at home watching the Jeffersons eating some meatloaf. Shit, baby, everything else just lost.
Yep. Now,
I'm gonna be at home eating some meatloaf, like for shizzle. So, hey, Drew, real talk, fam. I
I,
feel that.
I want to say one thing real quick, big bro, because I actually got to step down. I got to take care of something. Um,
Okay, okay,
but
okay.
actually, two things. First, shout out to African Dreaming and Pieces of April for all that y'all are doing and bringing people together by means of these subjects that are difficult to discuss, but can be discussed civilly because of the way you create this environment for it to happen. So,
Thank
shout out
you, brother. Thank you.
to love for real. Um, the other
Thank you.
say, oh, you're welcome, big bro. The other thing I want to say is, you go back in the day, Andy Griffin and those kind of shows. Not everybody had seed dispensers, and even those that did, when the police showed up, they stopped
Yeah,
because there was a
yeah.
level of respect. And I think ultimately that's what's missing in society. When someone
Mm-hmm.
interjects, like you mentioned, people stop out of respect for let me hear what you got to say. But now there is no respect for the person that interjects or the other person that's involved. So I choose carefully when I get involved.
Nah, that's real, bro. That's real.
And
That's real.
that, now I ain't got no vision mic drop or nothing, but I am gonna say love this
Nah.
chat to everybody in the chat. I appreciate you all, and we'll see y'all soon.
Hey, hey, bro. I know you got to step away, little bro, but check this out. Give everybody a rundown, man. Tell them about what's going on Saturday.
So that's the other thing I wanted to mention. We got hype again coming up Saturday. This is going to be one of those ones that you don't want to miss. There's going to be some special announcements made. Plans are in the works. There are a couple open slots. If anyone is interested, by all means, send me a message. Send African Dreaming a message. You can go to the website, theweightliftinggeek.com, and you'll see a hype again button. You can fill out a registration form that way. But this is something that we're doing to bring the community together, like this live stream, and y'all don't want to miss it. Whether you're on the screen or in the chat, I promise you, you're gonna be glad you were there.
For sure, for sure. Thank y'all. That is the hype again. You heard what Joe just said. Bro, when you step down, man, make sure you drop your hashtag BCIAC again so
Yes, sir.
everybody can connect with you. I appreciate you taking the time to slide over. Uh, if you available, I only got a couple more minutes on this, and maybe we can link up and talk about some things.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Because I want to do that. We were going to do that earlier, but I do want to do that. We definitely need to do that.
Okay, definitely. Yeah, I got about another 15 minutes, and then I'm donezo. And yeah, we're gonna wrap this up, and hopefully we can link up here in a little bit. Here in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
So,
Love, love.
all right, bro. Hey, thank you, man. You take care.
All right, you welcome.
And then there were two. Ain't nobody but me and Tack left.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get into this rest of this content and kind of wind this out. And
Yep.
again, this is a perspective from another black woman. We're gonna talk about it. Me and Tack gonna chop it up on the other side, baby. And by the way, shout out Tack, man. Tack was like, fam, y'all got to do a part two to this, and that's one of the reasons why we back doing a part two, for real. Let's go. Let's go.
You want this man to put their life on the line to defend you, and I bet you not even invited to the funeral because right now he don't know you. Do y'all understand? That man didn't take the Hippocratic oath to save lives, to defend lives. He's not a firefighter. He's not a soldier. He's not a doctor. He did not take an oath to save lives. If this man passes, you won't even go to his funeral. His wife, outside of the incident, his family wouldn't even know who you are to invite you to the funeral.
Oh.
This right here is a great rule of thumb. Now, here's where I understand where people are coming from. You can speak up. Hey, bro, leave her alone. But what women are also forgetting is if that is a mentally unstable person, the moment that I say, hey, leave her alone, the anger and attention is now turned towards that man. And it's not like you're going to call 911 and you're going to pull your weapon and defend him. You're going to run off and protect yourself. So I think this is a good one. Men, only die for people that you would invite to your funeral. That's the one.
Ooh, she cut deep on that one. She cut deep.
She cut deep, bro. She cut deep. And you know what shocked me, Tack, is I don't understand why that's so hard to get because no one else has that level of expectation. Um, and I didn't even play some of the most horrific or like, man, it's some people out here saying brothers ain't worth a damn. I don't take it personal because I know I'm a good husband. Dog, man, Tack, I don't have the word. One of the reasons I respect you the way I do is because I can't help but respect any man that talk about their children and their wife with compassion to the extent that you do. It ain't about mistreating or trying to get back at no black women or women in general or do no shady shit like that. But damn, baby, life is life and death is death. I done lost 5 relatives in the hold on, more than that. I done lost 7 relatives in the last 3 years. And I don't know you, and you have an expectation of me that I'm supposed to just. Matter of fact, Tack, you pick up, bro. You talk, cause I'm finna upload this other one before we get out of here real quick. Go ahead.
Man, let me first by saying, and I didn't say this when I first got on here, but I love black women. I've dated nothing but black women.
For
Um,
sure, for sure.
I have no disregard or hate for black women, but black any racial woman gotta understand.
My bad, bro. Hold on, Tack. Let me upload this. Try to get.
On the limb and say most men.
Okay, go ahead, my bro. Go ahead. Go
Um,
ahead. Finish up.
and with that point being said, um, I cherish women. I love women. I never want to see a woman get
Fact.
hurt. I've seen my
Fact.
own mom get abused when I was a kid to one of my stepfathers at the time. So I done been through the ringer, man. I done seen my aunties get abused. So, it's never if a young man can walk away, walk away. Tell a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people now, I don't argue with my wife and I don't argue with my own daughter. You know what I do? I walk away.
Yeah.
So I sure ain't about to argue with no woman in no street.
At all. Why would you? Why
Right.
would you? And and that's what this dude that assaulted her should have done. He should have been the person to uh that'll never be justified in my eyes. It's never okay to put your hands on a woman or another man for
Period.
over some stuff they said. Now, if they disrespected you to the point where they finna assault you or they finna snatch your wife purse or they finna swing on you or something, baby, go ahead, get down. Hopefully you got that 380. Never mind. I ain't trying to lose my channel. Hold on. But you ready to put in work. But at the
Right.
end of the day, like just this expectation that I bro, this is unreal. It's
Yeah,
unreal to me.
I agree.
I don't know. I'm gonna play this one. I'm gonna get into this one too. And this might make people a little however, but we only got about a couple more minutes left. I'm on.
To put their hands on them, we don't need to even be talking. We don't see eye to eye. Where I come from, you get in somebody's face, man or woman, you are going to get it handed to you. You taunt somebody, you're going to get it handed to you. It's so funny how people didn't put two and two together. You think that a guy hitting me in my face with a brick, I'm going to come on social media, post it, and send it to you guys and let you guys know. Views and validation. I'm not going to come on here and ask you guys to do anything about it. Her whole page is controversy, smacking people, being negative, and validation seeking, shaking her butt. That's all her page is about. Go look at her page. It's not hard to see. And the fact that somebody came out, there's even multiple people who have came out and talked about the situation, saying that she's the talk of the town and she's an instigator and she starts problems. But you guys over here sitting defending this person for what? Taunting people, getting in people's faces? They're both wrong. She should have never got in his face and he should have never got a brick. I think that that's absolutely disturbing that somebody even got that mad. I would have just walked away from this crazy ass person, especially if you're trying to taunt me to get a rise out of me. But if you look at her content, like I said, you can see.
Now, mind you, this is a woman saying this. I'm not saying this to elevate or demean or belittle any level of assault. This is not my point. This is not my purpose. I'm not playing what I'm playing right now so that uh red pill dudes or whoever can feel better about themselves and like, yeah, we got one up. I don't give a damn about nobody. I don't want nobody to have one up on nobody. What I want is for us to give a damn about each other to the extent where we at our best or whether we at our lowest, we have enough compassion for one another to understand that we're all fallible, we're all imperfect, we all make mistakes, but not jump the gun and just go out talking shit about an alleged circumstance. And yes, I'm calling it alleged because even though the side of her face was swollen, that never should have happened to her. But as I said with Gina earlier, when people are concussed, maybe they do shit, things happen. You're not in your right mind. But what I'm not, this is about community for me. It's the reaction for me.
Right.
It's not as much about what happened as the response to what happened, the negativity to what happened, the comparison to something that happened a month, which, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. That seemed a little funny to me. Like all of a sudden, so a month ago, you got this circumstance where all these black folk, all people talk, black folk, white folks, all kinds of folks talking about, oh, hey, man, it's good to see solidarity and all of this shit. And then here come this. And all of a sudden, it's the hottest thing across damn near every major platform. And that's all people talking about. Hell, I could turn on my TikTok right now. It's lives going on about this shit right now.
Mm.
Right now, for the past 48 hours. It's
Right.
lives going on about this right now. That seemed real odd to me.
It do.
That seemed real odd that something that could be so divisive just tipped in out of nowhere, just out the blue, and it's the hottest thing across all the major platforms. I'm gonna say it. Shit seems sus. I'm not saying this didn't really happen to her, but that's a different conversation versus the elevation that it got. If y'all fight, Tech, do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, man. I get
Okay.
exactly what you said, man. And it's like you what you said on a couple lives. You know, it seemed like everything that, and that's why I don't watch a lot of TV, especially
Mm-hmm.
news, because you don't like my son. You don't see the news coming around. I have my son before because the old lady that died, she just died. Our neighbor. When I first
Bullets.
I've been in my neighborhood for about 3 going on 4 years. So when we
I
got her daughter wasn't living with her at the time. Her daughter started living with her maybe a year ago, maybe half a year ago. But I would have my son take the old lady's trash to her dumpsters to the trash, dump cans to the curb, and then take them back to her backyard.
Yeah.
That's community to me. You know, teaching my son that hey, if you got an elderly in your neighborhood, you make sure you take care of them. You know, and like I told him, you ain't doing it for no money, but if they decide to tip you, then that's on them. But you're doing it because this is what I'm trying to teach you is to take care of the older people in the neighborhood. They ain't got to be
Facts.
your grandmother. They ain't got to be your mother. But at the end of the day, if they're
Facts.
older and they're elders, as a young man, I want to teach my son that you take care of them people because them people are valuable,
Absolutely.
valuable,
Absolutely.
and society's not teaching our children the respect and value of people,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and
Fact.
the media is running nothing but negativity. So if you're running nothing but negativity, you don't get, and that's all you see, and you're not teaching your children the value of people, then guess what? The state of the world that it's in now is going to continue to be in the state of the world that it is now, especially here in the United States.
Come on, bro. You ain't telling number facts. You ain't telling number facts. And I'm gonna say this, man. With everything Tack just said, the lack of respect, the lack of acknowledgement for our elders, all of them, you damn sure know they done made mistakes in their life, but somebody being there for them in the end of their life is so vital, it's so important because that's where confessions come out. Just like all the shit they did wrong, when them old people on their deathbed and you got somebody raising somebody like how Tack raising his kids, that's where them confessions come out. And that's where them old ass people tell them younger people, don't do what I did because I messed up here. I messed up there. I messed up like this. I messed up like that. So don't do what I did, baby. You do something different. You do something better. You do something more. All of that's getting lost. And I'm gonna put what Happy Mac said up here. Happy Mac said, I don't care what's on her page really or what she said. No right to lay hands on her, brick on her. You damn
Absolutely.
right. I
Absolutely.
have never condoned that. I think it's wrong. I think hell, that's and see, this is what make me feel like it's more to it than this. And I'm gonna get to ARD comment next. This will make me feel like it's a whole bunch of propaganda and a whole bunch of bullshit.
Bullshit.
Because rather than what Happy Mac just said being the general consensus that all black men are cowards, all black men ain't shit. This went from the person who actually assaulted her, hit her in the face with a damn brick, being the culprit, to all black men who didn't do this, that, and the third being the culprit. The shit seemed like a whole bunch of propaganda. I said it, I'm gonna stand on it, and I ain't taking it back. I don't care who like it, who don't like it. It is what it is. I shit, you got your opinions and I got mine, but some don't make sense with this. Hey, Rochelle Vanterpool, I hope I spoke to Miss Rochelle earlier. Uh, Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming in. Um, but you spot on, bro. And I gotta put both of these up here before I finish the rest of this. Uh, Again, y'all, it's gonna be some grown folk language, so this might not be for everybody, especially with the rest of this creator. Cause I got one more. I only got a couple more minutes. I gotta hurry up and finish. A resilient dad said, "I want to keep the focus on our team and building, but it can't always be that simple, or can it? I don't
Mm.
know. I want to go. I want to go to this one." He ARD said, uh, "Hold on, let me." He said, I agree, Jay. It's almost like, uh, what are we fake caring about this week to get distraction and attention? Look, fam, I'm telling you, man, bruh, last month it was people with folding chairs making memes and videos and earrings and t-shirts and all of this stuff. And then all of a sudden, some I haven't seen. Look, we've been content creating for almost 2 years. I haven't seen one issue just tip in and divide people after a collective, everybody kind of care a little bit and everybody give a damn situation that I can ever remember. It just seemed deliberate. It just seemed like it's off, man. There's more to it than this. So yeah. Uh go ahead, Tack. Go ahead. I'm gonna upload this other one and I'm gonna play a little. I'm gonna play a little bit more of her. Let me put this link in the chat as we wind down for anybody else who want to come up and share any. any thoughts or opinions, you are more than welcome because I got time tonight. I got time tonight. Uh, the link is in the chat, and I'm gonna play a little bit more of her. Again, this is a woman's opinion. This ain't me. I'm not saying this because I agree with everything she's saying. I'm saying it because we covering perspectives and how people feel. Period.
What type of girl she is. I just don't understand how somebody can have this happen, and instead of calling the police or recording that man, you would rather post yourself on social media crying. And then you want to go on social media and say, oh, I'm tired of the bullying, this and that, but you posted it on social media. What did you think was going to happen? I would have never posted something like this on social media. I would have went straight to the cops immediately and I would have had them handle it. What is social media going to do for me? Exactly. I don't understand what's wrong with people nowadays, seeking validation and doing all that extra stuff. I'm sorry, y'all, but this generation has gone way out of hand with begging people for help and doing all this extra stuff when it's like, dude, you guys put yourself in these situations. Oh my God, dude. And it's so crazy because when I look at her page, she's twerking it. She's starting argument. She's fighting with people. She's controversial. All her takes are controversial. All her takes are just degrading people. And then you see her smacking people up all the time. But you expect nobody to do anything to you. And then you're saying, oh, this is for our people, reparations and all this stuff. I seen the post that you had and you deleted it off your page. Why'd you delete it? Exactly. Because you've seen people were on your ass. You've seen people were starting to see your content. That's sad, dude. It's really crazy how a lot of women will come on here and manipulate the whole world and have them thinking, oh, poor me, but you were the one who are antagonizing this person. If I go and I freaking pick at somebody and they explode on me, like, dude, are we kidding?
I'm gonna say this for clarity. I don't give a damn how antagonistic she was or what she did. Uh, she didn't deserve to be hit in the face with no brick. That's my opinion, and I'm gonna stand on it. I don't give a damn how antagonistic she was or what she did or how she said it or whatever. Uh, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But that man should have walked away if she hadn't put her hands on. If she was just saying shit and hadn't laid no hands on him, then bruh, you should have dipped out. You should have took your ass wherever you had to go and went on about your business. And I ain't gonna say it ain't okay to put your hands on a woman. It ain't okay to put your hands on nobody. Period. Take your ass, go somewhere. Go do something different. Go do something else. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. But what you think, Tack?
I'm the same way, man. And that's why I said what I said when I started it. You know, when women are emotional. Let's get that. Let's get that out the way right now. I live
Yeah.
with a mama. I live with a sister. They're very emotional, and when they get angry, they're very emotional, and they can say some darn things. Women can say some things that'll make a grown man cry. That's just make it simple and plain. They'll make
Mm-hmm.
a grown man cry. So at the end of the day, she might be an antagonism, but you got to be the bigger man and say, you know what, this is a woman talking out of anger. You know what, I'm just gonna go ahead and just let it. You can't talk once you see me walking away. You gonna shut up? What, you gonna argue with yourself?
Right. Right. Yeah. He should have walked away. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really no excuse, unless she seriously picked up some, or she put her hand. Now if she just put her hands on you, and you can restrain her and get the police there. Then do that. But if you can and you just feel like it's no way out, I don't agree with picking up nothing and hitting a woman with it. Period. But if you
At
gotta,
all.
and excuse my friends, but if you gotta slap her around and call the police to get up off of you, then that's what you need to do. But I really don't encourage you putting your hands on a woman. Period. But sometimes these women think that they're men, and the world and got them thinking the wrong thing. I tell my daughter, because my daughter got an incident with a young man at school. My daughter's 10. Last year she had an
Uh-huh.
incident.
Sorry about that, bro. Hold on. I'm uploading something.
Good.
I'm uploading another one. My bad.
Good.
Hold on.
This take very interesting because I think
Sorry about that. That's the one I didn't get to finish early. I'm trying to finish that real quick before we get out of here. Miss
Okay.
T, what's going on? Miss T with the T. ARD still in here. Yeah.
But
Go ahead, Tack. Go on, take your time, bro.
she had an incident with a young man in school where he came in, kind of put her in the headlock, and my daughter was very shaken up, and I had to calm my daughter down, like, you didn't do nothing wrong, baby. He was just, I don't know what was going on with the young man. My son, he middle school, so he wanted to go out to beat the little boy up, but I had to teach my son. Sometimes you just gotta leave that alone. I know that's your sister. I handled it as your father. And no, you
Right,
can't go to elementary school and beat that little boy up. Then I got to worry
right,
about you charges at a middle school age. So
right,
you have to tote that line. You have to follow that thin line when it comes to dealing with people. And I've told my son that women get emotional. So you might have one that might snap off on you in middle school, high school, and then when you get old, when you get to start dating women, when you get of that age, but you got to learn how to walk away. If that's the first thing you learn, and you've seen me do it with your mother, I walk away, and then I come back.
right, right, right. Yeah, I mean, shit. Man, that's great advice, bro. I mean, what else can you do if you're gonna be a responsible man and not snap every time somebody hurt your feelings or come at you in a way that you don't understand or appreciate? That's the only thing you can do. For real, that's the only thing you can do. Tack, Tack, if you got a couple more minutes, man, hang around with me, bro. I want. ARD done tipped in. ARD done tipped. Hey, let me see you back there, bro. Make sure that's you, cause I don't want no dingling. Okay, you good?
No, that's right.
I know. No, for real. I don't want nobody slapping no dinglings up on my ARD. I'm gonna get to you in a minute. ARD fam. Let me run some of the content real quick, and I want to get your
Hey, please
opinion,
do. Please do.
Tack opinion on the other side, because I don't know at this point what all we supposed to do, but we finna get it. We finna talk about it.
Back
Let's
to the Alabama boat incident where the black guy got assaulted by the white guy, and all those black men came to his rescue and helped him in that situation. I wondered to myself if
before my internet went out. I said it before. I'm gonna say it again. Damn, a lot of those people who jumped in that circumstance were his co-workers.
Right.
So again, that is a relationship. These people, you don't know if they've been working together 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever, 6 months, but they might be cool as hell.
Yeah.
You can't just say that oh well, black men just jumped in to help another black man when damn, they were co-workers. Damn, you wouldn't stand up for if somebody walked in and thought, I ain't gonna say no company name. If somebody walked in a coffee joint and picked up a pitcher of coffee and dashed it, you wouldn't try to beat their ass or at least defend them or do something. Like, come on, man. But let this play. I'm gonna shut up. I'm trying.
because of this situation with Roe and nobody intervened, no black man intervened, I wonder if it's because black men are actually afraid of other black men.
What? What the hell?
I'm not
Wow.
gonna jump in the
Bruh, I'm gonna let this one play too, and then I'm gonna say something. And then
middle of the fight for these independent women. I thought y'all didn't need no man. I am not protecting no woman that's not my wife, that's not my mom, no woman I don't know. I'm not getting in the middle of that fight. That's their business. What if I was a bystander? I end up getting hurt and I end up getting killed. Then what? I have a family to go home to. What does any of that have to do with you asking that girl if she was okay? See,
Now, mind you, this is the perfect example of what I mean, because this video was made before this person had knowledge that there are multiple people coming out saying that they not only call the ambulance, they call the
Police.
police. It's stuff out here that I ain't even dropped yet from the club owner who got cameras and voice recordings from his security staff. He got cameras from across the street, in his parking lot, inside his building, all that stuff, saying that the way stuff is being portrayed ain't the way it went down. Baby, this H Town, this Houston, Texas. it's cameras everywhere. But folks on here doing shit like this, saying stuff like this, at the not the behest of other black women, but at the degradation of black men, which just don't. I just it's hard for me to process because nothing in me is ready to make me do my sisters like that at all. Maybe I'm a different breed, I don't know, but nothing in me is making me be readily available to shit on black women at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
But let's finish. I want to hear from
It's
both of
not
y'all.
just about Ro being harmed, being hit with the brick, and the black men around her not doing anything to intervene. It's also about the layers of nothing that was done for her. Like this comment said,
I gotta stop again, man. If something is a couple of hours old and that shit just came across your FYP, how the hell you out here saying ain't nobody done nothing for nobody in real life?
Right.
How can you fix your mouth to say what somebody did or didn't do on a story that came across your FYP that's 3 or 4 hours old? Come on, man. Shit, let me run this, man, so I can
is
get
the
out of here.
lack of empathy from the men in the crowd is appalling, and it absolutely is. And I think that's what hurts so bad to see. Because I can understand to a certain extent why you would freeze in an emergency situation like that. But you do know that as a man that you are capable of more than violence. And there are things that you can do to intervene in the situation that involve care, right?
I'm just gonna let some more play so we
Now,
can get
y'all
through
are
it.
all aware that a dude picked up a brick and hit a woman in the face because she would not give him her phone number. And what I want to talk about is this type of male aggression that needs to be addressed by other men. Because it's easy to tell a woman, well, get a Google Voice, get a talker tone, just give them the number and run. That's not going to address this pattern, this epidemic of violence towards women, because that is the responsibility of men, because this is a men's issue. There were men standing there that ain't do nothing. They didn't open their mouth. They didn't call the police. They didn't take out their phone. They didn't do anything. And so this is where we all collect.
And again, this is another video that's made within a handful of minutes of all of this shit transpiring, where folk going hard saying who didn't do what, who didn't interject, who didn't participate, who didn't whatever. How do you know? How are you privy to this level of intel to know who didn't or did not do, who did or did not do what at this point, at that juncture, with this being as fresh as it was? Y'all, y'all really think y'all on the cool? We gonna make it as a collective? Everybody talking about collectives and shit, community, this and that. Baby, you better find you one build that my wife been talking to me about my language. You better build that joint and get your own folk who you trust or half-ass trust or halfway trust and start working with them and
No, this
build you something you think you can grow off of. Because if you just count on folk who got your same hue and color and complexion to be that's your dice, that's your 7 on the come out roll on shit. Come on.
Collectively look at fraternities. What are y'all doing? We look at politicians, we look at pastors, we look at priests, we look at all these men and say, what are you doing to address this violence among men? Because they don't listen to us and they don't care. You can see these people being quiet, these cowards, they don't care. So good men do good things. What are you doing to address this issue?
Wow. Yeah, that was
Before this next
powerful.
part,
Hold on.
I know
Good
it's
men
heavy.
do
Hey,
good things. Hold
come
on, real
on,
quick, because I had a
ARD.
whole nother perspective. I had a whole nother just couple of things to help you wrap this up. So you're not here for
Bruh.
18 more days. But good men do good things. What about the good men that wanted to go back to their families, right? And maybe called the cops or maybe try to deter it that never got recorded before,
Right.
anybody ever reported anything like on the viral on the internet about this stuff, right? Are those not good men either? You know, like this
That's wrong.
situation is unfortunate as like as heck, right? And
Yeah.
on top of that, I mean, in any given day or any bad day, the worst day, man, everybody know to keep your hands to yourself, especially men to women. Like we know how that like work, and that's something that
Yeah.
real good men know, like
It's been
period.
instilled in most of us. It's been instilled
Yeah.
in most of us, the
Hmm.
majority. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's man, yeah. Actually, let me go. I'll let you go ahead, man. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a
I'm
couple of quick things. Yeah.
no. I'm gonna play this last part, and then I'm gonna hear from both you brothers, man. Let's get it.
So let me clarify this. Are y'all telling us that if you are not related to us, if you are not dating us, if you're not having some sort of physical relationship to us, if you don't find us attractive, if you don't find us polite enough, kind enough, quiet enough, that our lives are not worth protecting? Is that what you're telling us? Is that the precedent you're setting?
Yes. The same way women will say, you're not my family. You're not someone I'm romantically involved with. You're not tall enough, handsome enough, rich enough, smart enough. I don't owe you a smile. I don't owe you words of encouragement. I don't owe you respect. I don't owe you any kind of gratitude. Men will hold the doors open for women and they won't even say thank you because I don't know you. The same way when you see a man down on his luck, you judge and laugh instead of offering him words of encouragement, speaking life into him. Why should I do that? That's a stranger. Things that don't cost you anything, you will not give to a man that you don't know, you don't want. But y'all expect these men who don't know you, don't owe you anything, and they have their own families at home that they need to get back to. Y'all expect those men to lay their life on the line for you when y'all can't even give them a hi, smile, or a thank you. Oh, okay.
And I'm done. I'm gonna go over to ARD and I'm gonna go to TAC and yeah, go
Hey,
gentlemen, please.
ARD, let me go first. I'm gonna be very short, and I'm gonna let you
Oh
go ahead.
yeah, I was about to
End it.
actually pass it to you first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, well, man, I'm gonna say this. Um, at the end of the day, we all came out of some woman,
Yep.
and that woman is your mother. Um, these days, man, it seems like social media for these young ones is their mother, their father, whatever you want to call it. And I teach my nephews, my nieces, I teach my nephews keep your hands off a woman to stay out of jail. If they're not putting their hands on you, they talking trash about them, let them talk trash. Walk away. Let them talk trash by themselves. And you'll live to see another day. You don't know what that person got on them. You don't know that person's mindset at that moment. And you just want to get home. So if it means shut your mouth and walking away, shut your mouth, walk away. Hey, you gonna get talked about through your whole lifetime. I ain't never met nobody ain't got talked about their whole lifetime until they dead and gone.
All facts. All facts.
So your opinion of me in that moment or that second of that time isn't gonna make me or break me at any point. So only thing I can say is just be careful. I have a daughter out here that's going to be out here pretty soon, and I always tell her, you always watch what you're doing. Be polite at all times, because you got to admit it. These guys these days, I done even seen a woman deny a man at the gas station and start calling her out her name. Big this and big
Mm-hmm.
did that,
Yeah.
just because she
Yeah.
wouldn't give him the time of day. If she even said no, thank you, I'm not interested. Oh, you a B, you BB, and it's going on from there. At the end of the day, you women just say no, thank you, walk away, and let it go. For men,
Yep.
if a woman is belittling you, remember it's emotions. Women go off emotions. Let her rant, and you just walk away. That's the best thing I can say at the end of the day. Just learn how to walk away regardless, because you're gonna get talked about your whole life. What's one day of somebody saying something to you? It gets tiresome for everybody to walk away, but at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
day, you have preserved yourself from the stupidity of that person, and you can go home. You ain't got to worry about maybe possibly facing jail time. You ain't got to worry about maybe your family putting you in the grave early. So you just got to think about stuff like that when you're out here in these streets, and we know that. So you just got to remind yourself each and every day that you go out here, go work, or rather go run some errands. That be mindful. Just be mindful and just say, I want to, I want to be able to see another day, and take it from there. But go ahead, resilient dad. I'm done. Thank you.
It's all love. It's all love, and you're right.
That was
Yeah,
a tactical message, bro. That was a tactical message for survival because at the end of the day, sometimes not falling into dumb shit is the difference between you seeing your wife again, your kids again, going to work the next day. And again, it's a whole lot of people out here woofing a whole lot of big shit and wolf tickets. When was the last time they ass was in the county? When was the last time you was in
man.
lockup, baby? When was
Do
the last
you even
time
got a
you was
mug
at
shot? Like
Come
what?
on, man. Come on.
I
Come
don't.
on.
Hey, I don't have one. I don't
I
have
don't
one.
need.
Allegedly, you know what I'm saying? I don't.
Yeah,
Hey, you
but
you'll
but
never find it if I did.
hey, bro, but you not out here plexing neither. You ain't out
Yeah,
here
yeah,
plexing.
not
You
at
know what I'm
all.
saying?
That's not even my nature because it's just way
Yeah,
different
but
with us how we
hey,
move. Yeah.
it's all on you. Go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
No, but well said, Tack. Well said, man. It was great to connect too with you. I think, man, preservation is key. Hopefully, that doesn't look like weakness, right? Because, natural selection in life, right? The people that survive over time, and difficulties and things like that to the human psyche and to the human evolution, right? Were those who preserve themselves. And I'm not trying to compare that to this situation because, like I said, nobody, that could be anybody, right? And get hit with a brick, and that's all anybody gonna go on 10 with that, period. But
Yeah.
it's just interesting
AR,
though. Go
ARD,
ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, bro, but I want to say this real quick.
Yes, sir.
With regard to what you just said, preservation only appears to be weakness to those who lack the understanding
Hmm,
of true survival.
say that.
In my opinion, in my opinion. Now, are there moments and instances where people can be cowardly? Absolutely, 100%. But context is everything. If you put in a situation
Facts.
where you disseminating between seeing your family and your loved ones again for the sake of something that's not a direct threat to you, and you pause and contemplate that and may not interject yourself, I don't think that makes you a coward. Now, if somebody beating your wife ass in front of you and
Right.
you curl up in a corner and start crying, that makes you a coward. If somebody kicking your
Context is
5 or 6
key.
year
Yeah.
old in the stomach and you as a grown ass man curl up in a corner, whether you know you finna get your ass beat or not, that makes you a coward. But all of this
Facts.
jumping into shit that ain't got nothing to do with you and you don't know and protect this and you a B and you a this and that for not doing that shit. You feel how you want to feel about me. It is what it is. I'm at peace with it. I hope you are too.
Man, totally agree. Yeah, context is key as well. And this is to the point why I just wanted to share because I put it in the chat.
Hmm.
It's not to say that this isn't serious, when someone assaults
Yeah,
another person,
of
let
course,
alone
of course.
a man assaults a woman. Um, but some
Hey,
of this
let me
stuff
see
is
you
has
backstage. Let me see you
some of this
backstage.
stuff
I bring it. Okay, you good, fam. You good. You good.
some of this stuff also, just think about the last 3 months, right? We've seen
Hmm.
aliens, right? We've seen that
Sir,
Chicago
come on.
situation, right? When
Yep.
that young man had to defend, hey, right? We've seen that, right? And I'm just
Yeah.
giving you a couple
Yeah.
of highlights over the last 3 months. We've
Right.
seen a woman go missing, right? And the whole internet and the communities came together to try to figure that out, and we've seen
Mm.
what that became as well, right? And then
Yeah.
conveniently, we see the Alabama stuff, right? And now we're seeing, and it's a couple other things too that's out there, but now we're seeing this, and making this the new hotness, right? And
Right.
it's divisive, right? Because one thing that carried over by all those situations is you never had the full story until after you made your opinion about it. Every
Absolutely.
single one,
Every
every
one
single
of them.
one. And that's just what I see in patterns. I could be wrong. Maybe people got more information than I did, but I think that we all were moving from basically the most amount of the same information,
Mm-hmm.
as the public because we weren't there,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah.
And I just want,
Yeah.
in respect for J3, I just want us to think about that, you know.
Yeah.
I just want us to think
Yeah.
about that. Why
All right,
is
bro.
that?
No, bro, you 100% right. I'm gonna welcome in my brother the word in a minute. Look here, man. I'm watching society go through a damn double blind study and too ignorant to. And I don't mean ignorant in a flippant way. I don't get joy. It don't get my rocks off to say that people may not be privy to certain perspectives or forms of information and no shit like that. But what I am saying is, well, damn. You can't see the play by now. I'm just going off of what ARD just said. How much shit got to happen? How repetitive does it have to become before the pattern is recognized? And it is. Mm. I'm going to talk about a study that happened in the early 80s, late 70s. Actually, I'm not going to even put out the time frame. I'm going to talk about that and how it's relative to human society. I'm going to do that next week when we get back to the crib. But everything ARD and TAC just said is 100% spot on. Cause y'all ain't peeping this yet. Y'all ain't peeping this yet. And even if the circumstances are organic, even if the initial situations are organic, the way that it manifests via these here internets, which are
Correct.
integrated
Correct.
into our
Yeah.
lives in a way that we will never ever go backwards unless electricity across the planet go out, you bet. Come on, man. We got to grow up. But look here. The word. What's going on, fam? Welcome in. Welcome in. What you got?
Hey, how y'all brothers doing? Hey, I just wanted to chime in real quick. I think about myself, right? I got a duty to protect and provide for my family. So if I'm out and about and somebody getting into it, it's my duty to protect and provide for my family. I got to make it
Yeah.
back to them. People saying, the black man ain't protecting the black woman. I know not only do I protect them, that I teach them, make them aware. You know, if I'm not there, they got to make it back to me. They got to hold them off until I get there. So they have tools. Some of them carry, some of them got made, some of them I train. My job is to protect my family. I can't do that if I'm not here. So jumping in other people's business, you got to be careful because you don't know the circumstances. You don't know what the other person got. Like, it's a reality, and then it's fairy tales. Stuff sound good, but until you experience it in reality, I got a friend who's no longer here because he was helping somebody. Ain't nobody taking care of his family, you know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that's just the reality of it. I mean,
Yeah.
I ask women when I hear them say that, where are your men like me at in your family? Why are you saying some random people supposed to be helping you when I know my duty? Can't no female call me and my family and it ain't up. So
Right.
where's your me at in your family? Why are you putting yourself in situations where you need to be protected? We got to be protected as men too. So if we gonna
I
talk about men not protecting women, we got to talk about women not putting themselves in positions where we have to protect them too. So, like you said earlier, we got to do better on both sides. But all that black man ain't doing this, doing that. It's not a man's job. If you ain't part of his tribe, it's not his job to protect you. And that's just the reality. So if you know
and
that, you have to prepare yourself.
I word. I'm surprised that that sounds so foreign and so occult to so many different people, and I'll explain why. Now, if I'm your pastor, you have a certain level of respect for me that first off, in many instances, you ask my opinion as for guidance towards your life. So you gonna listen to me. Now, people hate the word control. It don't mean that I control you. It mean that you respect me to a degree where you will adhere to my advice and or suggestions. If I'm your squad leader, whether we in combat or whether we in training or we just doing some everyday soldier infantry type shit, you gonna listen to what I gotta say to the point where you won't second guess me at my first order or suggestion that's gonna keep both our ass alive. See what people got an issue with, and I'm gonna say it. Sometimes women have any. I don't give a damn whether you a man or woman. If you want or desire a certain level of protection or somebody to be on your team 100%, they got to be able to tell you some shit. I'm a man. My wife has the ability to check me and tell my ass some shit sometime, because sometime I, even though I'm getting older, I don't do it as much. I can still get a little hot headed, maybe be in my feelings, maybe whatever. Baby, calm down. Baby, this is what happened. Think about it like this. She can talk to me like that, and I'm like, okay, bet. Anybody is under. I ain't gonna say because this that somebody been and took that shit and made it a damn reel or some or a meme or whatever. I'll word it like this: anybody who is in anticipation of protection from another person has to admit that they have to adhere to and also be willing to concede to that other person to a degree. That don't mean they dictate your life, that don't mean they control you, but if you want protection from them, you got to be able to tell them some shit sometime, and that seems to be too hard and too difficult for some people, both men and women. For me, it goes both ways. Cause I think my wife done probably saved my life a couple times since we've been married, because she was able to calm me down, get me right, and I listened to her. You can't protect people who you can't control or influence. Period. Period.
You can't.
Um, y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Man, you know this one ain't getting monetized, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a wrap. I ain't even bothered.
It's all
I
love.
didn't. I ain't even
It's
bothered.
all love. But
But
yo, it's crazy because like you're saying, it's not like a control issue or a power struggle. Maybe some people have experiences like that and that's why they compare it to that, to those
Mm-hmm.
words. It could become triggers, but it's not really a power struggle because just like a woman, a man or your partner, you both are evenly yoked, right? So it's like you
Yeah.
both have influence to dictate, how do we
Right.
keep each other safe, right? And it has to be respected on both sides. So when I think about preservation as well, it's for anyone that really engages in that type of situation, as more and more information is coming out about this scenario, where was the
Mm-hmm.
self-preservation on either parts of those parties to before they even engaged to that matter, right? And it escalated to that matter, you know,
Yeah.
it kind of shows, to what the information that we have, right, or lack of information, it kind of shows already, right? And
Yeah.
and if everyone else practiced that, then I think that we will be all in a good place. It's not to say, maybe one day your kids might be in that situation or not because someone provoked them. But if they
Mm-hmm.
have those key skills, verbal aerobics, and some things you just can't get out of, period. Some
Right.
things you just
Mm-hmm.
can't get out of, especially in this incoming world. Some things you just can't get out of, right?
Yeah.
And in those
Yeah.
situations, it's like, you didn't provoke it. You know, Somebody might have stepped on your shoes like back in the day. You step on my all whites, you step on my uptowns,
Yeah.
people used to, used to get in real trouble about that. And now it's like if you just look at somebody wrong or, if somebody want to cut you in line and you say, no, I was first, right? Then it's a whole situation, right? And it's like the verbal aerobics that you gotta have to say, okay, it's all you. You got it. It's all love and respect, and like keep doing your thing and knowing how to walk away, like Tax said, because
Yeah.
that stuff will keep you out of everything unless you really, really got to get into something. So
Fact.
it's just about of, and then also you got to understand that not only the company you keep, but the energy you keep. If you like this online stuff, man, people think that it's just online, but it's more deeper than that. Like it
Way
goes
deeper.
into it goes into, I ain't even gonna say them words, like, but it goes into really what you got going on in real life. It's a reflection of it.
Facts.
It's a
Facts.
reflection of it. So
No, say
if you're
say it. It's a
doing
mess.
that.
It's not a microcosm. It is a it's a yeah. It's 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 a
Micro,
reflect. Yeah, it's a
microcosm.
reflection. Thank you. A microcosm. It is a microcosm of your actual the way that you reflect on her, whether you realize it or not. Now you could be fake, but you can only do that shit for so long. At some point, your true who you are gonna come out. I ain't saying we don't all have gaffes and shit like that, but in our reality, your online presence is a microcosm of who you are in real damn life. And with everything ARD just said, because he said something that made me go back and pull this back up. TX Lala said this is bigger than any individual man. Any place where there are men who behave like this publicly is a community in chaos. I avoid those places. This ties into what I just said a while ago, why I feel so strongly and why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I couldn't imagine. I don't think I would. We literally still, we finna head back home in a couple of days. I wouldn't be celebrating 21 years together, 16 years married, if I had a woman that wouldn't listen to me if I said, baby, hey man, like all this happened in H Town, right? So if I said, baby, hey, it's this skating ring over in Sunnyside. Don't go to that shit. I don't want you over there. I don't care if your homegirl want to meet up over there and just have fun, a girl's day, whatever. You can go to wherever else you want to go, but don't take your ass over here to Sunnyside because I know how them dudes is, and I'm gonna end up having to pull up and do some dumb shit and probably come 3 or 4 deep, and it's just gonna be a situation. Go anywhere else with her. If I had the kind of woman who said,
You
"You
ain't my
can't tell me where to go,"
you ain't my daddy.
you you ain't my daddy. You ain't finna tell me. And then she would want nothing more than to go to that one skating rink over in Sunnyside where I got issues with people from that neighborhood and we got history and all. Like that shit is what get it helps to get people killed. I just don't have to deal with that because I've respected my wife. She's respected me. There are people that she helped me understand may not be the best for me in my life, and I've done the same for her. But if you ain't got that shit right there, baby, you fighting an uphill battle because you got like I don't see why this is so hard to get. I don't know why this is so hard to get because at the end of the day, when all the chips fall, it's gonna be me that you call to be that knight in shining armor because that's why you messing with me in the third place because you know I'm gonna be that for you. But damn, why we got to go through that? Now we rolling. Now we pulling shit out savings for bail over dumb shit, stupid. You know what, man? I'm not a rich man. I ain't never been a rich man. But one of the I don't care about people Jordan's collections. People do that. That is a hobby. I respect it. I don't care about people car collections or car collections. I said card, CARD and car collection. You can spend your money as an adult on whatever the hell you want to. But the only thing that saddens my heart is when I see people pay the stupid tax when you could have had a house over money that you done spent on bail money and shit in the last 5 years, it break my heart. But I'm gonna let y'all gentlemen talk because I just had to get that out real quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And one quick thing too about that, I know it's like two moving parts to the real meaning of what this topic is about.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to listen to each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to
Yeah.
listen to each other. What goes
Yeah.
in your house goes in your house, of course, just like what goes into your life goes into your lives. You can block anybody at any time. But one of the
Yeah.
coldest things that I experienced was with my wife and I, we were overseas and we had a great vacation. Long story short, brought all her girlfriends that she know, all of my homies, and some of them were in relationships and stuff. But when we got to the Airbnb, I had a set rule of, all right, we put our passports here. Everybody already knew to come with, separate IDs and stuff. And we separate our money like this. So, You know, we got contingencies, right? Just kept it real clean in the first dinner night that we had.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody fell in line. First, the men knew what was up, and then the women also was like, okay, no disputes.
Mm-hmm.
Um, by the end of that, before the end of that trip, before we left, one of my wife's girlfriend's purse got right.
Uh-huh.
If I wouldn't have said that, she would have been moving around with her passport the whole time. She would have been in
Yep.
that country probably to this day.
Yep.
Literally, probably to this
Stuck.
day.
Stuck.
Probably to this day.
Yeah.
And that wasn't me
Yeah.
trying to control nothing, me trying to do anything. I put a lot of
Right.
time and work into try to figure out what are the best ways for us to enjoy and stay safe, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I thank God still to this day, we can laugh at it now, because it was like, all right, yeah, they got a couple of dollars and some credit cards we can cancel. Yeah, that's cool. But you got your
Yeah.
passport here. You can still get on the plane on your flight. So you're good,
Right. Right.
And it was just a small example like that. That's like, man, it's not trying to be controlling or anything. It's just like, hey, here's some words of advice. And, if you're trying to get down over here, I think you should consider that strongly,
For sure.
because I wouldn't just tell you that.
Hey, y'all
Maybe it
hold it
don't
down for me
happen.
for a second.
I
Hold it
got,
down for me.
I would love it if it don't. I would love if it don't. Them situations won't happen. But in the situation that it could happen, I'd rather us already be prepared. And it's situations like that, I believe, that, kind of can get misconstrued as, I don't know, like trying to be over controlling or something like that. But luckily, we have the right people around us with the right hearts and understanding. Does that make sense for everybody on the chat?
Oh yeah, that make a lot of sense.
Makes sense. And I hit real two quick points, bros, and I gotta jump down. But I want to make this point too. We we bring life into this world, right? And you kept using the word preservation. I love that word because we bring life into this world. We teach you how to walk, talk, how to spell, how to dance, how to do all these things, but we don't teach you how to preserve itself. That should be one of the most focal skills that we teach. That should be innate. We should teach our young how, and not just physically, but mentally and spiritually, how to be aware, how to stay out of situations like that. That should be a focus in learning that we instill into our kids. How to survive, how to preserve their life, because they can't do none of the other stuff without living. And another point I wanted to make real quick. Um, we
Yeah.
we have the responsibility to ourselves, to
Yeah.
and people just feeling like everybody needs to come together and do this. Do it for yourself first. That's what people not doing. Everybody looking for everybody else to come save them. Save yourself. You get into that, and then you'll be able to work in a group. We have no individuality. Everybody herded and sheep. That's why they're looking for that idol, that savior. You are the savior. You got to save yourself.
Agree.
Yeah, facts. And I think when you really value that, and I don't have the answers at all. I don't come up here thinking I do. I just have some experience, and I want to share my experience because I love hearing and learning from everybody else's experience. Um,
Yeah.
but I think saving yourself, like when you really get into that method of really saving yourself and knowing what that work requires, I think you'll have appreciation for community too, right? Because now you're able to not only like have that respect for what it really takes to save and preserve yourself. But now, when you come as a community, it's creating one entity, and that one entity now you'll do the same thing for, or you'll have respect for it, right? But you got to have the right individuals involved with it. Otherwise, you know, it can get tricky. I've been in, yeah, it can get tricky. But that's
For sure.
that
For
respect
sure.
for self preservation and saving yourself, and then thriving, self thriving is another one too that we respect because it doesn't create envy when y'all in a community and people have different ambitions, but it's all in the name of, them trying to build themselves better. And then it's also still increasing the value of the community You don't have any animosity to that. You actually promote that even more, and you get inspired by that. You want to learn how they did that, so you can do something like that if you aspire to it, right? So it's a sharing community, but that's not really what we see in certain corners of the internet, and
Hmm.
we have lack of information as well. But at the same time, we give it all the attention. So it is what it is at this point. I would say, just keep your eyes
No,
open, keep your mind open.
yeah, for sure. Well said, ARD. No, I agree. I agree 100%. And I'm gonna say this, man. Before we get out of here, I'm gonna give each one of these brothers a chance to talk about what they got going on, and as we wind it down. But I'm gonna say this, and before I do, this is a pre-close. Close. I'm gonna say this, man, and I mean this shit with all my heart. I'm not big on shitting on black women. I'm just not. And I'm not big on shitting on black men. The vitriol, the hatred, the lack of consideration or empathy, everyone is antithetical to all the circumstances existing out here. We've had people come up, or people who have been in the chat, who have said that they have, uh, some instances, their first abuser was their father. And after that, somebody came up and said their first abuser was their father and their first hero was their husband. The same shit go from male to female. Dudes have been disappointed by their mothers, but didn't let that dictate their lives, and found a woman who they fell in love with, who was worthy of such. And hey, good story. I ain't saying it's all been Cinderella-ish and fairy tale-ish and all of that, but damn it, it does happen. What I'm gonna do with this life that I got right here is not encourage no bullshit from nobody. All the dumb shit, you keep that to yourself. I'm not finna help be a conspirator to shitting on my people. And I mean my people in two ways. My people as human beings, and first and foremost, my people is black people. I'm not finna help encourage no sideways shit, no desecration of history, no this, no that. Everybody's important. Everybody has been shit on. Everybody has played vital roles. Black women stepped up in instances where the black man was towed away from the home because they had to. It led to where we at right now. Black men done dropped the ball. Black women done dropped the ball at certain points along the way. I'm just not going to encourage and help the division. I won't do it. You can't make me do it. You can't pay me to do it. I'm tired of seeing people do it. But what I also know is I can't control other grown folk. So the only power that I really possess and have is for me to say, I'm not finna get out here and go at my brothers and sisters tooth and nail, day in and day out, like I'm proving a point, like I'm right about something of whatever. Because of whatever. I done been hurt, you done been hurt, we all done been hurt. But for me to ever sit up here and just live under the forever assumption that because I have my true and memorable lived experiences that all women ain't about shit, I would have never found my wife. I would have never found the love of my life.
Facts.
I'm not finna do that. I'm not finna do that. So, that happened in Houston, I'm gonna say this. Bro was wrong. He was beyond wrong. Keep your hands to yourself. Don't be hitting nobody, and much less a woman. I don't care what she say or how she did. If she didn't put your hands on you and you wasn't defending yourself, keep your shits to yourself. My bigger point is community. Community. Baby, everybody ain't on our team. Everybody don't want to see us win. They are among us. They among us. They hoping on our downfall, and a whole bunch of them look like us. They share our same complexion, our same skin tone, skin hue, and all of that shit. Some of them smiling in our face, and they want our ass to fail every day. And I don't just mean you as an individual. They want the whole community to fail. And we so focused on white folks, you don't see the people who inside the damn room. Grow the fuck up. I'm sorry. I usually don't go that hard. I usually don't. I'm trying to watch my language and measure myself. But this shit's real because when I see a community on this last leg that I'm a part of, how the hell else am I supposed to feel?
Right.
I take this seriously.
Absolutely.
I take this seriously. There's a whole market. Somebody got a budget somewhere for black men and black women to shit on each other day in and day out, and it don't seem like the average human being who look like me seem to understand that shit. They'd rather participate.
Absolutely.
I'm tired of it, dog. I'm tired of it. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you brothers talk. I'm gonna start with Tack and work my way down,
Yeah,
and I'm
and
gonna
real
get out of
quick,
here.
man, it's so funny too. When I told you just in Jake's verse, Jake's voice, think about it. Why don't we
Yeah.
hear and publicize or viral a lot of stories that happen in other communities? Why is it
Uh-huh.
always these communities? Is it because we're
Yeah.
not focusing on them, or is it because they're not going viral? I'm just
Right.
I'm just asking for a friend, you know.
Right.
So that's why I
Right.
say always, just keep your eyes and mind open. But yeah, my bad.
No, you good, fam. You
You made
good.
a
You
valid
good.
point. I'm gonna be short and sweet, man. I thank you so much, African Dreaming and your wife for definitely doing a part two, man. This is very powerful conversation that needed to be made. So thank you to you and your wife for being vulnerable and doing this for us.
All love. All love.
And foremost, I just want to say, man, everybody just as time goes on, time and what my grandma always told me, the only thing that changes is time. So as time
Yep.
changes, we have to adapt. But in adapting, we don't have to adapt and conform to what this world is going through right now. And what I mean by
Mm-hmm.
that is, um, like they say, community. Well, what's community to you? Like I said before, I had my son before the old lady died next door to us, and her daughter is in the house now. I had him taking out her garbage, and he would still take out the garbage to the curb and pick up the trash cans and bring them back to the back of the house because I believe community that teaching my son how to take care of the older people in the neighborhood, and that's very valuable to me because that's what I was brought up on, being
Yeah.
in that community, making sure your elders are taken care of. If you got to run to the store and get some milk, go get that milk and bring it right back, and that's very valuable to me. So in my ending of this, what's valuable to you, and in that value, what what can you do to value, I guess, what's around you? And I do that with my nephews and my nieces.
Yeah.
Um, even with on the 2A level, I tell them all the time, if you're gonna go out here and do wrong, I just seen my matter of fact, my nephew, which is my wife's friend, childhood friend. I saw him the other day at my nephew's game, which is his brother. He had a tether on his leg. I said, "Oh, so you out here getting?" I said, "See," I said, "You, but you'll learn." I said, "But," and he ended up telling me later on that before I left that he wanted to get baptized. Uncle, I'm gonna call you because I want to get baptized. So it's something that I'm doing right. I don't talk to him every day, so I got to get back to talking to him. But it's something that I'm doing right in my community for him to come up to me and say, "I want to get baptized." On too many,
Mm-hmm.
too many young ones are not doing that. So in my community, what's valued to me is the young men that's around me to make sure they're gonna come out all right. And like I tell them, if you want to go shoot a gun, I got plenty of guns to go shoot. Hit me up. Let's go to the range. Let's do it in a safe environment where you won't get in trouble, but you can also enjoy yourself with the tools that I have in my home, because it's not just for me, it's for my nieces, my nephews, my son, my daughter. So y'all won't go out there being curious and then getting yourself in some trouble that you ain't got no business getting into. Give me a
Uh-huh.
hit and we can hit that range. You can shoot all day long. So in my closing, what's valuable to your community? So that's all I gotta say. Thank you, J Dog. I appreciate you. I appreciate your wife. And man, that's it for me.
Oh, that's real, bro. It's all love, man. You more than welcome,
Wow.
man.
Yeah. Hey,
You already,
Tack, you got to
you,
put that as a topic, man. I need to see that on one of them tactical Sundays, freestyle Sundays. Yeah, I need
Well,
to
hit
see
me up.
that.
Hey, you got my number, so
Yes,
we.
sir.
Chop it up. We can. I mean, I'm willing to take suggestions from anybody. I'm still a student at the age of going on 40 next
Nah,
month.
you hit it on the head with that one. Yes, sir.
Nah,
Nah.
for real, for real. It's all love, bro. And you know, I'm gonna say this before we get to ARD and then get to the word. Like, man, everybody got a home here. Everybody got a home here. Everybody got something. Like, I can't do this by myself. I don't want it to just be what Jay think. I don't want it to just be what African Dreaming think. I'm not bullshitting with this. This ain't a game. I'm not playing. I'm really trying to build something here. And sometimes that requires you allowing yourself to be indulged by others. Now, if you have a collective mindset, then you will be in agreement the majority of the time. But there will be instances where you not in lockstep. The ability to not be in lockstep and still move forward is how you do the whole. It's a reason why they got that game where you tie two legs together and y'all got a hacky, not a hacky sack, where you get in a sack race, or
Oh
you
yeah.
got two legs tied together
You
and you
already know. Yeah.
synchronicity, being able to understand
So,
and move forward together.
so,
Like, shit, man, baby, this real for me. But anyway, I digress. I'm gonna move on to ARD and then I'm
Yeah.
gonna get to the word so I can get out of here.
Yeah, music, you already know music. It's called quantized. When you have some notes that's slightly different from yours, you can say it's off. You can say it's a step before or a step too late. But quantizing
Thelonious Monk,
allows it.
Thelonious Monk, maybe. But go
Thelonious,
ahead, bro.
yeah, quantized.
Yeah, yeah,
Quantized, yeah. And that's what community is. It's like we all come with different frequencies, right? But for some
hmm,
reason, we're still in the same key, you know, in the range. We're still in the same range, right? So somebody,
yeah.
yeah, I ain't gonna go there to that. But it's all love. Honestly, mine is brief and short. Hey, thank you for allowing me here, man. I'm gonna be in the bushes for quite some bit, but I look forward to still supporting everyone, that we keep supporting. And I think that, the internet is a reflection of life sometimes because we all consume this stuff. But you got to understand, like, is it consuming you or you consuming it, because
Oh,
you might start
yes.
moving different. And that could be better for or worse, right? If you're using it for positive and for knowledge and stuff, go ahead, like you own it. But if you're using it to take examples on how to be, more like the trouble that we see in the internet, then I mean, hey, do your thing. But I hope you reconsider because everybody's a stone throw away from being in a crazy situation if you allow yourself to, and some things we can't avoid, but at the same time, man, there's a lot of things that you can control. And being a part of a good community and a good person, that is really what you got going on. So just be mindful of the divisiveness, be mindful of the distractions and how the patterns line up for the lack of information, but it's so sensational. And then
Yeah,
also be mindful of who you are in the midst of all that stuff. Do you want to be early to respond, and it's super wrong, or do you want to be the last to respond, and know all
fact,
the information? So it's all love, it's all respect, man. And I thank
fact.
you and sis for y'all time. And shout out to the word too, man. I've been seeing you, bro.
All right, much love, much love, much
Yeah,
love.
from the
Well
baby,
said,
much
bro.
respect.
Much love. I would rather cover some content that we do dabble in, um, and have time to research and ascertain different aspects of it than be the first one to say something and be wrong as hell, and uh, just so I can. I mean, don't get me wrong. I appreciate numbers. I appreciate love, but that ain't where our support come from. Uh, I don't know what other people's situations is, but uh, just being a member, a partner, ain't gave us shit. It come from people who have memberships, people who support the channel, people who move in that capacity. That's where our growth and our sustainability has truly come from. So that's my work ethic and my motto, and that's what I'm gonna keep rocking with because AdSense ain't making sense to me. So this organic, true, real, like hell, I didn't even monetize this one. I didn't monetize this one, and I ain't shit. Bro, on the cool, we monetize probably 90, not 90. We probably monetize less than 90% of our videos. Uh, we really get support organically from people who just appreciate, respect our content, and it is what it is. So thank you for that, ARD, because that means a lot.
Oh yeah,
Because you
and
want,
it's all love. And remember how you like organically build every super chat. Yeah, I mean you won't. I think the smartest thing that I heard over the last week by being in our community was uh, it was from a good brother, a good man. You got trolls in the chat. As long as they ain't being too disrespectful, let them get the watch hours up. You know,
let them get them
let them get
in,
the watch
get them
hours
in
up.
for real, for real. Shit,
As long as they
I ain't
being
mad
too
at.
disrespectful, let them get the watch hours up
Yeah,
because he understand like the phonetics of it all, right? The logistics, but
for sure, for
also
sure.
it shouldn't deter from the people that are genuinely here. It's gonna follow you through any other platform, right? Because they genuinely rock with you guys, like y'all
Yeah,
bring
yeah,
what y'all bring. You might be talking about stuff they ain't even interested in. They'll still rock with you. Yeah, and that's the stuff
right.
that's
I'm
the
gonna tell
stuff
you
that really like builds an empire.
for
Yeah.
sure. If you a tasteful troll, I ain't even got no problem with you. Let me get over to my man, the word, and I'm gonna let the word
Yes,
say the
sir.
last word, and I'll say a little something, something. And we gonna dip out, fam.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all letting me up, man. I wanted to add a little context to what I said too about saving yourself. The only thing that can come out you is what's in you. So put all the
Hmm.
right things in you and let it pour out you. And that's how I learned how to affect my surroundings, my environment. That's how I learned how to create my own environment. So a lot of things that bother other people don't bother me,
Yeah,
because it's not in me. Like when you was talking about that hate, I broke this down too, bro. My last live, you might appreciate that. How I, looked at it from different angles. But you're right.
for sure.
There's a lot of hate, and people to correct that hate, you got to look at what's in you, man. It ain't gonna come out you if it ain't already in you. So you got to look inside yourself. And over on my channel, I talk about the mind and the soul. You know, um, we had tough conversations, but we look at it from a logical standpoint. We learn how to control our emotions. I was a little young wild boy, man, from the D. Got in trouble. I corrected myself, and if I can do it, everybody else can. But it's self, man. Ain't nobody come save me, man. I had to save myself. And when I got
Right,
tired of suffering, I started looking for solutions, or I started looking for answers, and I created my own solutions. And that's what we got to get to. We got to start creating solutions, because these conversations, like the whole thing about this whole situation, is a woman got hit with a brick, right?
mm-hmm.
What we gonna do to solve that problem? We can sit up here and talk about who got morals or values. Man ain't supposed to do this. Somebody should have did this. Look, stuff like this happen every day, especially where I'm from. So what did I do to solve this problem? Look, women in my family walk around with them things. They got mace. They ready to protect themselves. If they can't, they call me, and they don't put themselves in situations where any of that has to occur. That's what I'm doing as a black man, to protect mine. And if you ain't got one of me, go find one. You need to go find, instead of asking or saying why these black men, why ain't your black man protecting? But that's all I got, bro. I gotta jump down, my phone about to die. I
Hey, the word.
appreciate
Can
y'all,
you
man.
can you also can somebody drop your channel link in the chat too?
I ain't got a wrench, but I can. I think
Uh,
somebody in the chat probably rock with the
hey, hey, check this out. Hey, the word. All you got to do is drop your hashtag BCIC in the chat, man. Drop that joint.
BCIC.
BCIAC.
Being
Okay.
country in another country. Yiddy.
There you go. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I
Nah,
appreciate y'all, bro.
hey,
Yeah, yeah.
now real talk, real talk. And I'm gonna say this too as we close out. I'm gonna say this, man. Look here. As old country boy, as a Texas boy, I ain't I can read and write and do arithmetic. I ain't the smartest cat on the planet. But for everything that all three of these brothers, everybody who came up, man, shout out to Miss Carol. Shout out to Vision Preparedness. Shout out to Motivation from the Weightlifting Geek. Shout out to who else came up? Gina versus Gina. Shout out to, man, we had, it was somebody I'm forgetting. Tactical Skillionaire, of course. The people you see currently,
Miss Jones.
ARD,
Yeah.
Miss Jones. That's who it was, Miss
Yeah.
Jones. Um,
You people.
I,
Yeah.
I hope I ain't missed nobody and everybody who was in the chat. But here's the thing, y'all. At the end of the day, no one understands or recognizes the urgency of a circumstance or situation, or until they can admit where they really at. Now, with regards to our community as a black community, and I'm picking up I'm picking up what you putting down, bro. The word when you said, like, because I elaborated on that earlier as well. When we It's a lot of folk out here ready to ride. They ready to ride on bullshit. You come to, you gotta handle somebody, bend the corner. Folk ready to do that. But what about uplifting my brothers? And I'm gonna give another sad reality that's just my perception. This is my perception. It doesn't mean that it's factual, actual for everybody. This is just me. It's not looking good for our community. It ain't looking good. And again, as I elaborated to earlier, some people say, well, why you got to get on the internet and say that shit? Why you got, because this is where everybody at. Because it's where people gonna hear it. Because this is where I got a platform. Because this is where I should be talking about it versus talking about who won this latest award or pageant or some shit that I could care less about. My people are not only dying, my people are dying in droves. And then on top of that, the ones that ain't dying hate each other. Fuck am I supposed to do if I got a platform? I can't talk about it at all. I don't drill it in and day out, but damn it, when I'm feeling some type of way and I'm in this kind of mood, I can't talk about it. You damn right I'm gonna talk about it. It ain't looking good for us. I don't know how to fix it. And sometimes some shit just gotta work itself out and it really ain't no solution. It really ain't no certain one. You got a finite existence on this planet. You can't fix the world. You can make the people around you a little bit better than what they were. And I stepped inside for a second because I was trying to keep my internet going out. So I kind of amped up the modem. And the last thing I heard when I was closing the door, I heard amp say, I heard amp. I heard the word say, how do we fix it, or solutions, how do we make it? Bruh, sometimes it ain't none. Sometimes it ain't none. This ain't the first time in human history or humanity where didn't nobody know what the hell to do to make shit better than what it is. The only thing I know from my lived experience, do whatever you can do to make it better and start real small. If you got you 4 or 5 people in your life that's worth a damn, who don't talk about you or shit on you when you down, or call all y'all other friends and say, so and so went through this, or so and so lost their job, so and so car got repossessed, so and so baby mama had a baby on him and he's still with her, shit like that. Them the people latch on to. We got to go back to basics. And you know what's something crazy as I wind this down?
We call that
Fundamentals.
fundamentals. Yeah.
Come
It
on,
kind of
bro.
remind
That
me
was
of
said at the same time.
yeah, fundamentals. It remind me of when Gina was talking to motivation earlier today. And shout out to both of them. because they were talking about, meeting your neighbors and not meeting your neighbors. And like that alone creates that outsideness. It creates familiarity because you might have a situation where you might want to be recognized by somebody locally. And if you ain't got that familiarity with them, you might not, you might, it might go how it
I,
goes sometimes, you know.
that
But
fact.
the
I,
familiarity is key. And your neighbors, knowing your neighbors online and offline. But yeah, yeah, go ahead. My bad, bro. Yeah.
nah, you
Foundation.
good, fam.
That's
Nah,
foundational.
you good. You good. You good. I'm gonna respond to one last comment. TX Lala. And I hope you I ain't gonna say we're a lost cause. TX Lala said we are not a lost cause. We survive worse. Remember, so much of this is by design. Now, Lala, the only reason that because I'm ready to go. I got other shit. I gotta get ready. I got stuff to do. Um, but the reason I'm gonna respond to this is because this is such a profound comment. So I have to offer an adequate statement, baby. That's very true. We are not a lost cause. I don't think we are. But I think the end numbers are going to
Far
be
from
so
it.
small and so few, and everybody going to be in pockets. Have y'all now? I'm a person living in Africa, and this is where I'm not trying to make this a whole nother hour long conversation. But have you ever wondered how and why tribes were formed in the first place? For all the people that think that, and I'm not, this ain't just at Lala, this is in general. This is a general because we're gonna talk, we just gonna converse very briefly for a few minutes. A lot of people do believe science supports the suggestion that black people are the first people on this planet, that Mother Africa is in fact the indigenous land of humanity. Well, how the hell did we get tribes? How the hell did we get tribes? Because humans have been through this shit before. It ain't nothing new under the sun. Maybe the last time that it happened to this extent, everybody looked the same. Everybody had the same hue. Everybody had the same color. Some might have been a little lighter, some might have been a little darker, but damn it, everybody knew we was all Africans, but that didn't matter, so we gonna battle this shit out anyway.
People
Ain't
might
nothing
have
new
had
under.
different eyes and same skin, But hey,
Exactly.
yeah,
Ain't nothing new under the sun, baby.
there
The
was
the
always
things
a
that I
way to
have learned.
differentiate ourselves, right? Yeah.
Exactly. The things that I have learned and got to understand since I've lived over here is so profound because it ain't just through hearsay. I get to see it. And that's from a few neighboring countries. I ain't saying I've been all over Africa. My travels have been in East Africa. But nonetheless, it's really profound. We've survived worst is the next part. We have survived worse, but we survived worse as a collective. We no longer have that. There is no identifiable specific collective. The NAACP ain't what it was 30 years ago. All of the root organizations that we may have grown up with, if you a 70s baby or a 60s baby or even an 80s baby, you grew up hearing about something that no longer has the propensity and the power that it once had. Those days are gone. They're gone.
Yeah. My dad,
That's
being
my
80 years old, can still tell me to this day, during those days when everybody was looked at, we look at them as a community and like together. But he was telling me, you know how many times we had arguments, but we ain't make them public. He's like, man,
exactly, exactly.
everybody had, like, he don't call it beef. He said everybody had, And I was like, man, but we
Yeah,
didn't make it public.
yeah,
We handled
yeah,
that in our,
yeah.
whatever we call that. And I was like, yo.
Do
I don't know
I
how we get
it,
back to that.
it I don't think it's going back to that. Do you think that Martin Luther King and Bayard Rustin had happy conversations every time they spoke? Do you think that
Exactly.
come on,
Even
man?
like like putting like man Elijah and man everybody
Every
man
no, for real.
man
Go ahead and say it. Muhammad,
yeah. And
yeah,
Khalid
yeah.
Muhammad, man, come on
Come on.
man.
They
Yeah,
everybody had beef. It just wasn't public. You worked it out amongst yourself. That is our downfall. We no longer possess the ability to have internal household fights, and the irony of it is even that. And I understand what people saying. If you were assaulted, if you were this or that, and your family knew about it and they didn't say nothing, and you got women coming out 30, 40 years later saying daddy did this, uncle did that, and they shouldn't have. I understand that. I completely understand that. But also,
yeah, ain't no room for
that
none of that. And it should have
it,
never existed, period.
it
Ever.
should have never existed,
Yeah,
period. But
period.
that is a completely different circumstance from something. When people want to keep their household private, it's like I understand both sides. I understand because people talk
Yeah,
writing books and talking about
yeah,
family secrets,
understood.
but some shit you don't want your sixth grader or your seventh grader going telling their friends in gym class, mama and daddy had a fight last night about the water bill. So you got to teach your kids some shit should be private, and some shit that you need to talk about need to be talked about, and it's wrong, and it needs to be intervened on, and all of that. Y'all, this borderline hell we existing in. You got a planet where you don't even know how big it actually is. There are places you can't go. You in an open air damn near prison
Thank you.
because you gotta have your papers. If I just want to fly over and have lunch tomorrow with ARD, I gotta have my papers in order. If you want to just fly to the Arctic, if you want to do a whole bunch of real insane shit, or that shouldn't be insane because you a living, breathing human being born on the same planet as the people who give you these restrictions. Like, you know what? That's a whole nother life. I'm not even finna get into that because I'll be on here all night. I'm finna get
Yeah,
off.
we ain't definitely about
Yeah,
to go onto that corner. We ain't gonna bend down that
yeah,
avenue like LF say, you know.
for
Yeah,
sure.
but it's
But
hey, it's your platform, but go ahead. Like I respect
no,
your
no, no,
house.
no, no. You
But
you
yeah,
right. You right. I'm
yeah.
not above being real then. I'm not above being real then, baby. Sometimes I need to be real then. I'm finna get off of here, y'all. This has been a great live. Thank you for everybody who's still in here. Uh I'm I'm just grateful. I don't get me wrong. I'm not ungrateful for numbers. Numbers mean a lot to me. I'm so happy that we broke that 2K after
Yes,
being
sir.
hung up for forever. But at the end of the day, my whole goal and purpose, as long as they allow me to do so, because this is somebody else's platform, they just allow me to participate. Um, I feel blessed to be able to share these conversations, have these conversations, break into these conversations, be honest and true, and have a place to do it. Everybody might not like it, everybody not might agree with me. Um, as long as I know I'm willingly respectful and acknowledging everybody and trying to give everybody a fair shot to share their opinions and thoughts, I'm at peace with that. I hope this lasts as long as it can till the wheels fall off. I don't know what YouTube gonna do tomorrow. I don't know what they gonna do next week or next month or next year. But until this shit ain't here no more, I'm gonna be here saying what I'm saying, doing what I'm doing, and I'm gonna be doing it while I'm being country in another country, family. I love y'all. Y'all stay prayed up, love each other, hug on each other. Tell people how you feel about them while you got a chance, because tomorrow ain't promised. We live in a crazy ass world. God's construction. I ain't even know y'all was in here. Much love to y'all family, my Texas family, my East Texas family. Shout out H Town. Uh yeah, it's real. So look here, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all on the other side. Until the next time I see y'all and y'all see me, I'm gonna be over here being country in another country, baby. Peace, and we'll holler.